Hello everyone, and welcome to the beautiful WEISSENHAUS Resort here in Germany, where we're excited to bring you the newest innovation in the chess world. A year-long Grand Slam tour putting the best of the best to the test in some high-octane over-the-board action. This is Freestyle Chess. I'm James Dash, and I couldn't be happier to be sitting alongside some brilliant chess minds in Judah Polgar, Peter Lecko, and of course, Levi Rosman to kick off the day and preview all of the action. Levi, I'm going to start with you. I just want to take a moment to kind of appreciate and celebrate the buzz and excitement, I think, that surrounds not just this Grand Slam that we're here in Germany for, but the endeavor that we're undertaking in a year-long circuit to bring freestyle chess kind of to the forefront of the community.
Yeah, the way I've been describing this is Formula One meets chess, and I'm super excited for this first event to get underway. I think last year it was sort of just an event like any other. In February, we had no idea what to expect. Then we had Magnus and Fabiano together in a pool, shirtless, in November. And now we have and then that's when they secured all the sponsors and got 5 events for 2025. On a serious note, I really love that this event is building around the stories of the players, the personalities. They've been doing probably 10x more media than normal. And now they get to play a format where openings don't matter, and there's random, elements to the game that you're sort of infusing. So I'm pumped, and we get Magnus Hikaru in the first game, which I guess I just spoiled. So
that's all right. That's all right. We'll talk a bit more about that marquee matchup in just a bit. But I now want to open the floor to you, Judith, in a similar vein, to see kind of the evolution of the game of chess, and to see this kind of renewed investment that we've seen off maybe the back of what has come from Twitch and YouTube and streaming, and this kind of renewed investment and interest into the game, and to see this kind of evolution for you. What has it been like to watch it all happen?
Well, it's amazing what is happening in the last 5 years, starting with Queen's Gambit series, and of course the streamers, and Levy's taking the whole world with him. Everybody is playing chess. And there are more and more streamers and influencers and events and different kind of chess. And this freestyle Fischer random chess, actually I got familiar with back 30 years ago when Bobby Fischer himself was telling me all about it, and my sister, so it goes back in time. But it's great to see that there are so many interests from investors, from amateurs, from all sides, to see how chess can be transformed. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it different? How the top players are inspired by that. So there are a lot of to talk about and to see.
Absolutely. And how about that, Peter? I mean, the idea that, Fischer Random Chess 960 is a format that has existed for some time, but just now feels like it's finally getting maybe the microscope on it that it deserves in how it creates exciting action.
Yeah, I was here last year. It was a fantastic event, and I'm also very curious to see how the players are evolving. Yeah, because they are getting more and more experience playing the freestyle chess. And I think one thing people have to understand that actually all these superstars, they kind of have to little forget all their knowledge that they gather in the classical chess, because the pieces are so randomly placed. You have to create the best, the biggest harmony out of the pieces you get at the starting position. So it's a very big challenge for all of us.
I think one of the really interesting things about it, and hearing the players talk about it, is the fact that it feels like it's a great equalizer, right? For many of them, they walk into a standard game of chess with so many known factors and lines of theory, and here it kind of reduces them back down to, well, I don't even know if the first move I'm making is a blunder. And to hear that coming out of a super GM's mouth, especially from the perspective that I have as a lower-rated player, is fascinating, to say the least.
But Magnus still wins everything. But last year he did start slowly. I mean, and he actually said he over-practiced. So he's already given a few interviews. He said he studied openings and he was doing training games and looking at charts. And when he sat down to play the classical portion, he was nervous because he was trying to play the right move. But nobody even knows in some of these positions what the right moves are. So, you've both studied a lot of openings, and before, things like they are now, where if a game is played online, it's already analyzed within an hour. The opening work you both had to do in your careers was completely different. And now you see this, which is a completely barren wasteland. There's almost no games played in some of these positions. How do you deal with that? Maybe I'll throw it to you, Peter.
Yeah, it's a very big challenge. We have been discussing it, Tanya, last year. Yeah, we were kind of shocked. The players were shocked. Yeah, that the first moves are so vitally important, yeah, because these are brilliant players. If they get the advantage, and also this we have witnessed that whoever got the worst position, they were in a very difficult situation, yeah, because normally classical chess you have kind of a defensive line, you know how to react, how to defend slightly worse positions. But here, when you get the initiative, you get the game going, and you are enjoying all the benefits of the freestyle chess, then it's so difficult to defend. And that's why the first couple of moves have vital importance.
Now, we'll get back into the nitty-gritty in just a moment, but I do want to take a second to zoom out and look at the year as a whole, as this Grand Slam is just the first of many here in 2025. Of course, here we are on February 7th in Germany. WEISSENHAUS, of course, playing a beautiful host to our event. Over in April, we'll be heading to Paris, France, followed by New York in July, India as well, and then we'll conclude the entire Grand Slam tour in December in South Africa, where we will crown a winner. Again, what a spectacular, I think, setup for us. And the idea that it is a tournament that persists throughout the year, I think will create some really interesting storylines, of course, between the players. And Peter, directly to your point, the idea of how would these players evolve and grow and learn from event to event. Judith, I'm curious from your perspective, with this kind of a format and this kind of a game, how much you think, or rather how long it will take for people to really begin to develop a mastery over this style of chess than classical?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure that people want to rush to that point, that they start to understand more and think about it. I think one of the tastiest part of playing this freestyle chess is the freedom that you don't know, and the other one also doesn't know what's going on. So I'm free, I can mistake, I can do whatever I want. I'm not going to be blamed, not from others and not from myself. And I think the players are really relieved by this, that they don't have to prepare on openings, they can do whatever they want. At the same time, they have to be focused from move one, which contrary to the classical chess, right? So, but I'm pretty sure that many of the players are playing quite a lot, even if they don't admit it. I have this feeling. And they prepare. Of course, it's very hard to say how to prepare on this. Like, do you have to keep yourself very fit, so your mind is very sharp, or you really have some strategies? Or do they think that where is my king is better on which side, if my bishops are on the corner or my bishop in the center? In the bottom, D1 and E1.
Right.
So what does that bring me? Where should I bring my bishops? I'm pretty sure that Magnus and maybe some of the other players, they have some strategies. But of course, it's going to be endless. But it is very interesting for me, for example, also to see the journey of the players, how they react, how the feedback is, how much they're analyzing, what the conclusions are, so how they evolving.
And that will be the benefit, of course, of freestyle chess and having this year-long circuit, as we can track that development. I also love, I've heard straight from Magnus before, that he feels in a lot of ways freestyle chess feels like a pure chess for exactly that reason, that from minute one, from move one, you really have to be at the top of your game in order to come away with a victory. Now, as this is a massive year-long endeavor, we are going to throw you to a brief video to help break down all the need-to-know info here for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, and we'll see you right back here on the other side.
The revolution of professional chess starts now. 10 world-class players, 5 unique destinations, 1 gripping and innovative format, changing chess forever. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Bringing a unique chess experience to iconic places around the world, only the world's best players will take on the Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
It really is combat from move one. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The 2 last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious WEISSENHAUS Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only one competitor will become the 2025 WEISSENHAUS Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
Okay.
Welcome back. A great preview for what we have in store over the course of the year. But as if this trio sitting alongside me wasn't enough chess prowess for our broadcast team, this event, we're happy to announce that we'll be running 2 simultaneous streams, in fact. The first of which will be the pro stream, led by these 2 lovely individuals here, Judith and Peter. And we will let them go take control of that in just a bit. But we will also have the community stream taking place in this room where you have us now, and I will be joined by Tanya Sachstev, Daniel Naroditsky, and David Howell, of course, to join me in an effort to give all the viewers of every chess level a top-tier viewing experience. I'll be pestering these 3 with questions later, so for now I'm going to turn our attention back to day 1 and get a little bit more insight out of you guys. If we could pull those matchups up on the screen. Levy already tipped his cap towards one of the marquee matchups of the day. Of course, Magnus and Hikaru managed to draw each other as their opening match in the round robin. Important to note that every player will play each other player for 9 total matches in that round robin. But as we take a look at this schedule ahead of us, I'm curious from each of you, outside of the Hikaru Magnus game, which we will get to, are there any others that jump out to you as particularly exciting? Maybe somebody that you're looking to kind of make a big mark on day 1 with an upset or a victory?
I'll just quickly say I can't believe they didn't get David Howell on camera. Mike,
it's the ghost of David Howell that's joining us, in fact.
Nodrbek-Gukesh is fascinating, right? That's a big rivalry now.
Yeah, that's what I would say, that I'm very curious about that with the new world champion, how he's going to be playing. And also, of course, it's always very interesting for me to see the different generations, because Magnus is not from the young generation anymore.
Is that difficult to say? That we're, it's interesting that we maybe are in an era where it feels like the torch is being passed a little bit?
Well, I wouldn't say that the torch is going away from Magnus that much. I mean, he's still number 1, and it's I don't think that many people are doubting that. But it is very nice to see that some of the youngsters are like half of his age, and how they are both handling that, and how much energy Magnus has, how much motivation he has. But I think he's also very excited when he's going to be playing the world champion, Gukesh.
Yeah. Peter, I'm curious from your perspective, if you feel any of these players' styles is particularly suited to a format like freestyle chess as opposed to anyone else's.
Well, I think people might not recall, but Hikaru, when he was very young and he was not yet a superstar in classical chess, he was about to get into the top 20. He was already one of the very best in Fischer Random Chess. In Mainz, they had these tournaments. So I think his style is very suitable, but at the same time, he's not the youngest. So it's also very interesting, like Judith said, this clash of generations. For example, Ariza Firouzja against Levon Aronyan, a very interesting matchup as well.
Well, so, Levy, let's then use that to kind of preview even more so the Magnus versus Hikaru matchup. Obviously,
Fedorsev Caruana, that's the one that
That's the one you want to go to.
No, I'm joking. But Fedorsev did qualify, right? There was only one qualification spot. Ultimately, we got the second one, Javahir Sindarov, who nobody's mentioning, right? Uzbek superstar, also is like undefeated in the Bundesliga this year. Literally, he hasn't made a single draw, so he's in great form. But yeah, I mean, look, Fedorsev was the qualifier. He won it. He also is one of the only top players that maybe aside from Magnus, that just very openly loves this format and is fascinated by it. I ran into him at a breakfast 2 days ago, and he said, I'm still thinking about the games from the event. Like, I'm still analyzing them, and I can't sleep. Like, it's keeping me up. Like, I have so much interest in this format, so curious to see how he does against Caruana. And as if this event wasn't scripted perfectly enough, we get Magnus Hikaru in the first round. And I don't know. I mean, it's the round robin. You have to play 9 games. But how much does that set the tone? I will see.
I think that it is a good point, right? While you will have the opportunity to play everybody, there is something to, having a good start to your tournament and the psychology and the mental fortitude that will be required if you take an early loss, let's say. And so, of course, Hikaru, Magnus, no stranger to each other over the chessboard. But
and may I just quickly jump in? I don't mean to interrupt, but it's a matchup of two world champions. I know this is a big controversy right now, but one of them is the official random world champion, and one of them is the freestyle chess world champion. So let's kick off the show with a bit of controversy. Hikaru is the lineal champion. He's the last one to win the world championship in the previous format. And with that, I will hand it over to the legal department on a joking matter, obviously. But
we'll wash our hands of that.
But yes, it's a very exciting matchup. And Hikaru won the last one. Magnus won this one. And, well, let's see what happens.
I'd like to get a little bit more into maybe the approach that some of the players will take. We haven't yet seen the position lottery, and we will get to that. But maybe to develop a bit of an understanding for our viewers in terms of preparation and approach to a game like freestyle chess. Obviously, chess 960, 960 possible positions. We've eliminated one of those positions for the sake of this tournament, which is position 518. That's the standard starting position. So players have elected not to random themselves into that. But considering this wealth of possible starting positions, what could preparation even look like? Or if we begin to talk about what that 10-minute period after discovering the starting position is, where do you even begin to assess what your strategy will be as a player coming in?
Well, probably I'm not the right person to ask this because I don't have too much of experience of commentating, playing it, and I retired from competitive chess in Classica for more than 10 years. So, well, what I would do probably just to get familiar with the pieces, where they are, and then, of course, the first big strategy of dilemma I would have, if I don't have so much practice, do I go to a strategy where I want to see my pieces similarly as in classical game, or I say, okay, forget this whole thing. This is what I got. I get the best out of this, and I have a completely different strategy and approach to it. So... But one thing is very different, of course, that from move one, you're in the middle game. That's the approach.
Do you feel like any of the core chess principles change in this format, Peter? Is it still, fighting for control of the center and developing our pieces? Does piece strength change in your mind based on where they start now on the back rank?
Well, you could certainly have to try to create as much harmony as possible at the beginning. The big challenge is, however, that if you try to optimize one of your pieces, it usually comes at the cost that some other piece will suffer. Yeah, so that's why it's an art, that's why it's kind of a big challenge on the players. But coming back to the preparation, I think the most important factor is a very good sleep. Yeah, that a very good sleep, that's the fundament. And have a good walk, make sure that you come with a clear mind, and preparation starts exactly at the moment when you get the fresh position.
So preparation before the day. Levi, once we get the position, I had the opportunity to watch an interview with Levon Aronian from last year's event here. And one of the things he talked about was first looking for all of the points of symmetry and where symmetry would end up in an imbalance for his opponent, and to largely look to attack those lines of symmetry. Do you feel like that's a logical approach?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if a player who is Levon Aronian says that, I'm
you're not going to tell him no.
But I will say, sometimes in this format, you find that actually with white, you are almost winning because you just have like the first move, and then you can play a move like in a format, for example, atomic chess, which I'm not going to introduce yet another variant to the audience, but the one where capturing pieces kind of explodes others around them. Sometimes going with the first move just wins you by force at times. And here you do have moments and positions where Black has two weaknesses, and just a simple knight jump is already a huge problem in the beginning. On the flip side, you get positions with Black that the second that White moves, they get something, but you immediately have a counterattack. I lost the game in 7 moves, which says much more about me than the format, just recently against the Grandmaster because I made the wrong first move as White, and I was just much worse. And I played the move, and I realized right away, like, oh, I should have played this other thing. He played the Sicilian defense, but obviously there's no Sicilians here. Just the queen was attacking me, and right away I was just much worse. So, yeah, the good thing is they have time before the game to prepare, and they will all be discussing, which is something we will talk about, but they have to be really careful I mean, that's what I will say.
Yeah. And luckily for us, we're going to get to kind of peek in on those player discussions. After the position is drawn, all players playing white and all players playing black will separate and have an opportunity to talk amongst themselves and develop any kind of opening lines of theory before they dive into the game. Beyond looking at that kind of symmetry, I'm curious, again, the idea of, if king and queen are positioned way to the edge of the board, again, how much does that affect where the important squares are on the board and how that will kind of work in counter to the way that we view the standard game of chess?
Yeah, it's clear that it's a very special kind of moment that where do you castle, when do you castle, because once you castle, you determine the position. Yeah, then you cannot change it. But as long as you keep your king, for example, intact, and you have options of going short castle to the king side or to the long side. Sometimes it's even confusing because depending where the king is. But it can also happen that you are kind of provoking your opponent to attack your king. And then when your opponent believes that now I got a real attack going, then you suddenly castle to the other side and say goodbye. It's fascinating.
I'm curious if you guys have overall expectations for this tournament, even this specific event here or for the year as a whole. Do you feel like any of these 10 players or maybe a player that didn't qualify for this one might insert themselves into the conversation as time goes on to be a top contender?
Hans Niemann. Let's see it happen. He almost made it to this one. He is, of course... He will bring some more journalists into the press room should he qualify to Paris. But no, I'm not interested in any let's say one particular player.
Right.
Like Judith said, we have a lot of young players who are eligible to play. Basically, every time you put an event like this on, you look at the fans and they say, "Where is Eric Eissi? Where's the second player? Where's the third player? Where's the fourth player?" And yeah, there's only a limited number of spots. So I'm just excited to see the tour develop more than anything else. And go all over the world and ultimately crown a champion. That's what I'm looking forward to.
I think in some ways that's the really interesting thing about the method of qualification for each of these Grand Slams, right, is we really do have the opportunity to mix things up. It's not set in stone that it'll be these 10 players every step of the way, and so things could really, get mixed up. Back onto, the chess conversation. Last night, we had the opportunity to kind of sit in the back and listen to some of the players in their player meeting. And it was interesting, while you mentioned, a lot of times the starting position can look very good for white and even be, winning on move one. Magnus was stating that he had gone through a number of starting positions, and in fact, there are positions where black actually can be seen to have up to a 2-point advantage, which I think, again, is just something that works very counterintuitively to the way that we all understand chess, where it feels like white, with the initiative, should always have the advantage. How much of just that being tucked away in the brain of a player, affects kind of your mental approach to the game, with that uncertainty of the balance of the position, because we haven't been able to spend the time letting the engines evaluate all the positions?
Well, I'm here for 2 days already, and I had an opportunity to talk with people, and I'm trying to figure out, ask them what is the plus, minus, why they like it, what are the worries, and I think they are really enjoying that they don't have to prepare, and they are very much in this journey. And it's so much uplifting for them that even if they know that there are positions which can be a problem for white or from the other side from the very beginning, they have their self-confidence, they're top players, they know that they can switch positions, turn around things, and they know that this is so much in the beginning, the strategies and concrete lines and understanding of this game, that it just demolishes, and they just want to do it.
Yeah.
And they believe that they are going to be the one to understand it better.
And one of those players we talked about who maybe felt he over-prepared in the past was Magnus, of course. So you mentioned already, Levi, but today getting out on the golf course, making sure that he's physically warmed up and ready as his preparation.
Yes, it's a very athletic sport, golf. It really gets you,
Hey, the blood is flowing. I'm impressed he was up that early. That's all I have to say before sitting down to play a whole bunch of rapid games. But I think Magnus Magnus, of course, will be one of the hyper focuses for people to see how, again, he approaches both in preparation as well as in his chess over the board. From there, it's all about the starting position. And I think we wait on bated breath to get that position lottery. I'm curious from each of you, though, outside of maybe expectations for this round robin, let's have a conversation about the development from rapid time controls to classical time controls, because that's another element of this whole tournament. The round robin will be played 10 and 10, rapid, and then from there, quarterfinals onward, we move to classical time controls, which is a very, very different environment to be playing in.
Absolutely. It's a completely different challenge, because we have been talking about that actually you do have to spend time in your first couple of moves. They are essential, but when you have only 10 minutes on the clock, I'm pretty sure that the players will have a clear strategy during that 10 minutes when they can discuss the position that, okay, this is what I'm going to do. You have to keep the clock under control. But in the classical, we will be seeing much slower players like Magnus Carlsen. Last year, he impressed me. He took like half an hour for his first 3 moves, and he got the essence of the position. And then it was so much easier for him to play. So everybody has his own strategy. It's a different game. Last year, and I'm coming back to it, the young guns were controlling the rapid portion. And then suddenly everybody was afraid, wow, is freestyle chess the youngsters' game? And then suddenly the veterans, the experienced players bounce back in the classical. So this is also very interesting to keep an eye on.
Well, we're getting a peek inside. It looks like they are just about ready to draw that initial position. I will hold off on tossing it into the player hall until I get that signal. But I love the setup here. Each of those little, we'll call them bingo balls, if you will, is going to come rolling out. And one of those 959 positions will be drawn. And then pretty quickly we'll see each of the players run off into their respective corners to start debating over the board. And I will have a moment to pick your brains on what you think. Yes.
How many people did they hire to put the balls back?
That's okay. Yeah. Whose responsibility is that?
Do we have to do that?
Question. Yeah, actually, after this segment, I'm sending you over, Levy, and it'll be you entirely who is to put them all back together.
Actually, they should check if all the balls are in there.
Yeah.
Some positions
Maybe
are
that's what's
taking
going on.
out.
Yeah. Any sneaky players? I really don't like position 417. Oops, it was lost.
And folks should know, and I mean, before every tournament, there's what's called a technical meeting where the players meet. And I've been at a few. You go over the rules of chess just in case anybody forgot. And but here actually, like they literally were teaching the players how to castle.
Yes.
Which was very funny. And like you said, they removed the starting position of chess, the regular position, and they wanted to remove another one, which was the king and queen flipped.
Correct.
But that was ultimately voted unique enough. Like, yeah, the 6 pieces are regular. But the king and queen flipped is actually enough of a dynamic that it matters. It does matter, but actually if you think about it, like, okay, some Italian could end up being sort of similar, like e4, knight f3, bishop c4, and then you somehow castle kingside, and now it's an Italian. But yeah, so it is 959. It was going to be 958.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, though, just the idea of the involvement of the players in the shaping of this entire event. Not just this one, but the circuit itself, and how involved the players have been allowed to be in terms of, look, this is an event by the players for the players. And so, very early on, Jan Henrik saying to them, look, if you want to make a change, it's up to you, the pro players, because this event is built for you. And I love giving that kind of control, to the top players in the industry to make a statement about what they think is the most exciting and worthy version of an event.
I'll also say they actually, maybe were you both there at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just telling the audience at home, like, because I don't think this stuff was that public, but they had a big discussion about 8th place, because last year the round robin was kind of, I mean, I hate to say it, but like pointless in the sense that nobody went home. It didn't really matter what seeding you got. Ding had a really rough round robin, but he still is eligible to win the event, which is fine normally, but then it's like, okay, well, I'll just watch the knockout. But now the knockout begins immediately. 10 players that you have to make it into the top 8. But the interesting spot is if you're tied for 8th, how do you break the tie? What if you're tied 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th? Should they all have to play? And that's basically what was decided yesterday. And yeah, because the difference between getting completely eliminated and winning the entire event is so massive, they voted ultimately to have a playoff for that 8th spot. So that's pretty cool too. I mean, that's a big deal. And players did have a big say.
Yeah. And not just that, every position will ultimately be played for, as it's important for prize money and first circuit points. With that, though, they're just about ready to pull the position. Let's head inside.
First number is 906.
So 906, just a few seconds, and we will have here the first position. Okay. Now, players, you have 10 minutes where you can consult. The white one, please go on the right side, the black on the other side. And after, we will meet in 10 minutes for the first round.
Yeah.
Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
Every day is combat from move one. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The two last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious WEISSENHAUS Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only one competitor will become the 2025 WEISSENHAUS Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
Yep. This there?
This is your for your ear.
So I should get it from the back.
Yes.
Done, Zoe? Zoe is correct?
So dear players, please take your seats for the first round.
Zoe.
So silence, please. Silence. Good luck. You can start your games.
the second clock.
Hello everybody, welcome to this stream, the Grandmaster stream, and I'm so happy to be here and finally be able to start. The games are running already, but I'm Judith Polgar and I'm with the great, fantastic Grandmaster, world-class player Peter Leko, and also Nicholas Huschenbert will be helping us out. But I think before I say anything, I want to jump into the games because it is already going, the first game in WEISSENHAUS at the Grand Slam Freestyle tournament. Incredible happenings will be here. I'm very excited. So let's jump into the Magnus game. What do you think, Pete?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, let's jump there and look at this position. White's rook is already on b3. White has the pair of bishops, yeah, so Hikaru activated his bishop from e8 quickly to b5, and then a knight got to d3, and that's where the knight was traded for the light square bishop. Magnus has the initiative. I'm really loving his position, but of course we know Hikaru is very resourceful here, looking for his chances.
Well, I have to get used to this format of chess, I have to tell you, because at first glance it wouldn't come to my mind that this is a classical chess game, and actually it's not. It's a freestyle chess game, which means that the pieces are completely placed in a very unexpected place. The white knight from h1, though, got eliminated against the white square bishop. Well, at first I would say that white has a huge advantage, to be honest. I'm not sure it's true, but my intuition says that white has a huge advantage. I love the rook on b3, attacking on putting pressure on the b file. And the big question is here whether the bishop pair, is it so important as well in this kind of chess, you think, than in classical chess?
Well, looking at that bishop on f1, it looks like such a monster. It does not need to be developed, yeah, because it's right in the game already. Yeah, look at this. Let me highlight, yeah, that this bishop on f1. First of all, it was eyeing towards the a6 square, so that was the reason why Hikaru played the move a7, a6 to stop this move bishop a6, which would have been the game on the spot, thanks to the pin along the b file against the black's king. But also, this bishop is ready to be developed to h3, and then watch out for g4, g5. Hitting the queen and the knight, a very critical situation already for Hikaru.
Well, absolutely. It can be the c8 queen, can be very vulnerable because it seems like it's kind of squeezed in between the black king and the bishop, to tell you the truth. I'm not sure there is a better spot for it for the moment. Of course, after c5, bishop g3 might show up with some unpleasant attacks, but c5 I actually like a lot what Hikaru just played.
Yeah, I think also now it's maybe the right moment to ask, for example, Nicholas. Nicholas, we are worried for black. What is your input? How bad is black's position?
Thank you, Peter, and first of all, also a warm welcome from me here in the stream together with two absolute chess legends. I'm very excited to be here with you. And yes, you are worried about the black position, and rightly so. But I think, as Judith pointed out, c5 was a great choice to not be passive, but complicate matters and ask some questions to white. And we see now there's a lot of pressure. Maybe the pawn wants to go forward with c4, hitting this well-placed rook. So it seems that this is an important moment where white should take this pawn on c5, but at least you feel like, okay, black is getting his piece into the game. Maybe the knight can come over to d7, take like this. So it's getting more concrete, it is getting sharper, and we see actually d takes c5, queen takes c5 on the board. And Magnus has the advantage, but at least black has some space in the center, so I think black has some chances to get into a game, Judith.
Yes, I'm just wondering actually that the king on b1 will be stuck there. It's not going to go to the king side anymore to castle because that's not legal. At the same time, if black, for example, not taking with the queen, but it takes with the bishop, then the black king can still go to g8 to castle short. What do you think about that idea?
Yes, I'm actually expecting black to go short castles, which is actually the long way from b8 all the way to g8. But yeah, black needs to develop the bishop first from f8, and then everything is ready. Black would be, I think, happy to sacrifice the pawn on b7. That's not an issue. Just get quick development. As Nicholas highlighted, black has the center, there's something to play with. The knight on g6, that's a knight that disturbs me a bit. It's far from the action. On the other hand, it guards the e5 pawn. That should also not be underestimated because we already talked about some bishop g3 ideas hitting the pawn on e5. Well, thanks to the knight on g6, the pawn is already protected. Bishop d6, very natural development, and Hikaru is trying to get that short castle or long castle, depending how we want to call it.
Well, that's why maybe white should be playing rook c3, and then the king is stuck on b8. What do you think about that? Rook c3, and then maybe bring the other rook a3 and to b3. That would be quite a setup.
That would be. Luckily, the bishop on d6 will be hitting the a3 square, so it won't be so easy for white. But where do I place the queen? That's the big challenge, yeah? Because I think after rook c3, queen b6, you will be kicking me with a5. If the queen goes back to b6, then a5, then maybe you will have the chance to activate the rook to a4.
I like that.
Yeah. Body language, what do we read from the players? I think Magnus is enjoying, no?
Yeah, he's doing fine, I think. Also, g5 might be a move. And if the knight goes anywhere else but d7, then bishop h3 can be also stopping the castle for black. Because I think white has much bigger chances of attacking and have or keep the advantage if he can keep the black king on b8.
Look at this, Magnus goes knight g3, eh? It's another very interesting idea. He wants to jump in with the knight to f5, that's a lovely spot. Of course, and then we'll be combining some bishop b4 ideas. Yeah, Hikaru makes sure that to stop that knight f5 jump with knight e7. Alright, the game is heating up. Nicholas, any big changes? What are your thoughts?
No big changes so far, I would say. I mean, there were alternatives. The computer was not happy with this knight g3 move, like Judith pointed out, rook c3 to stop any castling ideas, also to push this queen away, or also very interesting, maybe to play a5, maybe, I don't know, potentially activating this rook along the a file. This is one of the big questions. What do you do with these rooks in the corner? The king is perfectly placed, at least for white, but what to do about this rook? So instead we see knight g3, knight e7, good reaction by Hikaru, improving this knight, as you said, which is not well placed on g6. And now we see rook c3, and the moves are coming in quick because the players don't have so much time. 4 minutes for Magnus, 5 minutes for Hikaru. The position is getting better for Hikaru. I mean, he's not better, but he was worse earlier. So it seems it's going in the right direction. And for now, black can still castle in both ways as long, well, if the rook moves, black can castle short side. He would probably be happy to do so, and then maybe open up the position somehow on the queen side against the white king. So this could potentially become very sharp, Judith.
Well, I think in this position, black is also threatening now maybe to play bishop b4, trying to exchange the black square bishop to loosen up, make more space for black. And if there would be a possibility for black, then he can just easily across the ocean and go to g8, short castle with his king. So this is something that Magnus has to be looking after, I think, to somehow to be prophylactical.
Yeah, but look at this now. He pushed the pawn to a5, so the idea of going bishop b4 is very much possible.
He wants to sacrifice the exchange.
He wants to, but how does he do it then? Rook a4, stylish?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I would do that. Bishop c3 and knight c6 defending the e5, and probably I would keep it whatever side you call castling. From a8 the rook jumps to c8, and then I think black would be just fine. Yes. Or maybe even great.
I see the evil bar does not love the exchange sacrifice. Yeah, you highlighted also that black has this idea of knight c6, eventually going d5, d4, and already castling will be possible. So let's see what Magnus has in mind, because I feel like this is the best position that Hikaru had.
And we have the exchange of bishops on the board. And there is a big decision to be made by Black, to be honest.
I think,
Should he keep his bishop?
I think let's go to Nicholas first, because my board does not refresh. So take it away, Nicholas.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the current position here. Bishop e4 was played as expected to trade this bishop on e1 and also push this rook away from the c file. So again, there is castling on the menu, but I'm not sure if this is the right moment to do. So let's just try. Let's just, for the effect at least, show what happens here. This is possible, this freestyle chess, but would not be a good moment because queen b4 is a very strong move, hitting the knight on e7, hitting the pawn on b7, and immediately Black is going to drop some material here. So while you of course want to make this stylish move, this would not be the right moment to play castle. Hikaru is thinking, both players with 3 minutes 40 on the clock, and he should activate the queen once more, bring the queen out to c5, and maybe it's still an option to put the king to a7 and then bring the rook into the game via c8, and the position is close to equal, maybe still a bit better for white, but an important moment. Queen c5 should definitely be played here, otherwise white is clearly better. Peter.
Wow, well, actually, good news and the bad news that we can follow everything that you are saying. I have done some moves on the position. Yeah, this exchange sacrifice was not tolerated by the technology. The game has shut down. I'm not able to refresh the game. So if we are looking, if we continue looking at the Magnus game, then let's use your board,
absolutely,
Nicholas. Whenever this game ends and we jump to another game, then I can take over.
Yes, so Hikaru is still thinking, big moment, he's down to 2 minutes 40. Let's remember they get 10 seconds increment per move, but of course this is not a lot of time, and we see Hikaru, he is in the tank right now and he does not seem happy, and he notices his time going down and he plays knight c6. Alright, bring the knight into the center, knight to c6. This was the second best move, but you can see the computer is giving a question mark to this move. And now white can, for example, bring the knight forward. Knight f5 looks very attractive. Activating the knight, going for the pawn on g7. And yeah, the question is always, should Black castle or not? And what has happened? g5? Was g5 played? Yes, g5, knight d7. Oh, but g5 was not a move the computer was happy to see. Now the position is equal because Black can get the knights over to c5. Castle is, of course, still on the menu. Is Hikaru taking over, Judith? What do you think?
I love his knight on the road going to c5 and pushing away the b3 rook, and also after that, actually probably I would just keep the king on b8 and bring the rook to c8. Making that kind of castle. Of course, after bishop h3 and knight c5, it will be not possible either to play rook at c8 because it would be a sacrifice, but also Black cannot castle on the other side. Still, and actually I'm not even sure that after bishop h3, knight c5 is the best. Maybe Black can just bring his queen back to c5 where it was before. It stands excellently. I can't even name a better spot in this position for Black where to place his queen. And also somehow the knight on g3 is not giving much for white. Black doesn't even have to play g6 to stop white, I think, going knight f5. Bishop on h3 is also something that it's not doing too much of a work, too much power over there.
But so, I would like to, first of all, we are back, everything is working, very nice. The bishop on h3 actually hits that knight on d7, and I was thinking like, I would love to castle, yeah, but then the knight is hanging on d7, yeah, it's so confusing, yeah, then if Black castles, the rook from d8 moves, yeah, so Black would move the king to g8, and that rook from d8 would go to f8, and it would lead to a loss of a piece by simply bishop takes d7, and if we move that knight away from d7, then we are unable to castle, so it makes some sense what Magnus is doing.
Yeah, we have two more moves, queen c5 and knight h5 were played. Do you have those as well?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. And Hikaru going down to under 1 minute now against 3 minutes 40 against Carlsen. This could be really the deciding factor here, Judith.
Well, yeah, giving this opportunity actually for White, for Magnus to play knight h5, maybe it was unexpected for Hikaru, but Queen f8 seems to be unexpected defense, making still place and space for the knight on c5, and the a7 queen would stuck there, so actually probably on f8 it stands better because it can still come back to e7, d6.
And the king can go to a7. I just realized, yeah, that king can go to a7, knight c5, and we get harmony like this. I love the way how Hikaru is reacting, and he was taking his time. He understood that it was a very unpleasant kind of situation, and he is managing, and we know exactly he's so fast. He doesn't need to worry about the time. If he gets a normal position, then everything is fine.
I have already the feeling that White should be taking and capturing on d7 the knight. I just simply think I don't want to see the knight on c5, and also I would love to bring the a1 rook to a4, and until that knight on d7 I'm not able to do that because of knight c5. So what do you think about capturing on d7, bringing rook a3, or even rook a3, rook b6, rook doubling on the b5?
Yes, that actually makes sense because, yeah, if the knight jumps to c5, suddenly we're talking about this lovely bishop on h3, but this bishop on h3 can be simply useless. The knight on h5 is also very far away from the game. If all the action will be concentrated on the queen side, where actually the king side right now, but chess terms we relate that to queen side. I really like the idea that then, after eliminating that knight, we can try to set up, like you said, this rook a3, rook b6, and eventually rook b3 idea, but Magnus has different ideas. He goes f4.
Breaking the center. Keeping the tension. Magnus style. So let's see what Hikaru is up to. He has only half a minute. Clearly behind in time versus Magnus, but that's quite normal generally for Magnus's games, that his opponents are behind in time. So let's see what Magnus is up to. Of course, rook on b6.
This was an interesting moment actually, because Black could have repeated moves here, bringing the knight back to d7, hitting the rook again when White has to retreat, but Hikaru is showing his intentions, not even trying to repeat moves here, being down on time. He is comfortable, he just goes king a7, and he seems to be quite happy with his position, even though he's low on time. So the game continues. The game continues, and Carlsen takes on e5, and knight takes e5. Whew, this might become very sharp. I mean, this could really explode, I feel like, with the players being so low on time, Peter.
Yes, because knight c4 is hanging in the air, but at the same time, White can simply ignore the threat of hitting the rook and follow it up with queen b4. Yeah, queen b4 is already played. Black is in kind of a mating net sometimes. Yeah, rook a b8, creating luft for that king, just in case the a8 square is available. High level drama.
Can't knight g7 be played now?
Yes, on the board, Magnus takes it. And after knight c4, then you just move that knight. Okay, Hikaru goes knight c6, hits the queen. So queen, where do we go back? Queen c3, knight e4. Okay.
Well, maybe White will have to capture on c6 and queen d4.
Exchange sack, yeah, but then king a8. That's what we talked about also, this lovely a8 square, yeah, it's very nice. Queen a3, keeping an eye on the c5, knight d4 blitzed out, and all of a sudden, Hikaru had his 46 seconds. He's gaining those extra 10 seconds.
And Magnus is going down in time. Well, a lot of things happened in the last few moves.
Yes, and the rook on a1 still not in the game. Eventually, Magnus might play castles. Yeah, king to c1, rook from a1 to d1. That will be long castles. e4. I'm guessing rook takes d4, yeah, on the board. Making sure that White is unable to castle.
Well, Black has a much more harmonious position than White. at this point.
In time trouble, this is all what matters usually. Knight f5, but of course, yeah, Magnus is making
What about
sure
rook a4?
to coordinate his forces. Okay, queen somewhere, queen to c3. Yeah, rook a4 on the board. Let's see where Magnus hides his queen.
To e3, I guess.
All the way to g3. Wow, maybe he's heading to c7. That will be a lovely spot, eventually putting pressure on the b7 pawn. And it's kind of good news to trade the rooks. Yeah, because the rook on a1 was completely out of the game.
But maybe Hikaru wants to take on a5 here and undermine the rook on b6.
Wow.
No, he doesn't.
Takes queen d8. Wow, the engine hates it. Now knight d6, so queen e3.
So queen g1 is winning here for Magnus. Queen g1, the only winning move, protecting the first rank and setting up some threats along the diagonal.
Wow.
Wow, big moment. How much time does he have? 1 minute 20. Does he seize the moment here to play queen to g1 and creating threats along this diagonal? The knight cannot easily be protected. And you have b4 as a follow-up. So for example, queen g1, queen d5, b4, and once this knight moves, you have all kind of discovered attacks along this diagonal. Big moment. Does he
and
find
he plays it?
He plays it. Wow.
On the board.
Queen d5 immediately, and now b4, and it's game over.
Wow.
Well, at least according to a computer, with little time on the clock, anything can happen. But I think Magnus is ready to play it, and this could be a very important first win for Carlsen. Judith.
Well, it's not only game one, which is already very important to score the first win in the first round, but it's against world number 2, against Nakamura. That's a special match. Anyway, it's one of the toughest match maybe for Magnus, thinking before the tournament. Of course, every game is going to be very exciting and difficult, but still. And b4 is on the board.
Yes. It made so much sense, yeah, because that's the move that makes everything so powerful. Otherwise, you are unable to capitalize on the pin. And look at that, yeah, queen e5 check. I will just highlight this diagonal, that what a vital diagonal, that rook on b6. Once the knight moves, then the rook will move with a discover check. Rook takes a6, queen b6, checkmate is on the line, but simply rook takes c6 as well. Effective enough after knight a4.
And we see Hikaru not liking his position. He's realizing that things did not go on the way he wanted. Well, obviously he felt that things were just okay for him before.
Yes. Yeah, rook c8, okay, this is giving up the piece. Queen takes e5, knight takes b4 check. Is that some kind of a gamble? But of course Magnus will not give that chance. bc5, but all of a sudden queen c3. Hikaru is back. Is he back? He's trying.
Well, knight d6. Isn't that killer?
Knight d6, rook b3 back as well. Yeah, Magnus opted for rook b3. Queen takes c2 check. 40 seconds versus 40 seconds.
Well, you know, with Hikaru, you never know. Until he resigns, the game is never over.
Exactly.
Yeah, Magnus is definitely making it more difficult for himself. And after king a3, the position is back to equal. Or black is actually better after rook e8. Can you believe it? He goes knight takes a5. And now c6 check, only move for white. Carlsen has lost control completely here.
And he's behind in time for the first time.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow. Anything can happen now. Anything can happen now.
Wow.
They're both blitzing their moves out. Queen d1 now only move for black for an equal position.
Also not easy. I was thinking like queen b1 or queen d1. How do you figure it out? It's impossible.
Yeah, queen b1 is also very tempting. I don't see what's the difference.
And it's on the board and it's wrong. Is some queen takes c7, but I don't see queen.
Just a simple knight d4.
Oh, excuse me, yeah? Pardon me. And Magnus is about to move the knight, and he plays it.
He has such a good feel for where the pieces should belong, and getting the knight back into the defenses is the way to do it here. Wow.
What a fascinating battle.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that queen a1 is not such a great threat.
So
Yeah.
I guess the difference was that you don't want to allow that knight back into a game via d4.
Exactly.
Well, of course, it's very difficult to see, even in a long game, but not to talk about having 30 seconds on the clock. You don't see the difference. And now it's, the c6 pawn is protected. That's very important.
B6 kind of a sad move. Yeah, it protects the knight on A5 just in case. Yeah, so Hikaru is setting up ideas of giving tracks with Queen A1. How easy it is to Queen D6 played to get everything under control. And now there is a deadly threat of Queen D8 check. At least one thing that we can understand in this crazy position. And yeah, Hikaru running out of time. Queen A1 check, King B4, and then check will be met by Knight B3. Wow, Knight B7, lovely move.
What a move. What a saving try.
Queen F8 check. And Knight B5.
Ooh.
Sensational finish.
Wow.
A takes B5, Rook A3, handshake. What a win for Magnus.
What a start to the tournament.
What a
My
game.
goodness.
Yes. This game, I think, can be analyzed for hours. Yeah, it was such a fascinating battle. But now we should head over to other games. Do we have other games in progress, Nicholas?
Yes, so we have 2 results so far. Fuchsia beating Levin Aronia with the white pieces. Magnus, of course, we just saw beating Hikaru in the marquee matchup. And we have 3 more games. Let's go to the one which is the most uneven right now. It's the game between Fedoseev and Caruana. And Caruana is about to win. White has a very advanced pawn on a7, but it's not really going anywhere. I think will be picked up soon, and the black seems to be just being a bunch of pawns up, plus having an active position. This seems to be close to winning, but with little time on the clock, of course, anything can happen here as well. And just as I'm speaking, I think something has happened. Yes, the last move gave away the majority of the advantage. Now the rook endgame might be savable for white here, trading the queens on e4. Judith, what do you think? Can Fedoseev save this one?
Well, first of all, this is a position which comes from my past kind of thing. It's like, it could be from a classical chess game also. We don't have that sign that it's freestyle. Secondly, we should not forget that we see on the screen that Queen e4 was not the best move, but the players are not aware of that. And it is maybe drawish for white, but it's not so easy to know and understand, especially when you have only 42 seconds on the clock. So it's not a pleasant endgame to fight, that's for sure.
Yes, I mean, I have the feeling that it's much more losing, practically speaking, than drawish. Yeah, we know that rook endgames usually have very big drawish tendencies with being pawned down, but this feels a bit shaky. Black has lovely construction. If black is able to push f7, f5, then I believe it's just a matter of time. If black gets f5, king f6 in, then it's lost. So all eyes on Fedoseev that will he able to stop that? I don't really see that happening.
Well, this endgame is something that it's hard to imagine that with the experience of Fabiano, he will not convert it into victory, because I don't think there is not too much chance for white. Bringing the king to f6.
Yeah, now the rook just goes back to e8, king to e5, the rook will be activated along the d file and it's over.
Yeah,
so
now
there is no intrigue here. Basically, I think Fabiano is just gonna win this game easily. He still has 30 seconds left. That's plenty of time. He will play rook e8, yeah, on the board. And what? The evaluation bar, okay, please stop that evil bar. No, of course, the evil bar comes to its senses. Yeah, black is completely winning. Don't do this to us. I'm getting a heart attack. I'm in a winning position. A natural move, rook e8, should win the game, and then computer says, no, that's wrong. No, luckily it isn't. Yeah, king e3. King e5, and the h5, rook d8. And then I'm just gonna give this rook d3 check. And that's over. Rook e8 first. It doesn't really matter.
Well, there is only drawing chances for white if, let's say, white king would be on f4 and the white rook
would be active.
Could be active and playing rook b6 check. Then it would be a draw.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a freestyle, but not as much as this one.
Yes, basically you need to flip the king and the rook's position, and it needs to be white's move and things like this, a little bit too much. And another way would be, of course, if white would be in time to break with h5 and then take on g6. But this is simply not happening.
Yes, absolutely. It's very difficult for Fedoseev to recover. Of course, the fighting spirit is there. It's all players have it, and they are not going to resign it until the very, very last moment. But I think we are getting very close to it because rook a3 is a threat of check, and f4 and rook can be falling off. If the rook is moved away, then black can just play f4. So that's when you have to design, and that's what Fedoseev does. A big win for Fabi with the black pieces against someone extremely dangerous, Fedoseev, who has played a brilliant qualification. He was just crushing the field, finally having that incredibly dramatic final against Sindarov, where the Armageddon decided, but yeah, he's a force to reckon with. Huge win for Fabi. Absolutely, but I'm very impressed with Fedoseev. I was following online when he was qualifying and following the interview he gave, and I was like, staying with open mouth when I heard that he said that he was like played in his life about 1,000 games of Fischer Random Freestyle. I said, wow, the most prepared player is qualifying for this event. So probably I will be very curious to ask him what are his strategy and his experience. So what's going on?
Yeah, the last game, Vincent against Sindarov. Sindarov seems to be winning, and yeah, there is the handshake. Yeah, Vincent is very unhappy. It was a drawish kind of endgame, and due to some big blunder, the black pawn on g3 is unstoppable, and the a pawn is not running anywhere.
And we still have a very funny game. The world champion is playing Gukesh with the black pieces against Abdusattorov. A very funny knight endgame, I must say.
Wow, so many knights still alive. And yeah, the pawn on g4 and h6. Okay, it should be kind of drawish, but clearly white is the only one who is trying to win. King h5.
I would be very upset with black if I would lose this game, though I understand that it's white who is playing for a win.
Yeah, luckily you get this blockade on g6. Yeah, king h7, the rook moves along the 6th rank, knight f4 check, knight g6. You can also stabilize and then start kicking the white king on the 4th rank with the rook.
There is one huge problem because black has very short on time.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
Couldn't black take on h6, play knight f6 and knight g8?
Wow. Okay.
Just eliminate all the pawns.
Yeah, but you don't want to give up the rook for a pawn. No.
Yes. Well,
psychologically, I can't do that at this point.
Because it's important to note that in chess, king and two knights against king is a draw. So this would have been a direct way. Instead, what Nordebek did, or Gukesh did, was also fine, but the game continues at least.
Yes,
but he should make the draw.
But don't forget that at this point, white can push it too hard and can blunder some of the pawns, and then it's already black who is going to be win. So there's no chance I would ever take on h6, I think, unless it's like for a world championship title match in any sport.
And you have 10 minutes on the clock, making sure that, yes, definitely I can give up my rook and I'm eliminating the last remaining pawn.
So you're hopeful to win this position with the black pieces then?
Well, after rook g6, I can hope for something like that. When you go around 1 minute and when you have such an ambitious opponent for sure who wants to win. But, you know, at this point you can blunder.
Yeah, that's the point, that white is playing for a win. Yeah, and thanks to white playing for a win, actually black might have some chances also to counter it. King h4. All right, let's activate that rook and let's get that knight to g6. That's at least my heart is screaming for. Knight e3. What?
Yeah.
He's going for the draw.
He's going for the draw. Okay, professional. Professional after all.
Yeah, okay, but he's a world champion already.
Yes. Okay. So basically with rook g6 he was setting up the trap. King h4, knight e3, and I'm gonna sacrifice on my terms.
But look at that. King h5, that was a tricky move.
The clock situation is equaling out. Well, this is the good news. Yeah, when you have 10 seconds increment, then you don't have to worry about time in this position. Just make sure not to blunder any forks.
But would you really think that you play for win with white at this point?
Well, we don't know what happened before, so maybe there is some frustration involved. Yeah, that he felt like he had great chances and then he's trying. But of course, you have to stay objective. Yeah, you cannot over push.
98.
Engage 4, okay, back to d5. Yeah, I want to control the f6 square.
Well, actually, knight e6 maybe could be a move. And
Okay,
grabbing.
yeah, he does it. Knight f6,
Knight f6,
check.
king h8.
And then you still take on g5 and on h6.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, now we're gonna see this. How long are the players playing?
Why are they playing at all?
Are we joking?
Well, Nolivex says I'm up to pieces. Come on, I'm the moral winner. I want to checkmate you. Young generation, ambitious generation.
So we should point out this is a very elementary draw. There's just one try that white has when the king is on the corner, but if black does not cooperate, there's just no way to win this. So it's a very, very simple draw.
But still, I think it's the very first time that I'm ever seeing this played out.
Well, I don't know, should I say, I hope it's the last?
Well, usually it's in all books and in all studies it ends, yeah, that, you have sacrificed your last piece and white only has 2 knights or black, and the handshake. What a fight.
Well, yeah, I mean, practically you have to be really talented to self-mate yourself in this position, right? So we have all the games finished, I believe. What are the results? Maybe we can pull up what was the result of today, because the first game is over, so the players have several minutes to give out the tension, go out on the fresh air in this beautiful area. We are in WEISSENHAUS in Germany. Fresh air, new things, new playing style, new playing of chess, freestyle. We've seen some very sweaty, great games what were going on. What do you think?
Yeah, it was sensational. We have witnessed this Magnus against Hikaru. What a game that was. Yeah.
We have a highlight which we just see from the last half an hour practically, which we see the tension on the players. It's already time travel, I guess. Yeah, everybody is in full concentration, and after the game I love that the players are chatting, expressing their thoughts.
Yeah, did you feel like, did you see that Hikaru said something to Magnus, like maybe if I would have had 20 extra seconds more, you know, maybe I would have had my chance.
Okay, so here we see the cross table. Caruana, Carlsen, Firuza and Sinderov, they won their first game. And there was only one draw which we witnessed, the last game which was finished. And just in a few minutes we are going to have the drawing of lots, I believe, for game 2. And we hope that you enjoyed this round so far, and there are a lot of more things to come. So I think we go for a short break and we come back just in a few minutes. they see that we are like nowhere. Hello, hi everybody. So we are back for round 2 soon, and the first game was very exciting. We are here at the Grand Slam or Freestyle event, and let's see what kind of position there was drawn for round 2. The players are already analyzing and getting familiar with the position, and we are going to see something very exciting, I believe. And of course, before every game, there is a lottery. So out of the 959 position, and it's 59 and not 60 because there is one position excluded, the old and ancient game, basic position in the chess. And shortly we're going to see which position was drawn out for round 2, for game 2. For the elite chess players, the top of the world is here. Magnus Carlsen, number 1 in the world. Fabiano, number 2. Nakamura is number 2 and 3. Caruana, I think. So the top of the chess world is right here in WEISSENHAUS, and they are testing themselves, how resilient they can be, how fighting spirit they have. And we have the position number 55. I can ask Peter, are you familiar with this position, and what do you think at first?
Well, actually, I feel like this is kind of a natural position, because if we take a look, the bishop on h1 is already on the long diagonal. White has the potential of playing short castles and then pushing the g pawn to g3, and all of a sudden we have a ready setup. Yeah, we have a very harmonious setup. The bishop on c1 is kind of placed perfectly also, normal. Rook on d1 is, and the queen on e1 ready for central action. Feel like this is quite a harmonious position. What is your feeling?
Well, first pattern what I notice is that in the previous round we had both knights on g1 and h1, and now we have it on the other side on a1 and b1. So I'm curious what will be there, but actually I also have a feeling like I can visualize very fast a Sicilian Scheveningen position, having knight on b3, knight on c3, playing e4, f4, castle. Okay, the bishop on h1 is kind of a little bit not the classical position there. So I have to play g4. I can play my g4 like all the time I do, bishop f3, and we are there.
Yes.
I made only 13 moves, right? So there,
only.
I get some familiar.
Only 13. The question is, do you want to play open Sicilian or a closed one? Yeah, it's also a question. Nicholas, you are the judge. How do you feel?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Peter. This feels like quite an easy position to play for white, as you pointed out. This bishop can be opened by going g3. You can castle already if you want to in the very first move. That's possible only in freestyle chess. The queen and rook are perfectly placed to support center pushes. The knights can come to b3 and c3 to also support the center. So there are definitely positions that are easier in freestyle chess than others, and I think this is one which is easier to play for white, but also easier to play for black. So I think the last one was definitely much more difficult, and now just the big question is, how do you begin? Do you begin with g3? Do you begin with castle? Do you play d4, e4? What would be your first move here, Judith?
Oh, as you're talking and you're showing these great arrows, suddenly I realized that I don't want to play short castle in g4, but I play the moves you pointed out, knight b3, knight c3, d4, e4, bishop e3, and after that my favorite long castle.
Uh-huh. And then later you can go g4, g5. Okay. Okay.
Of course,
I
g4 comes. Yeah. And no regrets there. No. So yeah, I like this position for white.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. Now the big question usually in this freestyle chess Fischer and on that, what happens if black plays copycat? Yeah, if black just reacts symmetrically, that is white able to then capitalize on the extra move, or is black in time to kind of keep everything under check? Yeah, this is one of the crucial moments. Yeah, so if you play e4, I play e5. If you play g3, I play g6, for example, and we go on like this. Is white really able to get an advantage or not?
But is it something that works much better in freestyle chess than in classical chess?
Well, depending on the position, yeah. If
But do you think, for example, this one? What's your intuition about it?
Well, I think that I have zero intuition for freestyle yet, yeah, because the positions are so unique, yeah, it's just impossible to tell. I only know, and this is what we heard also there in our pre-show, yeah, that we discussed. Levon was saying that kind of he always looks first that where does symmetry lead to, and if he feels like with the white pieces he doesn't have to be afraid of symmetry, then he's looking forward, he's provoking, please, because I will have the extra move, I will break the symmetry to my advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is kind of a strategy. The players did spend 10 minutes time. I do believe that this is kind of a position where those 10 minutes can come quite handy. And you can understand, because sometimes I believe the 10 minutes are just the beginning that you realize you don't understand anything, but here it should be enough to...
So just for our audience to understand that in this location, everything is so beautiful. We are here in a 75-hectare luxurious place. It's quiet. All is set for the players to feel good, happy, play the maximum they can, perform the best. And okay, after every hour they get some surprise on the board, like they have to figure out what it is. And they have only 10 minutes. I wonder myself also that, well, while there are two groups, two parts in the playing hall, that the players can communicate with each other, they can also discuss, and they have 10 minutes. For those people who are playing with the white pieces, they sit in one corner of the room, and the people who are playing with the black pieces, they play on the other side. So this is something very unnatural in a classical tournament, because you don't talk with your opponent, nor with the others too much, especially not about the game before a few minutes of the start of the game. So how is it possible? What do you think? Can you imagine yourself, you're talking with the others? Of course, you don't play with your opponent, but you see the way of thinking, how the others think. Do you think that one brings ideas from the other really, or do they get self-confidence, or what do they get during these 2 minutes from the other one?
I think that it's kind of nice that they have the chance to exchange ideas, yeah. That and we see that it's basically team versus teams, yeah. I mean teams versus teams at the beginning. In these 10 minutes, there is always so much joy and pleasure on the faces of the players, yeah, while discussing. Clearly, everyone has his own input. Everybody's excited. I can do this. I can do that. The trick, however, what I feel that whenever there is a group of people, that you can maybe influence the other. And we have seen last year from Magnus that actually after being involved in the rapid stage in all these discussions, once the classical stage started, he preferred to stay alone and just think about himself, about the position, not moving the pieces at all. It was kind of a very interesting switch, but we already have action. D4, D5 on the board in one of the games.
So let's see which game we want to pick for.
Well, there
first.
is Fabiano against Magnus Carlsen. They both won their first game. I think that's a very correct assumption that everybody wants to see that game, and we already have action.
So let's see what's going on. Just the first few moves just happened. So all the players had to reset their mind. Who won, they have to calm down because of the happiness that they won. And for those who lost, or even the draw, it was a long game, somehow you have to exclude all the things what happened in the previous hour. And this is, we see on the screen, the previous round games. But we are going to be shortly seeing the other the games which are already running. So the brain has to work again from scratch. This is something I found very interesting, how the players, even when I was playing in a rapid tournament, when I was still competing, how can you reset your head and just forget all the mistakes, all the questions, all the debate, all the things, emotional roller coaster you had just few minutes before what you finished. And how is it for you, Peter? When you played in a rapid tournament and you had to immediately after a loss, for example, to recover. And of course in these tournaments you play a game, you lose the next round, you don't play a weaker player. Yes. Probably you might play against a stronger player, right?
Exactly, yeah, it's very tricky. I think here maybe the format helps, and it helps that you are always getting a new challenge. Yeah, so And basically you automatically face new problems. You have no luxury, because while in classical chess you kind of believe that, okay, I will have my openings anyway, and then the mistakes that you made in the previous game keeps on coming back hunting you. So I think maybe here it's easier to forget. Also, we talked about it, that making a mistake in freestyle chess, somehow everybody kind of feels that I have the right to do a mistake because I'm a newcomer as well. I just want to highlight one thing, the position that we see in Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano, and now the move bishop f4 had been played. I just wanted to highlight one thing, that if white would have played g3, bishop b7, and then for example some e4, let me try to make a move. I'm a little bit afraid to do that, but let me highlight one thing because I find it very intriguing, that caught my attention. Yeah, if white plays the move g3, black plays bishop b7, which I'm expecting Magnus to hope for, e4, d takes e4, knight takes e4. I'm having this idea of going knight f6 check, and after g takes f6, bishop takes b7, and all of a sudden I'm not only collecting that bishop, but I'm trapping that knight on 8. That was the first thing that caught my attention once I have seen that Magnus played the move b6. What is Magnus doing? Of course, he would have never blundered it. He has his own idea, but it was just intriguing.
But you know, it's a very nice idea, but it's somehow unexpected for me, and I'm surprised that Magnus played b6, somehow cementing his knight on a8, blocking the opportunity for his knight to bring out. Of course, for later, probably he just wants to go place moving the c pawn and then bring it to c7. But still, maybe he felt that it's more important for him to bring the bishop on a6 and not allowing e4. So that's a priority for
exactly.
him.
And let me just highlight that, yes, what I was showing made a lot of sense because I wanted to highlight this purpose. But let's highlight also Magnus's idea that before white castles, in fact, yeah, and that was the reason why Fabiano here immediately castled, that otherwise any kind of e4 move runs into bishop a6, check and winning the game. Yeah, because you are, yeah, let me even put this pawn on e4 just to highlight bishop a6 check, and then you have to play knight to only move d takes e4, and congratulations, you lost the game. So it's kind of intriguing. Yeah, Magnus had his idea. Fabi is not falling for it. g3, now clear, I mean castles. Now clear white would love to play g3, and all this bishop a6, no, short castle happened, bishop f4, bishop a6 on the board.
But I think within a few moves, practically, we are going to have a very normal, classical kind of game.
Classical with the knight on a8.
No,
yeah?
But the knight on a8 will come in the
Yes.
next 6 moves. We can make a bet
exactly.
on that.
Also, there is some f6, e5 idea. Actually, to my eyes, this bishop f4, and let me ask Nicholas, what is his take? Because somehow I'm surprised, puzzled by this bishop f4 idea.
Yeah, actually there was an important moment just one move ago when indeed, as you pointed out, Peter Carlsen could have gone f6 to immediately claim a strong center here, going e5 in the next move, and he might already be a bit more comfortable. Instead he played the very natural move knight to d7, also of course supporting e5, but now after rook e1, I think now you're just too late. If you go f6, white is ready to strike first, and this is often the question in freestyle chess, who gets the first break-in under good circumstances, and here would clearly be white. So f6 is too late now, and you have to do something else. The computer even wants to go f5, but this is not a move you're happy to play. Instead, he goes e5, he gets the first break-in, but the computer says, wow, not a good timing here. White could now play the very spectacular move e4. Judith, that would be your move. Right.
And I want to see the players. Let's get them on camera because it would be so nice to get the feeling how Fabi is, how excited he is now that he sees the chance.
Well, our expression will be also good, but let's see the players.
And it's on the board, e4 played, yeah, right?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. Oh, wow. And Fabi having a drink, enjoying his life, looking around. Does everybody see what I have done? Fantastic stuff. And Magnus, look at this.
And Magnus's reaction tells it all as well, what he thinks about this. But going back just for a second to what you mentioned, Nicholas, f6 instead of knight d7. I mean, we're sitting here and seeing the computer suggesting f6, but let's face it, when you have bishop on h8, intuitively, you just don't come to the conclusion to play f6 because you just cannot do this, right? So chess becomes very, very, very concrete, especially, of course, freestyle, because the piece is already here and there and everywhere.
But look at Magnus's frustration. Sorry that I interrupt, but it was everything on his face. Yeah, yes. He just cannot forgive himself. How did I fall into? Look at this.
Yeah.
You just want to resign already here, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, he just wants to push the reset button. What was the first position? Let's go back.
Yeah, he just cannot believe. I know that there is this danger. How did I fall into it?
But it's a beautiful position, right?
It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yes. Let's just highlight, this D4,
no,
D5,
but aesthetically.
Yes. Exactly.
Aesthetically, I mean, the 4 pawns over there. And this is something very typical, right? Rook on E1, queen on D8, squeezed in between the 2 rooks. Ooh.
Wow, it's basically game over. Yeah, now Magnus has to come down to be able to put up resistance, which is already kind of in doubt. Nicholas, what is your feeling? Is there a way to stay in the game?
Yeah, it's not game over quite yet, but you can obviously tell that Magnus completely missed this resource, that white can go E4. And this is freestyle chess where you can be lost, even as one of the greatest players of all time in just 8 moves, what we're seeing here. And Magnus finds the best move, C5. Just to point out briefly, what happens if black takes the bishop, then white takes on D5, and your queen is trapped on E8. You have to, well, either give up the queen or move the knight in between after knight E5. Well, white just takes the knight, takes on C6 next, and it's just a lot of pawns that are dropping, plus a bad position. So Magnus finds C5, and this is actually the best chance, because now if white takes on E5, you can go D4, claim some space, maybe hope to take back later on E5, and if you take on D5, at least black can take on D4. Both moves are good for white, but definitely Caruana still has some work to do, and it's not quite over yet, of course. But of course, an excellent start for the American here, Judith.
But I think it's, I find it amazing, and the audience can also follow. This is why it's so nice to follow live, slowly, how many seconds people react, what kind of faces they give, how they overcome on their own mistakes. And this is what we can witness right now. Just in a few moves, Magnus was playing, not spending too much time, not too little either. But basically, he fell into a trap, right? We can say this. It's not a known trap because it's a position 055 of the freestyle. But after E4 in the previous move, it's very clear, and of course, they are fantastic players, the best player in the world, Magnus. He understands instantly, before Fabi played E4. Of course, when he played E5, immediately he saw that, oh, E4, my God. But how he overcomes on this moment, that he's cursing himself, he's like, feel so frustrated, but he knows exactly that I have few minutes to deal with these emotions, right? So, okay, I'm done with this, I was stupid, so let's focus how I'm going to recover this. And C5, I love this. I mean, look what kind of tension there is in the center, right? I mean, it's just such a joy to watch it. And now the ball is on Fabi's court. He knows it that he has a great position, but we all know that we have to make a decision. This is good, the other one is good, and the other one is good, and then suddenly you can say that, okay, I have to make something. No, but I want to think a little bit because it's a critical position. But okay, but I don't have much time. I'm behind on time already. So you have this debate with yourself continuously, which unfortunately we are not shared with the players. We just see their body language.
Yes, absolutely. And the great news, of course, we have the chance to witness, Magnus Carlsen, disappointed, but then showing emotions, calming himself down, and kind of even laughing a little bit about himself, that how fool I was, clearly not from happiness, he's very upset, and then comes up, because he got rid of all the negative emotions, comes up with the best move C5, and he's ready to fight. And as you highlighted, now there is also tremendous pressure on Fabi, because he knows that Magnus has fallen into a trap. He's probably objectively winning, or he has a fantastic position. How does he get the most out of it? Because just an advantage would already be a disappointment.
Yeah, these psychological battles between the players and with ourselves, those are something which can block us to make the best moves also. But here, now it is really a big question how to take, what to take, right? Because also it comes to mind I mean, the bishop is not hanging, right? Because e takes d5. But if white would take knight d5, then already the bishop is hanging. Yes. So I wonder also is it possible for white to play bishop g5, or that would be actually a mistake because black goes c takes d4, and if white goes knight d5, f6, right? So there is a momentum here where Fabi has to make a good choice and probably capture something out of the d5 or e5 pawns.
Yeah, and actually the reason why I'm not even tossing it to Nicholas yet, because I feel like we should be treasuring this moment and we shouldn't be looking at engine lines like how white can get the maximum and like this, because it would not be fair and it's also not a practical way of thinking. Let's see, and finally Fabiano goes for d takes e5, and once we get new position, and now we did get, then for example Nicholas, now you can take it away and say what do you think of Fabi's choice?
This was an excellent choice, especially the next move that Fabi is playing is a top engine move here, going b4, chipping away the black pawn chain here, the beautiful pawn chain from a7 to d4, and trying to put pressure on this pawn on c5. Also the knight will be ready to be developed to further pressure this pawn. This knight is perfectly placed on d5, and yes, the position is still material-wise equal, but it feels much easier to play for white, and you just have some beautiful pieces, whereas for example this knight on a8 is not getting into a game just yet. The bishop is well placed. Just feels like the white pieces, especially once also this knight is in the game, are much better placed than the black pieces, and it seems to be only a matter of time until some material will drop as well.
Yes, I fully agree, and I think here we very nicely can talk about that the white's position, okay, bishop on h1 or g2, it doesn't really make a difference, right? It just does the job anyway. White is well developed, rook on d1, e1, queen on d2 is great, knight on d5 is fantastic, but it's not only because it's in the center, but it has another role. As you pointed out, that the a8 knight is there and still has to make several moves black until it can come out. At the same time, b4, loosening up and breaking up the pawn structure there, so knight b3 can come with a tempo. And the h8 bishop is still there, and it's not so easy to bring that out, because once black plays g6, white might even go bishop h6 and give some unpleasant thoughts over there. So it is clear that it's much better to play it with white. Visually it looks like that, and also there is an advantage, but we should not forget that Magnus is again more time on the clock than Fabiano, and it was kind of unexpected that Fabiano went down so much in time, don't you think so?
Yes, on the other hand, he made sure that he gets a position that he likes, yeah, and we did talk about this, that you also highlighted that knight takes d5, you wanted to get that knight to d5, but then the bishop on f4 was hanging. It's kind of very human that you want to get that monster knight on d5, and I believe that now things have settled down. How much time does he have? 3 minutes 40 seconds with a 10 seconds increment. All his moves are coming naturally. Knight b3 is coming. Now there is also this spin. Yeah, the queen on e2 is pinned against the bishop on a6, but vice versa, the bishop on a6 is kind of hanging as well. So the queen pins the bishop. That pawn from g7 can never really move, yeah, because it weakens all the dark squares. It's so nice to be black. To be white. The thing that I was looking suddenly, the tactics: rook takes d5, e d5, queen e2, rook e2, knight b2. But even that would be a very nice trade for white, I believe, because the light squared bishop finally comes off. Yeah, after knight b2, we can just sidestep with the rook from d1 to e1, and bishop takes c2. We take back with the rook, and we have a lovely winning endgame.
Yeah, that simplification would actually worsen Black's position, I think.
Oh, it's happening.
And Magnus thought it's desperate to go this way.
Yeah, it's not a happy choice.
But I'm very surprised that he did that.
Yeah, because with the knight on e8, actually the bishop on h1 with d6 combined with d6 can also kind of trap that. Ever white gets d6, bishop d5 construction. Can you imagine that incredible harmony?
But even bishop d6, bishop e7, d6.
And then d6, yeah. No, this cannot end well, and I'm expecting the rook d1. Kind of very natural. What are the chances, Nicholas? Is there some hidden resource we are missing?
No, you're not. And I think we're all a bit surprised that Magnus went for this. I guess it just goes to show how unhappy he was with his position. And now we see the trade on e2. This is the position that Peter was mentioning just before it happened. White has the bishop here. White has a strong pawn on d5. The knights are still somewhat out of the game, or completely out of the game, on b2 and a8. And yeah, just looks very, very bad. You just have 3 minor pieces that are completely shuffled along the board, whereas the white pieces are well placed. This knight will come into the game soon, and it would be a big surprise if Caruana doesn't win this. But then again, it's Magnus, so Caruana definitely has to be vigilant until the end.
I only have one question, because I have seen the evil bar. I hate the evil bar anyway, but there was a moment after rook d1, the computer indicated that there was something for black part of taking that.
Maybe d3 after
No,
rook e1?
but I didn't see it. No, okay, that was just a technical glitch. Very happy, because, okay, I would already lose all my faith in all my knowledge that what I'm thinking about chess if there was any other move for black. d3 on the board. Black has to try to create some imbalance in the position. Yeah, c takes d3, knight takes d3, at least the knight is coming back, hitting that bishop on f4. But then your idea is bishop d6, bishop e7, isn't that kind of killing?
I doubt that this game will last more than 5-6 moves. Sorry that I'm so pessimistic, but I mean, there is a huge difference between winning position and winning position.
Yes.
This is a position where, I mean, there is not one way, and your bishop's so powerful, the black square and the white square. I mean, can you imagine that you played in this game g3, then later on you played d6, and from h1 you just kill the a8 knight.
Yeah, but you know what disturbs me the most from black's perspective? That I don't feel like black has castled. There is no harmony, and that black castle, what it does with this bishop on h8 and with the back rank and everything, I just feel like the lack of total harmony in black's play, and the knight on a8 cannot move. This one single knight on b2, yeah, which had all this journey, it came from b8, yeah, it came from b8, and Fabi goes rook e7. Wow, why? Actually, why do you complicate? Is it good, but why?
It's good, yes, but I agree with you. There was no need to complicate. He could have taken on d3 and the line that Judith pointed out, just get this bishop to e7, let's say bishop d6, rook c8, bishop e7, play d6, d7 next, and that's it. And black can pretty much resign. I'm not sure what Caruana did not like here after rook e7. It's still winning, but now you don't have this plan available anymore, so it feels like it just became a little bit more difficult for white. Judith?
Well, you know, we have, Nicholas, I'm sure you had quite a lot of time, Peter, myself, all of us have this. We have a winning position, and then you have this dilemma. Okay, so how to win it? What is the easiest? How do I play that I give the least contingencies for the opponent, right? And sometimes when I teach, I always tell to the youngsters that win the winning position. If you get a technique to win the winning position, you're going to be collecting a lot of points. But I think Fabiano is a player who is not missing the opportunity of winning the winning position. G5 was something I was expecting already.
Yes.
But let's face it, it's another opponent. The dark square bishop is great anyway. And I think white is going to be capturing on a7. Though maybe knight d1 is an option to attack the a1 knight and the c2 pawn. So there is something. I mean, Magnus is kicking, I would say, but of course they both know that the position should be losing for black.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, there is some hope, yeah, because clearly black is most worried of d6, d7 and finish, yeah. But if after d6 you can do knights, and wow, he collects the pawn. I'm not liking this. This is against my principle that if I'm having a winning position, I don't want to be collecting. It might be the most precise way. I just intuitively don't like it.
Well, and when you have a pawn on d5, you're somehow tempted to push d6,
Yes.
right?
But okay, on the other hand, now your idea of bishop e7 and then d6 also, yeah, all the more I look at the position, yeah, that why didn't I like rook takes a7 just on principle ground, but no objective reason?
Yeah, it's really, really bad for black at this point. I mean, I was also concerned, why do we even keep this pawn on d3 alive for so long? But it's really not being so dangerous. And finally, this knight is getting into a game now. But okay, white has many options here. Could take on d3 now. White is already up a pawn, I guess, yes. And the bishop supporting this passed pawn here, it is completely winning at this point for white. So I think Caruana might be off to a great start. First beating Fedoseev with the black pieces and now looking forward to take down the favorite Magnus Carlsen, #1 in the world, with the white pieces. Peter.
Yeah, it's looking hopeless and he pushes d7. I felt like if already he did not capture on d3, he won't be touching that pawn for the moment. Yeah, it's kind of also very natural. Now, Magnus, how does he stay in the game? Because, okay, d8, queen is not yet a threat, right? Because rook d8, no, it's even then a threat because d2 can be stopped with bishop f3. That's kind of a nice little resource. The bishop can always jump to f3, protecting against any kind of d2. So Magnus goes knight b2 to a4, hitting the knight on a1. Yeah, let's not forget that the bishop on h8 is eyeing the knight on a1, but okay, I believe every single move is winning.
Well, I would go knight b3, I believe. That's a quite reasonable way of collecting the game. But Magnus has very rarely something similar that he has no counter chance. This is the biggest problem in this position.
Yes, exactly. And those who are rooting for Magnus, and I'm pretty sure there are millions of fans out there, and then they see the evil bar after knight b3 suddenly equalizing, well, please don't pay any attention because I'm feeling like the engine is just trolling, yeah, with all the sympathizers from black's perspective, because this is hopelessly lost. Magnus sacrifices the knight.
Well, there was a choice to give up the rook or the knight, and the knight seems to be better business.
Yeah, and even not just bishop e4, yeah, this bishop from h1 can
I
come.
would go bishop d5, sorry.
Even, but then knight c3, because I'm also after rook c7 I have knight c3, yeah, at least. I'm jumping, bishop e4.
Your move is on the board.
Rook c8.
Well, maybe the simplest. What about rook d8? Or?
Yeah, you can even, but there is this knight c5 trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the knight c5 bishop takes c2. Thank you very much.
No, maybe
so
he wants to go rook
trick.
d8 takes knight c3, knight a2.
Okay, no, but that
game is over.
Yeah, that's it. Magnus resigned. What a big win for Fabi, right out of the opening, and he never gave Magnus any chances.
Yeah, basically the blunder with e5 cost him the game in the very beginning.
Yeah.
The blunder with e5 and then also this transformation into the endgame, which was just so bad that even the greatest, one of the greatest endgame players of all time could not come back from that position. 2 out of 2 for Caruana. We're going to take a look at bird's eye view so we can see which other games are in place. And here we have it. 4 games are still running. A lot of excitement. Where do you want to take it next, Peter?
Well, according to Evil Bar, which we don't really trust, but we still believe, Vincent is having a good position. Gukesh in a lot of trouble against Alireza. Maybe we should jump right in there, because that would also mean that Alireza starts with 2 out of 2, if that's true. Is this really so bad as the computer says? What's happening here? Bishop takes h7. Now we see that black is the one who having the perfect harmony. Yeah? White's bishop on h7, knight on c1 is loose. f6 played. The king on g1, the back rank issues, yeah? It's very unpleasant, and also 12 seconds.
Well, it's a very frustrating position for white, because the bishop on h3 is just a killer. Knight on d6, greatly placed. I believe f3 was kind of the only chance, and bring the king to f2, trying to get activated his
but
knight
knight
from
c4,
c1.
yeah, knight d3 only move. Nice little tactic. Yeah, that's
But what about queen b1 and then queen b6? Check. Oh,
it's very unpleasant. Also this.
yeah,
queen
this
c2,
is tough.
Queen c1, queen takes e2.
Knight f2, only move.
Queen f2, but yeah, queen f2, all right. But looking very bad. Actually, this knight is now so beautifully pinned. Yeah, maybe black can just play a5, a4.
Exactly.
Yeah, you just start pushing the pawn. Is that an option? Could easily be an option. White is completely paralyzed.
Well, probably white wants to go queen e1 and trying to relieve and bring the king to f2. And then somehow activate his queen. Well, it's kind of funny saying activating the queen and going to a1.
Knight e5 is the move, but he doesn't play it.
Knight d6, yeah? He moves the knight back to d6.
But this is not understandable why he moves back the knight to d6.
Yeah.
No? What was the reason of that?
The reason probably because he kind of felt like the knight is so nice on d6, but the knight was beautiful on c4.
Maybe white should have played queen e1 instead?
Oh!
Wow, it worked
no.
to perfection. Suddenly white relaxed that, okay, black is threatening nothing, but in fact it was a wonderful psychological trap. White played the move queen e3 and got hit with queen d1 check after king f2, queen f1 checkmate. Instant resignation.
Maybe he thought there was a repetition if he plays queen e3. I think that was the thing.
What a brilliant psychological trap, yeah, because Gukesh had just 20 seconds left. Wow. Okay, Aliza 2 out of 2, Fabiano 2 out of 2. Let's see what else do we have because we have non-stop action.
Wow, this was too fast. Let's see what's going on.
Vincent apparently having a winning edge according to computer.
Well, let's go there for short because, well, actually there will be resignation by Fedoseev shortly, right? What's going on with Nakamura and Abdusattorov?
Yeah, maybe Nicholas, do you have some position because suddenly my computer crashed? Okay,
Yeah, what position do you guys want to see?
Well, the actual position of
Nakamura. Anything that works, yeah.
Okay, sure. We see the game between Nakamura and Abdusattorov. This is the current position. We are in an endgame, both sides with 2 rooks and 1 minor piece. And black is pushing here with the active rooks on e4 and f4. This knight is pinned and it looks difficult. Bishop c1, interesting tactic to force white to take on c1 and go into the rook endgame. Does he have to take here is the question. Yeah, it seems like he does. And rook b4, this is an important resource and Nakamura should save this game and this should lead to a draw. So Nakamura gets into a tournament. I think very important for him to not lose a second game in a row, which was possible from the position that we had been seeing. Now, maybe up to the turf, I don't even know if he can try here, actually. This looks just like it will finish in a draw any moment, yes.
Well, no, knowing him, he will not.
Yes, he found a way, of course.
Yes.
Of course he found a way.
This is Nadir back and he plays rook f4 to f3. I don't think that it will change really the outcome, but he will still play on the nerves of Hikaru.
Yeah, because even if you just move the rook and you give this pawn, this is still a dead draw. So, yeah, I don't think Hikaru will let this one slip, but it continues up to the turf, staying true to his fighting spirit.
Can white go rook b7?
Yes, that's
on
exactly
the board,
what
that's
happened.
the move.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we lost control of the board on our live stream, so probably you should be sure. No,
there
it's
we
fine.
go. We're back, yeah?
Okay, so rook
we are
b7, and the idea is giving up the pawn on c3 and then rook a1.
Going for checkmate, but unfortunately black always has this
It's a perpetual
idea if he
Exactly.
needs to. But yeah, this looks like it will end in a draw.
It's a beautiful example
very
of a
soon.
rook endgame where it shows that activity is everything.
Yes. Yes. It's
So we're
nice.
expecting a draw here. Should we head over to the other game maybe?
Yeah, because Sindarov is winning apparently against Levon Aronyan, which would take him to 2 out of 2 and Levon Aronyan to 0 out of 2. just to show the different and his 2 pawns up, perfect coordination, a winning endgame.
And Vincent has won, by the way.
Vincent has won, yeah, that was the final position which we have seen there. So Vincent bounces back against Fedosiev.
Well, it's very hard to imagine that this can go wrong for White by any means, even though White is behind a few seconds less than Levon Aronian, but it's a very systematic win, which will be done, I believe. Knight on f5, incredibly powerful. Rook on e4, exceptionally well positioned.
There is now also Rook c4 idea, yeah, just to go into fancy stuff, yeah?
Fancy stuff.
Just maybe completely unnecessary, yeah? But fancy. Yeah? Rook c4, just to highlighting that, yeah, after rook takes c4, knight d6 would be a fork. In that case, White could have forced the trade of rooks, but why do you need that? The position is anyway winning. No need for such moves. Knight e8. Where is that knight heading? The king f7, knight d6. Okay, just to win some time. All right. Will he play rook c4?
Maybe he will play knight b5, forcing the ace pawn to put, you see?
Yeah.
And then knight d4.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Yeah, the problem is in this position for black, not the 2 pawns necessarily the only problem. The problem is that you don't have counterplay.
Yes. White has a very healthy pawn structure, beautifully coordinated pieces. Everything is perfect, and well, we have witnessed this, and that's why I was going to Sindarov yesterday immediately at breakfast, congratulating him on this fantastic qualification, because he played fantastic chess, and then he lost that Armageddon, and I think that every single person who had followed that tournament wanted Sindarov to be in the tournament, and Mr. Jan Büttner has also said that when he heard it and when he has seen it, he was also thinking like how to get him into the tournament, and then finally he withdrew from the event, he got the spot, and he might be continuing his fairy tale with a 2 out of 2 start.
And you have to be careful with those players who get in by chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Special attention to those.
Anyone from football who remembers '92 when the Danish team was just included and then went on to win the European Championship. It was sensational.
Okay, there are some hints that black wants to bring his knight to c5, fork in some way.
Yeah, but rook e6 check is coming. There is not much we can really talk chess-wise in this position, yeah, because white is just way too dominant. The b6 pawn is falling. Even the trade of giving up the a4 pawn and getting the b6 pawn will be very nice.
And the problem is in these kind of positions that if you yourself don't believe that you can save the game, there is no chance you're going to save the game, right? And in this position, of course, for Levon, it's also like, I can't resign. I can't resign when we're just
no, he
playing.
Resigns, yeah. Enough. Yeah, enough is enough, yes. It was too bad, yeah. What a fantastic start for Sindarov. And this is what we really love, yeah, when the players show such sportsmanship. We are discussing the game. Levon, despite losing and being 0 out of 2, he's still sitting there. I love this kind of video.
Yeah, but you can see that Levon is very frustrated about what has happened, and maybe after the last game is finished also we can take a look what had happened in the opening, whether was it a disaster as for Magnus, or it was a different disaster, or what has happened.
And look at this also. This, I believe that for all the young players who are watching our stream, Levon Aronian very disappointed, losing the game, and he still puts all the pieces back in their place. This is the way how you have to behave, and that's exemplary.
Actually, let's take a look, Nicholas, what was going on here.
Sure, we're going to take it from the top, the game between Jakubir Sindarov against Levon Aronian. And it opened up with d4. d4 seemed to be a popular move among all of the players here in this round. We saw Caruana also winning with this move, knight to c3, castle, f5, stopping the e4 break. Now this move does make sense, but also leaves a weakness here on e5. Knight to b3 keeps on developing. So far so good, opening up the bishops. This all makes a lot of sense. Now f3, insisting to go e4 to play the break. We're hearing that we still have one live game, actually. We thought this might be a draw already a long time ago, but in fact, it's still running. So we're going to get back to this live game, and then we're going to take a look at the Aronian Sindarov game. So this is the current position, but it is really in no doubt, at least in my mind, that this will be a draw. Judith.
Well, I always think there are some chances, and of course they think there are some chances, and we know Noderberg that he's playing until, well, at least 2 knights, but maybe until in this game it will be 2 kings.
Yes. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, Nakamura has won such a position against Firuza last year. I think this exact pawn structure, because there was a trade of rooks offered going into a pawn game, and then Nakamura won this kind of position, being on the defensive side. I don't think this will happen here, but I think a draw is very likely, Peter.
Yes, of course. Okay, normally 2 versus 1, and there are no special circumstances. Yeah, everything is fine. White's king is not far away from action. White is able to side check Black's king. The pawn on f6 is always a weakness, so a mutual trade on f6 and g4 will again lead to a completely drawn position, but clearly psychologically from the stronger side, you can always play on and play some kind of a psychological game.
But I think right now rook f5, and after that there is no chance, 0 practical chance, because Black's rook is completely tied to the f6. Black king cannot go back to defend the pawn on f6, it can go only king e4, and White can just go anywhere with the king. There is no wrong idea. Unless, after king e4, if Black...
And look at this, sorry. Even Hikaru, he puts on the on his badge, highlighting that, okay, enough, this is it, yeah, finish. I mean, it's not a draw, but I know that it's over, yeah? Enough is enough.
And looking to us, that UCL guys, we are just playing for nothing. It's just...
It's a signal to his opponent, yeah, that, okay, actually, I'm super confident. Well, Black's king cannot even get back to e7 to start shuffling, yeah? And because then he could kick the rook out with rook e5 and then start new, but no, with the rook on f5 he just sits.
There's not a single idea left for Black in this position, really.
Yeah, it's hard to think of something, indeed. I mean, the only possible way it would be that somehow Black gets with the king to the e file, e4, and the white king is pushed away and rook f3. Check and rook f3, right?
Yes,
but it's just, I don't see any practical way of Nakamura falling into something like that.
And also collecting the 10 seconds all the time. Yeah, he's now already back to 3 minutes. And this is... Now this is, I would say, now rather pointless, but probably it's out of frustration that Neuerbeck felt like before he had some opportunities. Yeah, Hikaru just looking, and there is the handshake. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there are some positions you just cannot do anything, right? So if his king would be on e7, he would be just going to g6, going back, going forth, going...
Yes.
But here it's like, let me back. And of course, both players have their thoughts to be shared. I was better here, he was better there. No, it was me who was better, right? You try to convince your opponent that you had a better option.
I'm also pretty sure that here you have even more questions after the game than in classical chess. You normally in classical chess you feel like there were these 1-2 critical moments. Here the whole game was critical.
Exactly. But let's see, Nicholas, we started out with the Sindarov-Levon game.
Yes, let's try that again. This time all the games have been finished, so we can take some time to look at this game that Sindarov...
But wait a second, shouldn't we looking at all the results and then we go there? What?
I think we're going to be very fast on this.
Okay.
And then we
all
can
right, we're going to be fast.
Results.
Let's go through it. So the pieces are being developed here. I think this all was very logical, and the position was about equal here now. We saw this already. White is ready to push in the center, open up the position. This makes a lot of sense. Knight to b6, e4 was played. Knight c4, this all was played quite well from both sides. takes, e5. We see a lot of tension in the center. d5.
Wow.
And we're going to... So this was a critical moment, apparently. After knight d7, white was winning. Instead, black should have kept the position close, going f4. But it's, of course, very, very difficult to navigate, especially with so little time on the clock. So knight d7 now takes on f5. And knight f6 actually... Levon just sacrificed...
was hanging, yeah? So he couldn't recapture gf, right?
Yeah, exactly. The c6 pawn was hanging. So I guess Levon sacrificed this pawn, but it was not really the way to do it. So knight f6, queen e2, takes on g6, and in the end we just get into his position where actually white is up a healthy pawn. Even though there was a little bit of a comeback here for Aronian, now position is closer to equal again, but still it feels very difficult to play with this open king, and still white is up a pawn, by the way. So bishop c4.
And wait a second, Nicholas, what
Yes.
I'm noticing, look at the clock situation. The live clock was like 16 seconds versus 25 seconds at this very moment, yeah? Imagine
Already?
the horror. Yeah,
Oh,
imagine,
yes.
yeah? So
Yes.
everything was out of control, yeah? Forget everything what we thought about this game.
Yes, so it was just a time scramble. Okay, and then in the game, well, there were just a lot of mistakes being made, and in the end, white emerged being 2 pawns up and managed to convert it. So here, white is just 2 healthy pawns up, and Sindarov never looked back and won a critical second game, and he's in good shape with 2 out of 2, Peter. Let's take a look at the standings.
Exactly, yeah. Let's take a look at the standings, because we know that the last two place players will be eliminated from the tournament. So basically, it's feeling wise, whoever starts with 2 out of 2, like Sindarov, is almost guaranteed, yeah, because it's clear that he will not have a total collapse of losing all his games, and somebody will be at the bottom. This is great news for the players who can run away with the tournament. And all the players now, Hikaru, Gukesh, Aronian and Fedoseev right now in a very big danger zone, but also the players with 1 point, like Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, cannot feel themselves safe yet.
Well, we also have to point out that it's 2 days, the qualification, the preliminaries, and right now we see indeed on the top of the cross table, Caruana, he was very convincing so far, 2 out of 2. Sindarov, who is really seems to be in great form, taking his chances, the opportunity that he's playing in this event, and Firuza is also 2 out of 2. Magnus is struggling, we can say, right? He was really, it was a really painful loss. I mean, I always like to say that we professionals, I think, we know exactly that there's a huge difference between loss and a loss, and this was feels like a double loss, because it was really a very unnecessary mistake what was done by Magnus, and this is extremely painful. Basically, we can say that he couldn't play a game, because only after a few moves it was hopeless, and against Fabiano it's dangerous because it took the opportunity and never let it.
Yeah, but it also has the other side of the story, right? That because it was like a thrown away game, he can get some confidence that actually I did not get outplayed, I was just stupid on my own, yeah, 1 move blunder, if I'm not making any unforced errors, then probably I'm in good shape. Yeah, so the next game will be crucial for Magnus.
Yes, exactly, and of course Keimer is doing pretty well. He just won his first game and warming up, and Abdusattorov is there with 1. And of course Nakamura must be very unhappy so far. Even this game he was fighting for a draw himself. Gukesh must be well, so far we can say loser of this event, because he was he lost this game, and it's not only he lost this game, but he blundered the mate into it. It was a blackout there. And of course Aronian must be very unhappy, but of course let's say it's only the first 2 games.
Yes.
There are 3 more to go today, tomorrow another 4 games, altogether 9 rounds, and basically everybody knows that they have to be in the top 8. That's the goal. The only big problem is number 9 and 10 in this event, right?
Yeah,
So,
because if you stay alive, yeah, then a new tournament starts, yeah, with all the chances. So yeah, super exciting stuff. I also feel like Abdusattorov might have felt like, okay, I was pushing in both of my games, 2 draws, but he should be kind of happy that he's controlling the situation.
Okay, we have the drawing is running already for round 2. We see a beautiful setting. We hear the numbers, the balls are rolling, and the tension is there. It's done in a very spectacular way.
So now
and
we have
what position are we gonna see?
It's going to appear on the board. And then the same procedure as every year. White over there, black over there, and all the best.
So we see
903. Yeah, position.
Yeah. Can you recall it?
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying. Yes, I'm not exactly sure. Yes, wow. So this is position number 903. We haven't seen it yet.
And soon we're gonna see this. In a few seconds we're going to see the position, what is the surprise position for the next round for all the players who are just have to get ready just few minutes after the previous game. And what do you think, for example, with Aronian? What does he do in order to try to recover from this awful 0 out of 2?
Yes, well, the only good news for him is that he got number 6, which meant that he had double blacks. Yeah, so basically he might be able to blame everything on the black color and says that, okay, now finally I'm white, I'm gonna play a good game, I'm gonna show what I'm capable of, and if he plays a good game, he manages to win. Now, for example, it's important to see also against whom does he play. It will be very interesting.
Against Gukesh.
Against Gukesh, wow. Okay, so that's a very important game actually, because Gukesh is half a point ahead, and there is the position. Let's reveal it. Nicholas, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so it looks a bit similar to the first game that we saw, which is not a big surprise if you consider that this is position 903 and we had position 906 in the first game. Once again, we have the king on b1, the rook on a1, so you could say the king is already castled. We just have to think about developing this rook. We have the bishop in the corner, just like in the previous game, so a move like g3 or maybe g4 is definitely on the cards to activate this rook, activate this bishop, and let it point towards the black king. And we have the knights here once again on the king side, and just like in the previous game, we have the heavy pieces in the center, queen and rook, and this bishop. And what I've seen, just want to hear your opinion on this, with the rook like this in a corner, it's often an idea to not castle at all, but to play a4, because you're saying the king is already well placed on b1, let me just get the rook into a game. And in the first round we had a bishop on f8, so there it didn't really make sense to go a4, because you cannot really go rook a3 since the bishop would control the square. But now that there's no bishop, or the bishop is on h8, maybe a4 at some point could be an idea. Judith, what do you think?
Well, I was just wondering while you were telling us that a4 is an option and rook a3. I love these rook moves going up, and I was wondering whether one a4 is a sensible move already to start with. At the same time, I'm still kind of probably an old-timer. I know that center can be very important. And okay, rook a3, I like it, and rook b3, how it was Magnus playing game 1. But you know what? Still, maybe to play this d4 move can be also kind of sensible first, but I think in the later stage, definitely I like rook a3. Of course, I'm very curious how black is playing, and let's see the pairings for now in game 3. So Abdusattorov will play against Caruana. So the two leaders.
No,
right?
Abdusattorov has 1 point, 2 draws.
Yes, yeah.
Fabi is one of the leaders, but Abdusattorov has been pushing in all his games. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting.
Exactly.
Aronian against Gukesh, the two one-dit players. Yeah, this is a very big fight. Whoever loses there will get into a real danger zone. Fedosiev against Sindarov, the two players who qualified. Yeah, and now Fedosiev having 0 out of 2 and Sindarov 2 out of 2. What a completely different journey the two players are having. And Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keimer. What are your thoughts, Judith? And what are and of course we haven't talked about Alireza Firouzja against Nakamura, another incredible, sensational matchup.
Well, you know how it is with the Firouzja and the players. When you're in good form and the other one is in bad form, you want to make sure that it stays that way.
Yes.
So I'm sure he wants to score his next point as well. And for Magnus, obviously he wants to kick back. That's no question. I think that he's playing with white. He is frustrated about his previous game, and definitely he wants to get into the zone in the mindset that whatever happens, I win this game. So I think for Vincent, it's going to be a very tough game. And if he's going to make a draw or win, then it can be really empowering him for the next round. So for him, I think it's kind of a very important match.
Yeah, also for Hikaru, yeah, after being -1, yeah, we also see that he has a very unpleasant pairing, yeah. He already faced Magnus with black the first round, then second one he kind of survived against Nodirbek, and now black against Filuja. When you are -1 and you feel yourself under pressure, and I think getting black against Filuja in game 3, this is also very dangerous.
Yes, so we are heading ahead to third game of today. So the players are already getting more and more things in their head, somehow to deal emotionally with their mistakes and victories and losses. And now we see already the way they are examining the new position, number, 903, right? And they try to discover what is the best strategy to start.
But you know what was my very first thought when I saw Hikaru and Fabiano together on the screen? That this is what the US chess fans would love to see, Hikaru and Fabiano teaming up for the US national team in the Olympiad, right? Everybody, I think, hopes to see that in the future, but right now they are teaming up, discussing how best to defend the opening with black.
I'm curious how much they give away of their thinking while discussing this position. Because I think when you have your king on B1, rook on A1, as we started to discover also, that, well, immediately it comes to mind that A4, rook A3, that's one of the patterns that you can use out of these settings, right? And yeah, these are exceptional moments and pictures, what we see on the screen, being seeing Magnus.
And look at this always. Nodirbek is always smiling. He's enjoying every single new position, all the discussion. And Magnus from the side. Yeah, now they are putting the pieces back. Let's try another setup.
But you know what is interesting? That Magnus is sitting there, not even from the black side. It's like from the side of the board. How much can you visualize what's going on? For example, I didn't like to look the position from the other side if I wanted to play, or I had to play on. When I was analyzing, it was a training that I wanted to switch colors. But just a few minutes before the game, when everything is shuffled, you don't know this position, and seeing it from the black side, isn't it something that it could be disturbing?
Yeah, but probably he does it. Yeah, and finally he Jadoubs the bishop on c8. This is what was also driving me crazy. Please Jadoub the bishop, because it has to be. But they are discussing, and probably Magnus feels like, yes, I'm gonna play with the white pieces, but I want to also feel how black thinks about the position. Yeah, just trying to imagine himself in the shoes of being black, and he's reacting to Levon's and Nodirbek's tries.
But it's interesting. Only 3 players are discussing.
Yeah, Alireza is not there, yeah, because he also has the white pieces, and Fedoseev, I think, is the other player who has the white pieces. Against Sindarov, yeah, where are they hiding? Yeah, it's a big question.
Well, probably it's a matter of taste, like how do you want to get into the focus concentration zone? What are your patterns? And well, with Fedoseev playing more than 1,000 games in his life, maybe he has his own way of patterns to recall from this game. And what do you think, Nicholas? What is your favorite game from this round?
It's a good question. So we have Carlsen against Keimer or Firuza against Nakamura. These are the 2 I would lean towards too. Firuza is one of the leaders in the tournament against Nakamura, and of course Carlsen Keimer, the #1 against the #1 German. It's also interesting here we see Keimer analyzing with Sindarov and Kawana Nakamura. Yeah, it would be great to hear what they're saying as well. And we saw also in the analysis, I want to point out, they had A4 on the board. They had it on the board already. And here also, they also have it on the board. So this seems to be something they're focusing on. And maybe even in the very first move, this is another question, or maybe occupy the center going D4.
Yeah, they are discussing some D4, D5, A4, A5 symmetrical positions. We did see that in the Magnus's team, there was the discussion about E4 and Knight E2. That's kind of a hidden surprise that somebody wants to surprise someone with E4, Knight E2.
Also, we don't see Gukesh being in part of the team. So he has his coach and second. And
no, but he has no right to talk to anyone. You can only talk to player, or you just stick to yourself, which is kind of a very good point, that we don't see Gukesh. And Alireza, there we see him, he's fully focused. He's using the Magnus method. This was Magnus's method here last year. Fantastic. And the handshake. Hikaru arrives. Is this tea? Is it coffee? What do you think, Judith? What do you prefer? What did you prefer?
I'm a tea person, so I would definitely take a tea.
Then we are team tea. Yes.
You can see Firuza is very much focused, shaking in his chair already, getting ready.
Also, one question that I'm thinking about, and very interesting to hear your opinion, that if you are Alireza and knowing that Hikaru might be one of your main contenders, then aren't you really tempted that before Nakamura gets the feeling for the tournament, you try to knock him down, that maybe he doesn't make it to the knockout? Is that a strategy? Nicholas, what are your thoughts on this? And D4 played, D5 blitzed out.
So let's follow this game with Firuza against Nakamura. First, we're going to pick this one because I'm pretty sure we're going to see some great action on the faces and on the board as well.
Bishop F5. This was Morozevic's specialty.
And they were analyzing this. You saw that? And Fabi was showing Knight G5.
Yes,
F7.
some Knight G5. Yes. Very interesting. And look at, I'm seeing the computer because Nicholas was about to highlight something. I turned, and please, Nicholas, take it away.
Yeah, actually, Bishop F5 is already a mistake, and it's somewhat similar to the first game that Nakamura played, where he played against Carlsen. He also played the bishop out on the second move, and it was also already a mistake to play it out to B5. So here after D4, D5. Yeah, I think it is a common theme in freestyle chess that you first develop your knights and then later the bishops. I'm not sure why Bishop F5 is so terrible. It does make a lot of sense, controlling the center, pointing the king, pointing the bishop towards the king. And here already the computer wants to see the development of the rook. Instead, Firuza goes for knight e5, which is hitting one of the unprotected pawns. This is something you always have to be concerned about in freestyle chess. You always have to consider. So the bishop actually drops back to
and
e6.
Please, Nicholas, highlight that after f6, knight f7, this fork. I think our viewers would really love to see that. The bishop getting trapped.
Yeah, usually you have the rook being trapped on h8. Now it is the bishop. Either way, this would be bad news for black. So, of course, Nakamura with steps back of the bishop, but then already one has a feeling why bishop f5 if you have to retreat one move later. Now g3 was played, opening up this bishop. This makes a lot of sense. And it seems this was a good start for Firuza already. And to your question, of course, Firuza would like to win another game, not only to pretty much secure himself a spot already after only 3 games, having 3 wins, but also, yes, having the chance to eliminate Nakamura from the knockout phase. This would, of course, be good for everybody else, because Nakamura surely is one of the favorites here. So we'll see. Judith, e4 now played in the center. This seems to be good for white.
Yes, but I have the feeling completely that actually Firuza is playing a normal classical game. He just played normal moves, right? Very logical, classical way of thinking. You open up the diagonal for the bishop, you bring your knight, you centralize it, and then you're more developed and play e4, open up the position. So let's see whether how good is this. And I don't know if d takes e4. I mean, first of all, yeah, I mean, you can go d takes e4, but I was also thinking to play rook c8, short castle, for the moment. But well, maybe I cannot do it because e takes d5 takes everything, c4, and f7 is hanging.
I'm very worried for Hikaru, to be honest, yeah, because I also see him like, once he gets in shape, he gets rolling, then I see him as a very strong freestyle chess player, but for the moment he's shaky, and and it seems like Arila is getting the chance of putting tremendous pressure right from the start. And yeah, Hikaru goes for this unpleasant endgame with bishop takes e5. Probably it's the best choice because that knight on e5 cannot be tolerated for too long. The queens are trade. On the other hand, the pair of bishops, space advantage. The knight on g8 is horrible. Yeah, that knight on g8 cannot really develop. So that's why Hikaru goes knight d7, hitting the pawn on e5, inviting the move f4, and then some h5, knight h6, and all of a sudden black gets harmony.
Yeah, and also probably he will castle. Rook d8, king c8, and then yeah, it's kind of pretty stable for black.
I need to point out one detail here, which is just amazing and just exemplary for freestyle chess. So we saw the sequence here after e4, takes on e4. This was all very logical, and Firouzja didn't really think about taking back, as most of us would not think about taking back this bishop. But the best move here was to play queen f3. Queen f3, building a battery on this long diagonal so that if black now takes on d4, let's say with the queen, now white would be able to take on b7 and hit the rook on a8 as well, and giving white an advantage. Of course, a very, very difficult move to spot, but this is freestyle chess where you have to calculate very concretely and where such ideas can be possible. However, in the game, Firouzja took on e5, the human move, and I think after the opening moves, Nakamura can be happy to have reached this endgame, which is maybe a bit worse, but it is definitely still in the range of being defendable. Judith, what do you make of this?
Well, I love the idea what you pointed out with queen f3, and this is also something I like to say to myself and to people, that how beautiful chess is when we can talk about don't make the most obvious capture back, you know?
Yes.
Because there's so many cases when you just want to do capture back, whatever. And sometimes there's an opportunity, and we just seen one which was obviously, I would be so happy to see Nakamura's face when you know, Alireza just flashes out queen f3 and then in the shock. I mean, probably at least as shocking as Fabiano played e4 versus Magnus in round 2. But yeah, we take these kind of recaptures for granted, and sometimes there could be a surprise. So, well, this is a very, what kind of game? What would I say? Alekhine structure. It could be Scandinavian in some ways. The simplification was done. Still, I don't like the g8 knight very much, but it's very hard for white, I think, to keep the center. Basically, this is what the whole game is all about right now, whether can white keep the e5 or sacrifice it in circumstances that it would be giving a lot of activity for white. Let's say the f6, f4, and e5 pawn disappears, and then white goes bishop f4 and attack. But at the same time, in freestyle chess, I tend to forget that I see the rook on a8, king on b8, and I think that poor rook is stuck there. But actually, in one move, rook d8, king c8, long castle comes, and then suddenly everything falls into the right place for black. So now the question is how white can reply on f6, because if he has to take on f6, then I don't think black would suffer too much. Maybe even just take e takes f6. Another one is to go knight g8 to f6, then move the bishop and breaking with e5.
Exactly, yeah. It's kind of now a nice choice for Hikaru. I believe that he was a little bit scared at the beginning that White got certain initiative, but now he's confident that he should be able to neutralize any pressure. I, in fact, don't really believe that he thinks that there is any pressure. Simply the fact that what you are highlighting, that black can castle in one go, while white still needs to move that bishop from c1. This one extra tempo, I think, automatically, and yeah, he goes energetically with knight g takes f6. White falls back with the bishop to g2. Yes, you highlighted beautifully, and I love this kind of thought process that in long terms, if black simply relies on the fact that I have this weakness on e7, let me move the bishop somewhere, okay, I'm not just randomly putting it on f7, let me trade, get rid of this weakness, then after e5, eventually we might be seeing white's dark squared bishop becoming active, and then white could start torturing black, but for the moment, I think that Hikaru should be more or less happy that he survived.
What do you think about maybe it's time to castle long?
Yes, but I also believe that maybe it's also time to move on from this game, because knowing that probably how much adventure we have in other games, this has already come down, the players are fighting this out. I believe that let's get the bird's eye view maybe, and then we can see which game is the most exciting. By the way, your move long castle has been played, now we can leave quietly.
Yeah, let's look around what's going on today, round 3 in the Grand Slam. Ooh, freestyle. Ooh, wow, what a messy position. Levon Aranyan versus Gukesh. That is a quite complicated middle game, I must say.
And look at this. Carson and Levon have the same structure, so they actually play the team spirit. Yeah, they discussed, and also Abdusatorov is playing similar style. All right. Okay, Judith, it's your choice. We're going to go wherever you want.
Well, there is a great choice, but what do you think about seeing Levon with Gukesh?
Yeah, let's take a look, yeah, absolutely. Maybe, Nicholas, you have the easiest way of getting things under control.
Sure, I'll try to take it under control. Yeah, actually, there were a lot of similar positions from the opening, because teams they agreed apparently that e4 was the way to go. So I think this game was quite similar to another game, also played in the same round. So this makes a lot of sense here, preparing to break eventually with f4, a4, a5 makes sense. And we see the break with f4, knight e6, the knights are being developed. There's a lot of tension, and now the tension is released. Take on e5, rook to f1. Rooks belong on half-open files. This also is very sensible. And now rook to f8, knight d5, and black is going for a push as well on the f file, going f5. White will probably maintain attention now. Yes, puts the knight on c3, and now for me the question is still what to do with this rook. And actually the computer is suggesting now to bring this rook into the game via a6, maybe put it on d6. Not an obvious choice, yes. But yeah, definitely a very rich position here. And it is equal, time-wise it's also equal. Of course, a big game for Levon, who has not scored a single point yet in the first 2 rounds, and Gukesh has made half a point. So both players are definitely hoping to score a win here. And who would you prefer here in this position, Peter?
Well, intuitively, of course, I like the knight on d5. Yeah, it feels like white has some initiative going. On the other hand, yeah, black has very nice counterplay with g6, f5, e5 pawn structure. Yes, you see, black has played the move c6. Also, Gukesh wasn't really happy about this knight on d5. The computer doesn't like it, but let's just forget about all this computer lines, because the players are playing and it's not yet the classical segment when they have time to really get deep into it. They want to play logical moves. They have to make up their minds also fast, so they cannot use that incredible computer precision that we are seeing in analysis when we discuss computer lines. So it's logical now. So Levon has to make up his mind. Does he trade that knight from d5 on e7? Does he retreat the knight? He wants to keep the tension. Judith, what's your feeling?
Well, my first question is, like, let's make a bet. Who do you bet in this position, Levon or Gukesh? What will be the final result?
What will the final result?
Because I think it's a kind of a critical moment. I have a crazy idea.
Okay, you know that I'm always neutral and I always love both players, so I have to say draw, you know? I have no other choice.
Okay, I would bet on Levon now. What do you think? We are 3, so...
Yes, I would bet on Levon too.
Okay, then I take Gukesh just because to balance things out.
I just feel like the king is a bit weaker from the black side. This might make a difference later on. So what is your crazy idea, Judith?
My crazy idea was somehow to give away my knight on d5. That's what I was considered, but probably it couldn't be worked out because takes knight d4.
Yes,
otherwise,
knight d4.
if you would have to go somewhere else with the knight, then it could be an option.
Exactly. When e takes f5 played, it's also, I believe, the Computer's kind of choice. Yeah, takes. And when Nicholas highlighted that yes, black king is vulnerable, and I picked Gukesh, then I'm immediately screaming that yes, but I have knight d4 resource. Yes, so the knight d4 resource is the one that keeps me optimistic for black. The bishop on h8 is already beautiful, yeah, because it guards the e5 pawn. I don't feel like I need to move that.
But there's something
touching the a5 pawn, right?
Something wrong with that king and the pawn on c6. I don't know, something, there is no harmony with the e5. You can discuss whether it's a weakness or it's stable. a5 I don't like at all. I don't see an option for black to castle properly. Obviously, you're not going to go to g8, unless you do.
You might just do it.
Well, if Gukesh listens to our broadcast just to troll us, he will play long castle right away.
I mean, which you want to say short castle?
Yes, exactly, short castle. But rook a6, wow, this is actually quite an optimistic move because it shows that we highlighted that black's king is weak, or at least that's what we suppose. Then Gukesh says, you know what, I want to go rook b6, connection with the bishop on h8. I'm having this pressure on the long diagonal, while the pawn on c6 not only covers the d5 square, but also blocks white's bishop out of the long diagonal.
But white goes bishop e3. What are you going to do with your rook on a6?
Don't play spoiler, please. I mean, I'm Team Gukesh now, yeah? I'm loving Levon, but I pick black, yes? I pick Gukesh, so I have to support him. Have to find arguments for him. But yeah, bishop e3, very nice, because you are also stopping knight d4, and you are stopping rook b6.
Well, maybe you go queen d6,
b4,
right?
Or queen b4?
Yeah, queen b4, rook a3 was my plan.
Aha, okay. Bishop d2. Levon, very professional. So making sure that his king side is kind of guarded, keeps an eye on the a5 pawn as well. Yeah, white's position is somehow simpler. Yeah, it's easier to play with white.
Yeah, and the pawn structure is the kind of a problem for me that I'm trying to understand how black can fix it.
Yeah, that's a big question.
Actually,
Nicholas?
I don't like rook a. Sorry, but
Yes.
I don't like rook a6.
Yeah, I'm also skeptical. Nicholas, what are your thoughts? How do you feel the imbalances? Whom does it favor?
I completely agree with you guys. It feels easier to play for white. You have the safer king. The pawn structure is more pleasant. You have a target here, the pawn on a5, and also this rook a6 maneuver is not really impressing me so much. By the way, I tried to play castle and it didn't work, and then I realized both sides have actually already moved the rook from e1 to f1.
Oh, wow.
So this option is not available anymore, so you have to keep your king on b8.
When did that happen? Yeah? This is when you are not following from the first move. Yeah, freestyle chess every single game because every small nuance matters. Yeah, we missed that.
Yeah, earlier in this position, both players moved the rook one to the side, so this is why we were tricked. So back to the current position, bishop d2, and yes, the knight can maybe retreat. You can hit this pawn on a5 one more time. Of course, black doesn't want to play b6 because that would weaken your king position even further. So the computer says it's still around equal, a bit better for white, but I feel practically it's easier to play, much more pleasant, and as I'm Team Levon, this is going well right now. Judith, what is your take?
Well, I'm really struggling to come up with a good idea for black because somehow the pawn structure I don't like, but whenever I start thinking that how I can modify it to make it better, and I don't see, because sometimes it feels like you want to go e4, sacrifice the pawn, open up the diagonal of the bishop, but okay, after he takes e4, you cannot push f4. If you take it on e4, it's also a problem. So some way or another, yeah, queen d6, it's quite fine. Somehow black has to go, I think, knight to d4. That's the main move that he has to aim for.
Yes, yes, and actually I'm quite happy to hear that you were already kind of thinking for ideas for black as well. Yeah, you are sympathized, yeah, and when you can push e4. One move that comes to my mind, and knowing Levon as a big strategist, I can imagine him being tempted to this maneuver. Knight c3 to d1, bishop d2 to c3, and knight d1 to e3, heading to c4, and like this trying to touch the weaknesses. The good news for Team Gukesh is that whenever that happens, black still can put that knight on d4, and then maybe the bishop to e6, and like this to get harmony, and then knight on e3 will also not bother me so much, because the bishop from e6 will cover the c4 square. It's a lot of tension, a lot to play for. The clocks, look at this, both players almost down to 3 minutes, and that's why this 10 minutes time control is very tricky, because the players need time to think, but at the same time they don't have time to think.
Yes, yeah, it's actually becoming a very difficult position, I think. Knight e2, he doesn't like knight d4 kind of activation for black, it seems. But maybe eventually e4 will be possible at some point.
Well, Gukesh is also a very energetic player. Yeah, he doesn't like to be worse. Okay, now he goes queen c7, so we also see the idea behind queen d6, bishop c3, and the bishop reaches the diagonal.
He had to defend the a5 pawn.
Exactly. Let me highlight this pawn. Yes.
At the same time, after the knight from c3 left, even maybe black can consider to play c5, strengthen his position, bringing
on
his
the board. Just at the moment you said, Judith, high five. Why aren't you there? This is my next question. Okay, nice, lovely, beautiful. Yeah,
knight
c5,
d4.
Knight d4, creating unbalance. And yeah, this is very much Gukesh's type of position. I know him, he was playing Rossolimo kind of a lot. Yeah, he was a Sveshnikov player, Rossolimo, and he had this kind of structure. By the way, Levon from the Whites, had he played the Rossolimo himself a lot. It's clash of styles. Nicholas, are you already regretting your choice? Whom are you sympathizing?
I'm still sympathizing with white here, as is the computer, but
Bishop
definitely
d5, very powerful.
Bishop d5, a nice move. Definitely playing c5 makes sense, because you get a better center control, you get better access to the square, and also it feels like the rook makes more sense on a6 again, now being able to swing over the entire 6th rank if you need to. Bishop d5 is a nice touch, going for these weakened light squares. For example, knight d4, putting the bishop on c4 now. And the white king, this is still, I think, the main difference. The white king is just much safer than the black king. It feels hard to imagine that something bad would happen to this king on b1. And this rook, let's not forget, we can still castle if we need to get this rook into a game.
Nicholas, sorry to interrupt
yes.
you. Can you go back knight d4, bishop c4?
Yes.
I just go rook h6.
Rook h6.
Yeah.
Swing all the way over and hitting this pawn on h2.
But maybe
this
knight d4.
Pawn is also dropping now.
But you go knight d4 first, I think. CD, bishop a5, and bishop b4 with the tempo. Then.
Yes, and then a4, a5, suddenly rook on a1 comes to life.
Yeah,
no,
a5 is in the air. So bishop d5 is actually exactly going after this rook to then go after this pawn. So this is a very concrete question now that Gukesh has to answer, and the computer is suggesting to drop back to a7, but this is really not a move you're happy.
But we have a good
play.
move. Rook d6 was played by
Rook d6
Gukesh.
played.
Rook d6, but this is also giving a pawn, sacrificing a pawn. You could take on a5 now.
Yes, but I'm happy to sacrifice the pawn, and this is also what Gukesh, I think, wants, that once you get rid of the white's light square bishop, that bishop d5 was such a monster move. Yeah, that this bishop c4 had so much positional, strategical idea that, okay, as a good player like Gukesh, who wants the initiative, he will be happy to sack it.
And he did, and Aronian took it, queen c6, bishop back to c3. I still like white here. Of course, I see also a computer evaluation, but it still feels like this king is quite safe, and you're not really getting to my king. This bishop also playing a very important role in protecting my king, attacking this pawn on e5. Oops, not e4. Yeah, e4 would be nice at some point, but
I would like to play somehow c4 with black.
c4, yes, this would definitely be And maybe even now already.
Yeah, because bishop b4 is not something I'm afraid of.
Yes, exactly. Please, please, yes, I'm begging, yeah, White to take that exchange. It would be so nice.
Yeah, bishop b4 and then take on d3, and suddenly it's a huge mess. Instead, we see Gukesh going rook
c8. Okay,
c8.
he's preparing c4.
But now it might be too late if White goes b3.
Yeah, but maybe somewhere even some piece sacrifice. Yeah, c4 takes, bishop takes c4, and then queen c4 and e4, and then this can be very tricky in time trouble.
Maybe.
Well, it's not our pieces, yeah?
Exactly, yes.
We're throwing it there.
Exactly.
We feel the spirit behind it, but you see Levon going knight c1, just trying to make sure, but okay, this is already some kind of
and
a
now
good news.
c4 is there.
Yeah.
And black's in the game, absolutely.
On the board.
Absolutely. He should not have just allowed it like this. Black has a lot of play now.
Yeah, but if after the game you will ask Levon, why didn't you play b6? Come on, black will sacrifice, will crush him. No. Cannot let that happen. The players don't have time to calculate. Yeah, they rely on their intuition, their feelings. And that's why we love this kind of game. Now black might be taking over. Look at this bishop on e6. And white king is kind of safe, but he's also stuck. Yeah, it's...
But basically black has great compensation. Now we see every single piece of black is active. And black can simply play also e4 at some point, just simply to exchange the black square bishop. And the c1 knight is, what is it going to do?
Yeah,
and when?
Not much.
Zero activity. There is a slim chance that you can ever castle with white. Probably the rook on a1 stuck there. The two rooks of black is with great potentials.
Yeah, Gukesh also showing his class, yeah, that how he's fighting. He created unbalances, it looked unpleasant, but yeah, he never wanted to stay passive. And yeah, he goes for e4. Will we see white going for rook a3, sacrificing the pawn back,
Or just take on h8, and after that rook a3.
Yes, why not, yeah, white to sacrifice.
But the d file can be dangerous for white, rook doubling on d8 and go rook d1.
Yeah.
It is much more dangerous to play it with white right now.
Yeah. Can you imagine that, for example, you activate rook a3, we play rook d8, I play rook d1, and then again some rook c3, queen a2 checkmate with the pin. Yeah, there are all kinds of... So the white king can never exactly feel safe. There are all kinds of craziness.
You're getting more and more enthusiastic, I see, with pick of Gukesh.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, rarely so. This is probably the best position Gukesh has had in a long time. Both players with about a minute on the clock, so not a lot of time. And with low time, you always want to have an easier position to play. You want to be the one attacking and posing threats. And black is doing this here. Now, rook to d2. It makes sense to try to trade some pieces to alleviate the pressure a little bit. But still, black will keep compensation.
What about rook c8 now?
Rook c8 is possible, absolutely, yes. Rook c8 with the idea that after rook takes c6, the c2 pawn is not defended anymore. So this is checkmate. So maybe now rook a3.
And then queen b4, yeah?
Queen b4.
Queen b4, rook c3.
Pinning the rook. Which move?
Yeah, rook c3 maybe?
Rook c3, wow.
But okay, even if we trade everything and I put bishop on c4, should be enough compensation, right?
Then yeah, this is actually, this could be the game. This would go into an endgame like this where...
Bishop c4, knight b3.
Yes, yeah, probably I should just bring the king first, yeah, but okay, let's see.
Let's see the game.
Okay, black played rook gd8, yeah, okay, trade on d6, rook a3.
Yeah, but trading one pair of rooks already feels like an achievement for white to alleviate a little bit of the pressure.
Yes, I'm kind of tempted for some queen d4, queen d2 idea, queen d4 on the board, yeah, but I'm not sure, you might be able to sidestep. Yeah, after queen d2 you have this queen f1 move. I did see the computer highlighting it. It wasn't obvious to me, and that's why I want to highlight that the queen f1 idea against queen d2 is computer's move. It's unbalanced. 1 minute 10 versus 43. It will be dramatic.
But black has quite enough of compensation, I believe. Now it's important for black that after queen d4, the rook on a3 is still tight there because of the a pawn. And now Gukash wants to simplify the position, keep himself active, activate his rook on the second rank.
Well, the point is that if white trades the queens, then the endgame is good for black. And that's why queen f1 was such a clever move. But yeah, queen e3 is the human move. Levon plays the human move because after queen e3, rook e3, then already white is kind of ready to get control of the e2 square.
But I think after queen a3, rook e3, rook d1, maybe.
Rook d1. Also, rook d2 is kind of, because knight e2, rook d1 check, yeah? Then I can win a tempo. So b something, what happened? Ah, he played h4, yes. Okay. Okay, king c7.
We simply see the position from the
exactly, yeah. I was also completely shocked. Yeah, that I knew there was a pawn on a5, so it's clearly b4. No. Yeah, where are the other pieces? Yeah, I thought like, what, the king is where?
No, I thought that there is a castle was made suddenly.
Yeah, now b4.
No,
okay,
we're back
I believe
in business.
Gukash's problem is the clock. Yeah, he's down to 40 seconds. He doesn't have time, but yeah, he plays the natural move king d6. He wants to go king e5, f4, so white will have to set up a blockade with knight e2, knight f4.
And then black will just sacrifice.
On g3, yeah, or on f4.
Well, of course, it depends, because white has a majority on the pawn majority on the queen side.
Wow, but king c3, rook f2, knight d3 check. There is this trick.
Oops.
Knight d3 check. That will be golden for Levon.
Uh-oh, there is
yes.
Problem for black right now, because the knight can with the check come to f4, then for black it could be over.
Yes, yeah, this is now horrible news for black, because no practical chances. Knight d3 check will be played. Levon just double checking. It's such a dream move on the board.
It's very satisfying to give a check from c1, and then actually he has an option even to go to c5 or to f4.
Yeah, basically, Levon is bouncing back. I think it's pretty obvious with this time situation. Also, up on the clock a minute, and yeah, he goes knight c5. It's the ambitious move. Bishop d5. So b5, king b4, c4. Yeah, all these moves are.
Yeah, but still, white has to be careful, because f4, king f5. So there is great counterchance, and of course the bishop on d5. It's still quite a lot of effort that you can make a real passed pawn with your queen.
Ah, wow, so f4, gf, king f4, rook takes e4, check, and then 4 king with knight e6. Yeah.
But even that is maybe not winning.
Well, but it looks promising.
Because king g4, king h4,
yes,
I was thinking.
Okay, I'm getting a lot of, and my pawns are too advanced. But yeah, rook c8 sidestepping, but this gives white then also the chance to get c4 in, or...
After c4, maybe he wants to go king d4?
Yeah, somehow king d4, king d6, yes, something.
The only winning move is rook c3 in this moment.
Wow.
So big moment.
It's mixed, of course. Yeah, he plays rook e1, and all of a sudden, okay, this king d6 is a great move. Yeah, king d6 on the board. Gukash finds king d6. He's back in business.
He missed king d6. Now the knight has to move, or he plays c4, but in either way you don't have an advantage anymore.
Yes, but it's such a typical mistake. Like before rook e1, king d6 was not a threat because of rook c3, right? But after rook e1, it's already possible to play king d6.
Wow, and now probably Levon has to acknowledge that he has to go for this rook endgame. c4, rook c5, cd, and then rook a1, a6. It's still dangerous, yeah, that white can get that rook behind the a pawn. I don't want to show lines now. We don't have time. I'm just making it, highlighting with arrows. Yeah, takes, for example, rook d5 and then rook a1, trying to push the a6 pawn. But black will have counterplay with rook d4 check, hitting that king from b4, then rook d3 check, and the king can also reach back to b8 in time. I think it's going to be a draw.
Well, that's the most likely result in this position, knowing that all rook end games is a draw, as we learned it when we were kids.
Yeah, Yeah, Gukesh taking his time. It's such an important moment. Maybe he will not even take on d4. Maybe we'll play rook c2. Is that an idea to try to activate the rook behind the pawn? There are some arguments, but...
Maybe after rook c2, rook f1 and e3 you can go?
Takes. King c7. Can we go king c7 or king c6?
No, king c7, you're right, and then king b8.
Yes, exactly. We are controlling the pawn, and okay, I think that 30 seconds are more than enough to navigate this. Black should hold.
Well, it was definitely a missed opportunity by Levon.
Absolutely. Okay, one king b8, the typical move. Yeah. You don't want to have a passive rook. You want to block the pawn with the king. King c4, rook d3, and basically then Levon will have to go for rook f1 or rook a5, trading the pawns.
And this is where we are heading to. Simplifying the position.
Very important save for Gukesh.
But it's still some chance for white.
Okay, I don't believe. Don't believe. I just believe Gukesh. Yeah, it's in this position. No way he can ever lose that. Yeah, because if you go for the h7 pawn, I'm collecting a6 pawn, and I still have the e pawn.
Yeah, but it's a little bit unpleasant.
Okay, always more pleasant to be with the better king, yeah, and white's king is closer. But I also believe that in this format one has to treasure the draws. Yeah, the games that you save, they can be so incredibly vital and important. It can give you confidence. It can disbalance your opponent, yeah, because he missed the golden opportunity. King d3. Rook usually gets behind the pawn to h3.
There's...
and then rook h6, Zugzwang.
But look, he goes down 15 seconds, 14, 13, 12.
Yeah, this is unexpected. Yeah, that rook h3, rook h6. He wants rook h6, rook e4. Yeah, beautiful trick. He has rook h6, rook e4, and then you can't take the rook because of e2. And otherwise, then black's rook is perfectly placed, and then we'll be able to coordinate forces.
Yeah, it's a nice way of just a clean draw.
Even now, rook e4 is possible. Yeah, because rook f1 is... Will he do the fancy stuff?
Well, that's what he was hoping for.
h6.
And what next?
Yeah, really frustrating. Yeah, it feels like, okay, I got the maximum of all positions, and suddenly there are some questions, and when you have little time, okay, enough time. Yeah, rook e5.
There will be not much of a question.
Yeah. You certainly don't want to move the a7 king. Yeah, that king on a7 has to stay there. And yeah, that's it. Now it's obvious.
King a7?
King a7 or king b7 and h7, rook h6. Thank you very much. Doing the Hikaru trick, yeah? Grabbing the badge, yeah? Just already, you know, that's it.
Yeah.
Waiting for the white king too. There he's not even waiting for it. Gives up the pawn, otherwise black would have just eternally checked the white's king and draw a grid. What a fight! What a fight! We had all kind of things in this game, yeah? It was difficult for Gukesh. And we have to run to something, Alireza against Nakamura, or Magnus has won against Vincent, and Sindarov has beaten Fedoseev, and Nodirbek Fabian also, where we want, okay, this is the bird's eye view. What do we make of this? Caruana is kind of winning against Abdusatov, looking good. Alireza? Yeah, Alireza's game is also very interesting. Yeah, two bishops versus two knights. But the Abdusatov Fabiano game is more interesting. Okay, okay. So? The big question is there, whether between Nodirbek and Fabiano, if we pick that game, Yes, I think Niklas already has it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take a look. Caruana was actually better out of the opening, but up to the turf, being a great fighter, fought back, and this endgame now, it looks good for black, but actually it is close to a draw, which is somewhat surprising, but white has enough counterplay so that, and the rook is well placed on h6, controlling the h4 pawn, also cutting off the king, and it seems that this should end in a draw here, which might be the third draw for up to the turf already, but given that he was in a difficult position the whole game, I think he would be happy about it. Do you see any chances here for black, Judith?
Well, first of all, if I wouldn't see the engine telling me 0, 0, 0, 0, whether it's a dead draw, this position, I wouldn't say it's a dead draw. Obviously, I think with black, I would think that I may play for a win with 2 passed pawns, having this beautiful knight on d4. At the same time, of course, the a4 passed pawn is giving me trouble. And that's a big question how to handle it. But let's say knight c6, a6, king c7, king b6. It is definitely, I think it's more dangerous to play it with white, because if something goes wrong, it will go wrong for white.
Of course, yeah, it's clear. But on the other hand, luckily for white, this is such a construction. Yeah, normally it should be bad, but thanks to this powerful rook on h6.
But black's plan is very clear, king b6, but cannot be played because of a7, you want to say.
Yes, exactly. And also, how do you, king c3 played?
So what about knight takes e5?
Then,
rook e6, no, rook a6 and a7, right?
Ah, but then also, can you move the bishop and rook takes e5, bishop f6, the source is still there, so yeah, he takes it. What a wild kind of position. Niklas is smiling because he looks at the engine and engine is crazy. Engine says, I don't need this e5 pawn at all. Rook h7, knight c6, king c4, and just waiting, it's 0-0, but this is not how humans are thinking. Or is Nodirbek a human? Rook h7 played. Knight c6, king c4. Wow, he plays the inhuman kind of stuff, or maybe the players are so deeply into the position that they understand that this is logical. To me, this is sensational. Rook h6. Wow. Exactly. Exactly. We are on the same page.
King d5, king b5, probably all the same, right? Going back, check, and coming back with the king.
Unbelievable stuff. Fearless youngsters, yeah? This Nodirbek is also such a fighter. Unbelievable. And Fabi is looking, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Whom am I playing, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, well, there is a good chance that we are going to witness a perpetual check in this game. Let's see.
So difficult for Pavi to acknowledge that there is no way to continue, yeah? So he will try something, definitely knight c8.
Well, he has 2 out of 2 so far. He's in good form. He understands that it's white who is actually has bigger risk at the moment. I mean, basically there is not risk for black. I mean, he can give up 2 pawns and 1 piece for the pawn.
Yes. But okay, you should never underestimate the danger of this a6 pawn. Yeah, this is always something to watch out.
Okay, so king b6.
Yeah.
Rook h6, bishop d6, h4 is gone.
Yeah, but if, for example, you can collect a6 and you maintain the c5 pawn, that should be slowly winning, right? Unless this is a very special construction. So why is this a draw?
Because what do you do with black?
Yeah, okay, bishop d6, you move.
King d5.
Yes.
Ah, no, bishop d6, I just take on h4.
Yeah, king takes a6. And if I get king to c6, then it resigns. So you have to somehow use this coordinate. Yeah, the things are not so simple as computing, unless you did play, yeah, this is super clean, yeah. You don't go after the h4.
Simply rook h7, chasing the bishop.
But yeah, that's why bishop d6 felt like a bigger challenge actually.
Well, black is going down in time.
Well, king a6, rook e6, yeah, and he wants to chase that bishop forever. Bishop f8, rook f6. Okay, Nodiabek is, does he have a chip or somewhere hidden? I don't know. Of course, we know that he's just fantastic, yeah. Unbelievable, what a save.
Yeah, very, very good ending. And I think we had finished with all the games. I think we are going to have
What happened in Nalides against Hikaru?
It was a draw.
It was a draw, okay.
And we are going to have a recap of round 3, I believe, shortly. A lot of excitement happening in this round as well. And let's see a summary. What was going on, the highlights. But until we are going to get this, what do you think about this round?
Well, we haven't seen all the games. Yeah, for example, we talked about it that for Magnus it's very important to bounce back after that loss, and he did that against Vincent. Sindarov continues with 3 out of 3. We have missed out on that game between Fedoseev and... but I really loved the game that we catched, Levon Arina against Gukesh. Yeah? The way how Gukesh was fighting, creating chances. Also Levon, then it looked like it's over. I was already saying that, yeah, that's it. White activated the knight with the tempo with knight d3 check. Who would have thought that there will be a turn? But then, after all, Gukesh still managed to hold on to that game. It was a draw, none of us, and here we have the recap.
Yeah, this was a big match.
Look at the tension.
Nakamura's action on his face. Yes. It's always there. A lot of things to be read off his face.
Yeah, look at Levon. Yeah, disappointed. I had a chance. What happened there? And draw.
Yeah, we see between the players a lot that they went through a lot of emotions during these 25-30-minute game, right? And if whatever game we are picking, we are going to see missed opportunities, great moments, and on those things the players have to be incredibly fast to get over with. Maybe we can see some of the game we were not seeing.
Yeah, maybe let's have a look at the game between Magnus and Vincent. Magnus bouncing back after his loss in the second round against Kawana, winning against Vincent Keimer. So let's take it from the top briefly and just browse through it. We see e4, e5, similar opening like in Aronian versus Gukesh. Early b3, however, which is not approved by the computer, but let's continue here. Developing the bishop on this diagonal, pushing for f4, d6. And we see a similar pawn structure here, just like in Aronian versus Gukesh. Knight d4, so far so good. This is about equal. Trading on d4, changing the pawn structure. Castle has been played. Bishop g4 was a miss. To push with b4 and a5.
Wow.
Quite surprising here to sacrifice a pawn immediately going for the attack. Very interesting. Let's continue f5, bishop back. Now trade on f5. Maybe a slightly better pawn structure for white. And now this pawn just dropped. Maybe a tactic that was missed, but it's actually hard to believe that Vincent misses such a tactic. So here pawn dropped when maybe there were other moves available. King b8 sacrificing a pawn in this manner. So in the game, Carlsen was up a pawn, and let's see if there were any more turns here, improving the bishop. Taking h7, this was a bit too greedy. In fact, here Vincent had a chance to get back into the game, going rook h8, queen f5, and rook f8.
Oops.
Which actually forces white to give up the queen. Probably Magnus wanted to do that, but this was definitely black's best chance when the position would be about equal. So, missed opportunity for Vincent to get back into the game after what he played, which also looks logical, collecting his pawn on a4. Actually, the queen has to drop back, and the king stays fairly safe on b2, surprisingly, and white has these big assets and managed to win the game. There was another mistake here. Okay, maybe b5 was a way to complicate matters. Instead, Vincent played king to a7, and now the white pieces are too active. There's no counterplay really. Actually, white even went for the attack, pinning down the black pieces and eventually forcing a trade when the endgame is winning due to the connected passed pawns on the king side. And this is what happened here in the end. So here, black resigned, and Carlsen scores a second win and is doing in okay shape. For most people, would be a decent result. Of course, Carlsen always aiming for the most. And Keimer on 1 out of 3. He's of course far from safe, but we still have 6 rounds to go. 2 more today. Judith?
Well, thanks for showing this. It was
Yes.
a complicated game with missed chances and opportunities again. So let's see what's going on and what was going on, and let's see the standings, how we are after round 3. So,
Wow.
okay, so quickly we just see that Sindarov is on the lead, Caruana and Firuza with 2.5, 2.5. Maybe later on we come back because now action is happening already. And let's see the drawing of lots for round 4. It's number 200.
Wow.
We should remember this position because it's such a nice number to see. So I can't wait to see the position of round 4. The players are already quite exhausted, I believe. And of course, for those who are not having a great tournament so far, like for Levon and Gukesh, it must be real effort what they have been through in the first 3 rounds, and now in the next round hope we are going to see the pairings also, not only the position, what we are going to see in round 4, because today it has a serious questions how it's going to be. For Fedoseev, things does not seem too promising, definitely for today. And for him, he has to start winning in the tournament just as well as for Aronian if they want to get into the possibility to get into the top 8. And of course, Gukesh and Nakamura and Keimer, they're also only 1 point. So all of them, they have to be careful. And for them, I think it's not about winning this Premier League event, but somehow to get into the top 8, to qualify, to survive and play on in the classical portion.
Exactly. This is how I also feel, that it's all about survival. Yeah, if you are in the second half of the event, second half of the standings, then you just want to hang on there somehow. And the pressure is also growing. Yeah, with more and that's why I think also Levon is very disappointed that he had the golden opportunity, and it could have been a completely different situation. What do we see here? This is the okay. This is the replay. All right. So one more time a confirmation that it is position number 200.
So let's see the position. Game 4 of today. So it's the 4th time that the players have to reset their brain and get acquainted with the position who is standing in the corner. It's the first time today that the queen is in the corner. A1. What a beautiful square for the queen there. Very unexpected. Very different from the others what we've been seeing so far.
Exactly. Yeah. You were kind of curious that what kind of position is number 200, where we now see it. It's a very special one. Also the look on H1, queen on A1, the king on F1. The only familiar piece is kind of the knight on G1. Also this bishop on E1, we kind of know that this is a very tricky piece. We are not used to having a bishop on E1. So also the fate of this bishop will be very interesting. Nicholas, any thoughts? How do you feel about this special position?
Yeah, it feels very random. I also want to point out maybe the pairings real quick. So Fedoseev, who has 0 points, he's playing with the white pieces now against this man we see smiling right now against Magnus Carlsen. So difficult spot for him, having lost the first 3 games and now playing against the number 1 in the world. And then we have Nakamura against Aronian, and we have Keimer against Abduzatorov, we have Caruana against Firouzja, and Sindarov against Gukesh. So it feels like we have a lot of, well, we have the duel on the top, Caruana against Firouzja, but we also have some duels between players on the top against players on against the bottom half of the tournament. So Sindarov against Gukesh, and also, of course, Carlsen against Fedoseev. So we see the players discussing here, and we see they're looking at some
gambit.
Banco gambit reversed freestyle version.
Exactly.
Playing on the queen side here.
Playing some funny stuff, making use of the E1 bishop, because after b4 and d4, it could be captured back immediately.
Yeah, e4, very energetic, yeah. Thanks to the b1 bishop, the pawn is protected, and they really want to go for the initiative. Wow, it will be interesting if it will happen also in the games, or it remains behind the curtains.
And it's interesting that Magnus again looks at it from the other side. So it seems like, for example, it's part of his strategy that he looks at it from the opponent's side, what he would want to play, and then he sits down and plays from the black side. This is quite interesting for me.
Yeah, super interesting.
They're also looking at some queenside action for sure, pushing the pawns forward. And this makes sense because you have the king on the king side, so you can push the pawns forward on the other side of the board without having to worry about king safety.
But it's interesting, we always see this knight having on g5 when they analyze. And there are no weaknesses even in this position. I mean, look at that. h8 rook is defending the h7, so why would you go knight
Why?
f3
Now they are
g5?
discussing some hedgehog, yeah? c4, c5, knight f3, b6, d4. Traditional classical chess, don't worry.
Ali Reza is there now.
Yeah, looking from the side. He haven't really been interfering yet,
And
yeah? In all
Ali
this
Reza
discussion.
is going to be black.
Yes, of course, yeah. So that's why he's also in team 11.
Yeah.
I'm curious, when looking at the matchups, any preference what we have to pick, select? It's very tough, yeah? I feel like, no, this is not wrong. Yes, here, round 4, disappear, yeah? Okay, so, but the pairings were very interesting. I also feel like Sindarov now leading with 3 out of 3. It would be also interesting to keep an eye on his journey, but yeah, this is it. Nakamura against Aronian is also something I would love to see, but Fabiano Can against Alireza Firouzja, all right, basically we need every single game to be covered, yeah, that's how it has to be done. We just cannot do the justice.
Well, I think Fabiano Ali Reza is my first pick.
Okay,
To
Nicholas?
start with.
I think looking at, especially because the fight for the 8th place or better is so important, I feel like we could also take a look at the game between Fedoseev and Carlsen, because Caruana and Firouzja, who will get, first, second, or third, it will have an impact, because according to their ranking, players can then choose their opponent from the second half. But I think we could also look at Fedoseev against Carlsen and see if Fedoseev can get into the tournament finally. Because if he loses the 4th game here in a row, it might slowly become really difficult for him to get back into a tournament for sure.
Yeah, I also have similar feelings. The same applies to Hikaru against Levon. Yeah, that's also something to keep an eye on. But I absolutely agree that maybe Fedoseev against Magnus Carlsen could be a good selection.
They very much look at some central, new things. Yeah, they want to open up the position a lot.
Yeah, so they have this idea of going c4 and against c5, somehow quick d4 push, activating the queen from the corner.
They're getting tired and they want to get back to some classical kind of positions instead of taking advantage of the new setup.
Yeah, but this I noticed already that whenever there is a queen on a1 and bishop on b1, yeah, then moving the c and b pawns.
The old patterns come back, right?
Yeah, you want to also somehow activate those pieces. Yeah, you definitely don't want to remain with the queen for too long on the in the corner.
Oh yeah, this is the black team.
Yeah, Magnus sits from the side, yeah? He sticks with new strategy, new approach. Nodir back said, come on guys, let me try d4. What's happening after d4? Because I think this is also very tricky, yeah? That if you are focused on one move like c4 and you analyze it for 10 minutes and then you go to your game, and then a completely different first move happens, I would prefer somehow to try to cover as many possibility scenarios, different scenarios as possible.
By the way, do you think in every position there are many options? Is there more options to play reasonable move than in a normal classical game? Like in classical game, okay, c4, d4, e4, knight f3, right? That's more or less the general 4 options. In this position, there are more options to start the game, which is reasonably similar evaluation? Okay, c4, d4 in this position, e4 I wouldn't go.
Well, I'm not exactly sure. What I feel like, it is probably black who is limited, yeah? So against every single white choice, I don't see that black has too many options, right? In classical chess, somehow you have so much more freedom. He, like the players automatically after c4, they analyze c5. After d4, they blitz out the move d5, and then they wait for white to show their card. This is also interesting. And Gukesh, he's not participating in any of these discussions, right? He's fully focused at his own board.
Yeah, he feels probably that it's more of a distraction for him than helps him. Though, he's not doing so good so far, right?
Yes.
So he didn't find his form yet.
Yeah, sometimes I also feel like maybe it's not like you are getting so much new impulses from the players, but just, you know, you ease the tension. There is probably tremendous amount of tension on all the players. Yeah, they know that they have to finish on top 8. I would be also happy to kind of socialize a little bit to get some distraction, get some fresh energy. Also see like the other players are also not so confident at all. They're also making mistakes. And
yeah,
there we go.
It's
C4.
also interesting to see how the others think, which direction their thinking goes. Like here it was pretty obvious that d4, c4, d4, opening up the position, that was the way that they thought. And this is what we're seeing right now.
Yes.
It seems like this was the decision they made, right?
And we are not even sure where we are looking because actually Sindarov against Gukesh has c4, c5, knight f3. In Nakamura against Saronyan, it is something different. And Fedosiev, Carson is c4, b6. All right.
But c4 was chosen so far in all of the games. We don't have the Koana game yet, but in all the other games, it has been c4 as the first move. Here we see the bird's eye view.
So we're going to Fedosiev Magnus, right?
Sure.
That's what was the... So let's see the Magnus game. How is he going to be playing?
Well, actually, look at this. In Vincent game is also the same kind of English position with d4. In Gukesh's, we have the same kind of stuff. And so which one? Fedosiev.
Magnus
yeah. Okay. This is a Queen's Indian, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Queen's Indian. C4, d4, knight f3, knight f3. But where is the bishop from b7? That's the big question.
It will never get there. Don't worry, but we have a queen instead.
Okay, good. So what do we make of this? Well, honestly, we might have picked the right moment. This might be the moment. It's the position that suits Fedosiev's type perfectly, I believe. I'm looking for an upset here. Anyone joining me in this feeling?
This might be his
chance. So you put your bet on Fedosiev
yes,
in this game?
I put.
Great. I say it's a draw. What about you, Nicholas?
Professional, yeah?
Well, you're right in the last game. I will go with Fedosiev here as well. rooting for the underdog.
Yes.
He has lost all games
I
so
hope
far.
Magnus will not see this commentary.
No, I think he's fine. He understands us. Yeah, Magnus is safe. Yeah, after winning against Vincent, he's +1. He's absolutely safe, and Fedoseev is fighting for his life. I perfectly agree with Nicholas that this is somehow also a psychological moment. If he loses the fourth game, and it's a wide game as well, then it will be very difficult. On the other hand, if he manages to bounce back against Carlsen, that can give him such a boost, like I'm back in the tournament.
Yeah, that's true. And also we could see in so many occasions that I think from this point of view, Magnus and Gukesh can be in danger against players who are the underdogs or playing not so well in the tournament, because it happens that you don't play so well in the tournament or things are going very badly, but against Magnus or against the world champion, right? Okay, maybe I win only one game, but that game is something very special and memorable. So obviously it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, on the other hand, the reason why Magnus is extra motivated for this game, because during the Olympiad, Chess Olympiad, he has lost one game and it was against Fedoseev with the white pieces. Yeah, so there is certainly a sense of fighting for revenge. C5, D takes C5, and white is ready to play short castles. A very intriguing position. Nicholas, what does the computer tell us? What are your thoughts, feelings?
Yeah, I see some differences already between, for example, queen activity. The black queen has already been developed in the center of the board, whereas the queen on A1 is still on its original square, not really participating at all. But the position is a bit better here for white, which is due to the weakened pawn structure after black takes back. Black has two isolated pawns on the queen side, which can be weak. And as you said, now castle looks like a decent move. And we have these long-term targets, especially a pawn on c5, and this could be a bit more pleasant for white. Actually,
but wait a second, just a human question. After castles, can black play c4, and how do we deal with the pin?
c4 is, of course, a great question. And
it's not a threat.
It is not a threat.
Oh, okay.
But okay, this is something, of course, to consider. So if black takes on d3, there is the pin and attack.
And the bishop on e1 covers the a5 square.
The powerful e1 bishop.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there's a skewer here, and white wins the rook on d8. But it would be probably more logical for Fedoseev to just go b3 here already. You might play it now. It's a much more human approach. Just one thing I want to point out, if we go back a few moves, after d5, there was also the move c5, not allowing black to activate the queen and gaining some space on the queen side, which might have given white an even bigger advantage. But here we are, after b takes c5, b3 is the move we expect, and Fedoseev is a bit better here with a very solid position. I think that's also something you always have to consider. It is not so difficult to play, I would say. You play castle, get the bishop into play, play b3, and you have a small edge, and you can hope for something. But he goes b4.
b4, what a shocker. I haven't seen that move coming.
Well, he wants to use tactics with maybe knight b2, also along the d file, yeah?
Wow. Okay, so it's a very ambitious move, right?
It is a very ambitious move, yes.
But after c takes b4, knight b2, I will be happily sacrificing my... I also have queen a5.
Queen a5. You have queen a5.
Probably queen a5, yeah.
But this is why after b4, black cannot go c4, because now after knight b2, you would need to sacrifice your queen on d1, since you don't have the a5 square available, and this would not be enough compensation here for black. So b4, it's an ambitious move trying to exploit that white has a little bit of a lead in development. But on the other hand, getting rid of the weakness on c5. So maybe a more positional approach, going for a long-term small advantage, would have been better. But Fedoseev is just a player who likes to play very concrete and also tactical chess, Judith.
Yes, absolutely. I do believe that b4 was kind of a tempting move for a player who likes to play actively and go for it and likes to provoke things happening as fast as possible. At the same time, I would have rather played castle, as c4 was not possible, or b3 immediately, because the weakness on c5 is something that could be something very pleasant for white in the long run. And also bishop a5 was there sometimes to bother a little bit the rook on d8. At the same time, bishop on b4, it also doesn't look bad at all, having the king on f8 for the moment of black. So I think it's nicer to play it with white, but the big question will be whether will white be able to get advantage.
Wow.
Yeah, castles.
He ignores, he invites white to play knight b2.
Yeah,
sacrificing the queen.
Because humanly, you remember I told you that I want to sacrifice. Yeah, so after knight b2, queen takes d1, knight takes d1. Let me get it. Do I have the board?
Is he inviting or blundering?
Well, computer.
Inviting.
Computer says black blundered and white is winning after this.
No, inviting. This is because it's check. You have to bring back something to e1, and then we have a rook and the minor piece plus activity. Of course, Fedosiev goes for it. Let's see.
Let's see. No.
Let's see Magnus's face, right?
Yes, I have seen it. Yeah. I wouldn't have believed
this
it.
Is the answer.
Yes, we got the answer. Wow, total shock.
Again, blundering again in the 8th move, or maybe it was the 7th against Caruana, but now he has to give up the queen, and this is not enough compensation after all. I mean, yes, you have your active rook, but I don't know how long it will stay.
Yeah, because you can castle. Yeah, this is the point. Yes. Yeah, you get harmony.
But maybe white can be quick enough anyway to remove with the queen and bishop c2.
Yes. Wow, total shock. I think Magnus was just enjoying himself too much that, okay, with black I equalize without any problems, and freestyle chess, you just can't relax for a single second. Yeah, there we have the position. The queen sacrifice. And all eyes on Fedosiev.
So bishop e1 or knight e1?
Yes.
This is the first big question for
I'm somehow more tempted to play bishop e1 to keep the knight on f3. Yeah, and I believe he does that.
e5 with black. Let's go for it.
e5, yeah. You have to try to be energetic.
Well, okay, I can't really stop. Well, bishop b5 might be a move to stop castle.
But then your idea of king b2, yeah, the tempo move, and then bishop c2. Yeah, bishop e1.
So let's see.
Let's see how the magician, Magnus Carlsen, will deal with this new challenge. Bishop a4, just making sure that he, in long terms, will be able to keep that rook on d1, stopping any kind of queen b2, bishop c2 moves. But okay, short
why does it stop? That's the question.
Yeah. Okay, short castle, bishop c2 is a trick, but that's the trick, I guess.
Why was the trick? Bishop can go away, actually. Bishop e1 to c3 or something.
Ah, wow, even that is no. Okay, then you can even just castle. So, like, that's the key winning.
Probably
tempo.
he wants to go rook fd8 eventually to somehow to have one or two rooks on the first rank. But of course it's good if white is playing precisely here, because it's not that easy, I think, from practical point.
Yeah, you have to untangle. Yeah, once you untangle, then it will be a technical job. Yeah, that how do you convert? But first, make sure that you really eliminate all the dangers.
So now the big question is for white: castle or queen b2 immediately? I don't think there's other options. Do you?
Yeah, no, it's obvious that one of those two, but now that you already highlighted beautifully that bishop c2 is not a threat, so castle is a very tempting one. There we have it. Castles played. And this is very tempting. Yeah, now white wants to go bishop c3. Yeah, and look at the way how Magnus sits at the board. Yeah, he's pissed. He's really pissed. He's so upset with himself. Yeah, and he's just very angry. Because again, completely unnecessary blunder, and okay, 50% after 4 games, it's still absolutely fine. He's not running any danger, but it's certainly not what he's expecting from himself.
But what happens if bishop c2, bishop c3, rook fd8?
Okay.
Queen b2 maybe?
Bishop b1. Queen b8, right?
Yeah, the bishop and the other bishop is also hanging, yes.
This is the line, yeah, bishop takes b1.
Yeah.
Suddenly queen takes b8 is possible as well. So Magnus has opted for rook fd8 immediately. I believe.
No, e5.
He
No,
went
e5.
E5.
He went e5. Okay. That was your suggestion a move earlier.
Well, I thought that just eventually you have to go something like e5, e4, try to have
Yes.
bishop to e5, knight g4, I don't know, somehow shuffle things. Whether it's good or not, just to try.
Yeah, I don't really feel the power behind it, to be honest, but none of the other moves would have made any impact as well. Yeah, for example, after bishop c3, what's happening? Okay, first queen b2. Okay.
I like queen b2,
Yeah.
finally to get out of there, no bishop c2 in the pin, attacking with the tempo. Actually,
Exactly.
bishop c2 next move can be very
Yes.
unpleasant.
Yeah, basically eliminating all the dynamics in the position.
Yeah, exchanging the white square bishop would simplify the way that
So
it will be
e4,
much
wow.
easier.
Okay, so Magnus goes all in. He knows he has nothing to lose because the position is objectively lost. But what does it really... okay, so the idea is that against queen takes b8, e takes f3, then potentially knight b6 will hit the queen on b8. And after queen takes a7, rook takes b1 will be just in time to protect the knight on
That's a good
queen
try.
takes a7, rook takes b1, and protecting back on b6. Maybe the line is a little too complicated, so I will even put it on the board. So queen takes b8, e takes f3. If white captures g takes f3, then all of a sudden knight b6, and queen takes a7 can be met by rook takes b1. Just an illustration that, yes, there are some things to...
But you know what was
consider.
possible? After e takes f3, bishop d3.
Of course, yeah. That's why I was also highlighting that this is just an exemplary line, nothing objectively forcing. But do we need to go for it? Knight d2, of course, yeah. Let's
I'm
be
not so
professional.
sure about that. e3 will come.
Yeah, e3 will come.
Of course, e3, you just grab it, you want to say.
And opening up the rook, and maybe the bishop will go to g3 or something. Nicholas, any hope for black?
Honestly, I don't see it. You can play e3, of course, is the best choice, but I don't really see what you have gained so much. White takes, the bishop can be developed this way, and you're just going to trade pieces, and you're up a queen against rook and knight plus a pawn at this point. So this just seems to be a matter of time until white can convert this to a full point. What did Magnus play? He played
Knight
also to
b6, but I think after bishop c2, he's in big trouble. Don't you think so? He's not... something is falling off?
There's still this trick with bishop e5. At least I can maintain my rook on d1 in this manner. Also, this is winning, but
Yeah,
it
knight
seems
b3 and
knight b3 and get the bishop out. But it seems that you can also take on e4. Or are there some tricks here? It's not apparent what exactly the idea is for black here after white just collects this pawn. So Carlsen somehow has to muddy the waters. Fedoseev still has 4 minutes on the clock. This is a big chance for Fedoseev to get a big win and be completely again in contention for one of the first 8 places. And just as we speak, he has taken a pawn and he is en route to win this game. Yeah, I'm not seeing really many tricks here, Peter.
yeah, not really. And I'm also feeling like actually this is bad news for the other players, yeah, because when you know that you're fighting for top 8, you would love to have at least one guy who is at the bottom and he is, you know exactly that you only have to fight against one more player. If Fedoseev now wins this game, he will be back, and we talked about it, that suddenly we'll get a lot of confidence and everything. Wow, the tournament is heating up with this win. If Fedoseev really pulls it off, and it seems like I don't really see, if he would be down to 10 seconds on the clock, we could sell it as more dramatic, but with 4 minutes on the clock, it looks it looks very safe.
Well, and it looks very safe to capture this pawn for white. Getting ready to move the bishop from e1, simplify, exchange the rooks. It's for the moment it's kind of confusing what black can look for, what kind of counter chances can possibly be, especially that now exchange of knights.
Well, there is one trick, that one when you move the bishop, then there's this bishop takes h2 check and then rook takes f1. But if you put the bishop on c6, then you will be hitting g7, so even that will be to your favor. So yeah, rook e8, hitting that bishop. Okay, bishop d3 would be a cement, and just protecting everything.
Is bishop c2 is a blunder, or what is it? Because bishop c2, rook e2, right?
Well, or bishop e5, I don't know, there are suddenly many things to calculate. I don't have nerves. But after bishop e5 you have bishop c3, right? So probably you are not afraid of that. And even then some rook c8 at the end.
But I think rook e2 is the problem.
Even that.
After bishop c2.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like white is technically winning. He shouldn't be going into some lines where he needs to calculate too deeply. Bishop d3, keep that pawn protected.
And it's on the board soon.
It's on the board, yeah. Bishop e5, so now for example, bishop c3, bishop takes h2, I might be very happy with this, yeah, just take, bishop takes g7, and okay, queen, two bishops should be just crushing.
Those kind of bishops and the big diagonal, whoops, long diagonal, it just seems like pretty much killing.
He will go for it. I see it in his eyes. Yeah, really.
He seems ready to move, ready to win this game for sure.
Yeah.
Well, at the same time, why? Why to do it? Why not to play queen b4 simply?
No, but he will play bishop c3. Look at of course, yeah. I know, Fedoseev. The very first game I played with him was in 2014. Yeah, so I know him for over 10 years.
Oh.
And yeah, Magnus takes on c3, and yeah, this is capitulation. He will resign.
He got confused.
He plays rook c8. Oh wow, he's trying to go rook cc1. And,
but what? You go queen a3 or queen b2.
Yeah, and that's it, I think.
Yes, of course, yeah. I just to that he probably thought like he has some chance, but okay, no, this is hopeless. Yeah, and Magnus complaining with himself, with the ward, with everything.
So what's the easiest way to win?
F3, king f2. F3, king f, just making sure that no more cheap pawns, no tricks, whatever. And then I think also Magnus will resign once white creates Luft. Yeah, F3 on the board. Okay, this is...
Why would he resign? He would not resign for some time. It's not so easy.
No, it's completely easy, but he's so frustrated that he does not want to resign.
But what do you mean?
But it's okay.
But it's not winning by itself.
Okay, king f2, g4, h4, h5.
No,
okay,
I will start you playing g4. King f2, I go h5.
Okay, I start with g4 then, just for you. Just because we are putting fighting spirit. Yeah, I thought like, yeah, there you go. So I said, what? Judith wants to continue. Okay, then I'm going to go g4, just for you. Yes. No, of course, it's over. We all know it, Magnus knows it.
Yeah.
H4.
H4, h5, h6. Yeah, this we understand. No, still he's going to play h5, you know? Rook a5. Well, not anymore.
Yeah, queen a3 was very unpleasant. Yeah?
King f2.
King f2, yeah. No, this is the moment when you can feel that enough is enough. Okay, knight d5.
h5, right?
Queen d6, queen b8, then queen e5 check, with tempo activate the queen, then h5, yeah, this is such a torture.
How did you feel, guys, that this game will be finished like this? You said.
Yeah,
Let's speak for this, Magnus. You knew something.
Okay, no, because we saw the first 3-4 moves, and I told you that this is Fedoseev kind of chess. It's possible.
But I don't think anybody expected such a game.
No.
I mean, this is uncharacteristic for
Magnus resigned.
For Magnus to blunder such a tactic. But this is freestyle chess, where suddenly you have this weird backward knight move, skewing the queen and the rook on a d-file. But a second big blunder by Carlsen, which costs him a second game in the tournament and brings Fedoseev back to life. But we have 4 more games running.
Wow, actually Sindarov is about to win another game. He might be getting 4 out of 4 against Gukesh. And I do remember that he was so impressive in the qualification. He first had to qualify from the Swiss. Then the playoff, he was eliminating everyone with quite a big ease. The big fight was, I think, against Pragnanda. That was a hell of a fight, but yeah, he was very impressive.
Wow, Gukesh is in trouble again.
He is. He's pawn done and he has a bad position. Yeah, this knight on e4 is a monster. And the pawn structure, everything is super nice. The clock situation is also in Sindarov's favor. Actually, Sindarov is known to be playing fast. So him having the clock under control is kind of natural.
Well, actually, Gukesh is in danger.
He's also in danger, yes.
He is in a dangerous position.
I mean, how important, now we also see how important that he saved that position against Levon the previous round,
Absolutely.
right? Yeah, because every half a point matters. Now that Fedoseev is also with a win back to a point. The queen d2, queen b6 played. So black is still trying to create some counterplay on the e3 square, hoping for some bishop e3, but pawn on a3 is also hanging. Is white able to capture that pawn? What happens?
Yes, you can capture the pawn on a3, you can play d6, you can play rook c1. Many choices here for white, and in the end, black is already down a pawn, maybe will be down 2 pawns, plus you have a wide open king. Well, maybe wide open is too strong, but definitely more open, more unsafe than the white king here in h1, given in combination with the big time advantage also, 2 minutes against below 1 minute for Gukesh. This is all looking like a win for Sindarov, who would go to an unbeaten 4 out of 4. And of course would be qualified already to the knockout phase after only 4 games. Quite amazing.
Yeah. Already 3 points feels like it's quite good, but 4 that's almost guaranteed. Yeah, bishop takes a knight e3. Okay, it's certainly not a move that white is afraid of, because the pawn on d5 is not that important as long as white keeps the control. Knight e3, rook c1 would be tempting.
Well, knight d6 is also possible, but of course rook c1 is the more logical continuation.
Knight takes d5.
But isn't it rook c8 and queen h6 can be very dangerous?
Wow, and then going for attack, yeah, with knight g5.
But okay, knight f6. Actually, it's not so obvious how white is going to be.
Yeah, well, the question is white trying to win on the spot, or does white just patiently tries to squeeze it out? Yeah, after all, he's pawn up. Then he can, if he feels like maybe just trade on c8 and go bishop b2.
I was wondering about that, yeah.
But then after ed4, yeah, you will get this d4 pawn and the knight starts jumping to e3. That's maybe something that I don't want to give.
But after bishop b2, some kind of knight e5 is a threat.
Yes, exactly. Because right now it does not work, because the queen on b6 still protects the bishop. Yeah, rook takes c8 takes, and bishop b2 played. Natural human.
And Gukesh is again behind on time, which seems to be a problem for him in every game. I think we've seen that. The youngest participants in this Grand Slam first leg.
Yes. And okay, Sindarov, what a journey, yeah? He first qualified from all these, I don't know, among 250 players, the big Swiss, and then knocking out everyone in a very impressive style. Then the incredible heartbreak with his match against Fedoseev, because it was this Armageddon with queen versus rook, and then no time to win. It looked like that's it. The road ends there and the fairy tale continues, and here he is. 4 out of 4 is possible. Bishop takes b2.
I would think knight b2.
Activate the knight, yeah. Knight goes to c4, heading to d6 or targeting the e5 pawn. Also the queen stays active immediately on d2.
Well, queen b2, knight b2, of course, it's a big temptation. Which one to choose?
Well, queen b2 will be met by queen d4, and the question is that, okay, also knight b2 will be met by queen d4. It's not a big secret that I'm revealing here.
It's not a fun position with black, this is for sure.
But on the other hand, if you consider yourself that probably I'm lost, and then all of a sudden with some queen d4 you can get into an endgame where you have some serious drawing chances, that might be also a big step forward. And we talked about this, that every half point matters. Knight takes e5 tactics, is that a move that, but no, knight takes e5 does not
Knight
work.
takes.
So, yeah. So queen takes b2, queen d4, and queen back to d2. Blitzed out instantly.
Would you go queen d2 also?
Well, I might, but not a tempo, yeah? I would.
Yes, but if you do it already with 44 seconds,
Yes.
You do it.
Yes.
It's better to do it immediately.
Yeah, Gukesh down to 10 seconds. He has to make up his mind. Knight f6 he goes.
Time to play h3. Otherwise, knight e4, queen d3 would be a threat.
Exactly, yeah, h3, creating Luft.
So tricky to play against those knights, especially with a weak king for black, it feels like. But Gukesh is still posing problems, activating the knights further.
But that e5 pawn will fall off.
And that knight on e4 is such a monster, yeah? It protects also the queen on d2, so it's not a pin, but just in case he goes rook d1, I think knight is jumping
tactics
in.
maybe on g2.
Knight e5.
Knight e5.
What? No?
But then takes on d2 and rook c1 check, knight f1 fork is coming.
Oh, sorry.
Watch out, but rook e1, then knight takes g2 and queen takes d3 and knight f4 fork.
So now knight takes g2.
Knight takes g2. What a sensational possibility.
Wow.
Will Gukesh spot it? I believe he will, yes.
That's exactly his.
Also, his body language already signals that he's looking for a tactical
But knight
solution.
g2, king g2, queen d3, knight f6.
King f7.
King f7. Wow.
But yeah, knight f5. Okay, with 5 seconds on the clock, it's of course very difficult to see. For us, the computer signaled the move knight g2. It's so easy, but yeah. Okay, normally the king should get to h2, but now king h2, rook d8, rook d1, knight e3. So, yeah, he needs to unpin. Yeah, knight df2 played. But now takes rook c2.
Yeah.
Is this so easy?
No. Black is back in the game. The position's equal.
Wow.
This might be another important save for Gukesh.
Very important save, yeah.
Sinderov is a bit nervous, as we can see. Very unhappy, realizing that something went wrong in the
Yeah,
last...
he will go knight fe4 and then rook a to rook c1. Yeah, he will. Well, also some g4 is hanging in the air. Maybe he believed that g4 at some point will be a threat, but there is always knight g3 check. He goes for it.
I don't know. It can be even dangerous for white, don't you think?
Okay.
So? I mean,
simplifications, and this should end in a draw.
Yeah, this ends in a draw. After all, the good news for Sindarov is that he is super safe. Yeah.
Still, he's very much annoyed.
Yeah, very annoyed. Actually, it's tricky. Yeah, when your opponent is shaking the chair, yeah, you understand that he is nervous at the same time. I hate this, yeah, because I tend to overtake his nervousness. Yeah, it's,
yeah, you see his chair is also shaking.
Yes. Yeah, and okay, they are calling the arbiter or what? Okay, there is no need to call the arbiter. This is just a dead draw. You can play it out without any.
Well, I would still play it with white.
You would, yeah.
I would. Rook c7.
Okay. You are merciless, yeah.
Look
Don't
at your
want to
king.
give any freedom. By the way, he could have even checked then rook c8 and rook c7 check.
But then king...
Well, yeah, probably you would go back to g8 anyway. Yes. Yeah,
No, but this is not funny. King f4, king g5.
yeah, that's why he played now rook d3. Okay, rook b7, rook d5. So finally, it turns out that if he would use the extra tempo with rook c8, he might have asked some question. Okay,
Well.
it was a draw, of course. Yeah, we are joking, but g5 check, very professional, just fixing king e4, rook c5.
And then we will have similar drawish as Nakamura played. You remember? Rook
Yes.
c4, rook f4 we're going to have.
With Nadir back. What else
After
do
king
we
d4.
have actually?
Yeah, should we go to a bird's eye view because this is
Yes,
most
this
likely
is
going
yeah.
to
This
end
is
in a draw.
now not dramatic anymore. This will be a draw. Rook f4
Rook
will be
f4
played, and there we have the bird's eye view. So Alireza in lot of trouble against Fabi. Wow, it's very important. Nakamura Levon, Hikaru is putting pressure. He sacrificed an exchange, and Vincent in a lot of trouble against Abdusattorov.
Fabi is just winning.
Yeah, probably he has just won, yeah. The players got up. Huge win for Fabi. Then, okay, probably we have to head to Hikaru against Levon. I feel that there is a lot of tension in this endgame.
Well, I feel like this will probably still go on for a while. Maybe we check out Keimer against Abdul.
Wow, yeah, according to the evil, but there is some drama happening there. Vincent is back
Yes,
because
Vincent
the
is
bishop
better.
is trapped.
He's winning.
Wow, from a losing
Ooh.
position. And he cannot believe his luck. Look at this, he's shaking his head. This was
Wow.
unexpected.
Wow.
He's winning now. Yeah, let's see the game. Let's bring it up.
Yes, I have it. Also running.
What an unexpected story for Abdusattorov.
He's playing so
Wow.
well in the tournament. Yeah, actually, he was pushing in all his games. Now it seemed like we haven't seen what happened before, but when we looked at Divel Bar said that he was clearly better, and
But suddenly the C passed pawn will
yeah, he just
be
decides. Yeah, it's
unstoppable.
Yeah,
It feels like so often it's his story that he just rushes in the critical moments and also in classical chess, also in Vacancy, he had so many winning positions and couldn't convert them. And here he had enough time on the clock. We can maybe see the critical moment later when he played what he thought was a winning combination, but then suddenly a bishop was trapped and now he is going to lose, most likely.
And actually for Keimer it's a very important.
it's very important.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's,
But also Abdusattorov will not be in a great spot with 1.5 out of 4.
Yes.
He has not won a game yet.
exactly. So do we go c6? Yeah, and e3 king g1. That's kind of the logical way of keeping the white king in the dark square.
And that's it, isn't it?
Yeah, king f3, rook f6. Yeah.
Or King F1.
Yes, that's even more professional. Because rook f6, e2, rook takes f5, king e4. I don't want to calculate all
King
this.
F2.
Or rook f1 also. Yes, but okay. We don't want.
We don't want to calculate, but we can manage.
Yes. Bishop h3 does absolutely nothing because e2 can be always met by king f2. So
And
white
King
can
G3 can be met by
rook d3. Yeah. Yeah, blundering with 3-4 minutes on the clock. This should hunt now Noliebek.
The classic Keimer stare down. Also shaking the chair.
Shaking the chair, yes. Okay, h5, yeah, pushing the pawn, but this is pure desperation.
Well, rook d8.
Vincent still has a minute on the clock. Rook h6.
But why?
Going after the pawn. King f3.
But
Yeah,
why did he?
I would just collect that bishop and then.
I mean, okay, he can go.
Well, he can even take on h5, but it's a little bit scary. Yeah, rook f6 check is the human approach.
King e2.
Yeah, and okay, rook f8. Okay, let's collect that bishop. Yeah? we can't do anything better than that. And then with some king e1, e2, you are balancing and trying to push the h pawn. That's the hope.
King g3.
Yeah, why? Why did Vincent let this happen? Because now there's something to think about. Yeah, rook f8, e2, rook e8, king f3, and you cannot pawn your queen.
Queen you pawn.
Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah, I'm okay. Everybody knows. Yeah, I'm the coach of Vincent. Yeah, so I'm of course going crazy seeing this. I'm losing my mind.
Little move order.
Yes.
Mistake.
He should take the pawn on a6 so he can have checks from the side, but this is
yeah,
not
but he will
obvious.
never. Yeah, this will never cross a man's mind with 10 seconds on the clock.
Well,
take
there we
it.
go.
Wow, take it. This is also out of desperation. Yeah, if there would have been any clean way, there would never be any chance that white collects the pawn like this.
It was about time.
Yeah, and then he wants to rook h3 or h4, rook a8. Aha, okay. Pick up the queen, at least to signal some confidence, yeah, that I know what I'm doing, even if I don't, yeah? Nice trick.
But now it's hard to ruin this.
Yes.
There is no way.
Yeah, black needs to go e2, then white can give a check from
Yes,
a3,
and
bring the
king
king
f3,
forward, and
king
then go
f2.
back.
Yeah, then it's obvious, yeah.
Yeah, that should be it.
Wow. Okay, I almost got a heart attack. Okay, not winning this. And of course, I'm sympathizing with Nadir back very much because, okay, at this wonderful position and a lot of time advantage. It's crazy. And what else? Yeah, so Fabi won, or at least he's winning.
Yeah, Fabi, I think that's over.
Yes, it's over.
We can stick with this until
Yes,
it's
yes,
concluded,
stick.
which should not be long.
Yeah, there is not much to be done with black. There are positions which cannot be ruined, and this is one of them.
Yeah, now it's like this, yeah.
Because there is no different options to win. They're very straightforward, very clear idea. If e2, rook a3, if not e2, anything else but then your queen. Well, it was a painful blunder by Nadir back.
Very painful, yeah. Bishop g4, c8, queen. Takes. h3. Now there is also the a pawn, yeah, he resigns, yeah, because of course, yeah, like this, it's completely hopeless, yeah. Oh, okay, we actually will have to check out when we have time that what happened there, because now probably things we have to look at. Is any game still in progress?
I'm not sure, actually. Let's have a look at the bird's eye view.
Yes.
I think maybe not. Maybe all the games have been concluded. I think Nakamura against Aronian was a draw. At least I saw Nakamura standing there already. So.
Maybe we can see how was it with Keimer just a little bit before. Yeah, at this point.
Yes, let's go to the critical moment where it all went wrong for Nordebeck. So let's maybe start around here. Black has beautiful control, active pieces, and white is just passive. So rook c3, all right. Now already black is completely winning.
Wow.
Can be so quick, rook f3. Now even more winning.
Oops.
Bishop e3, rook g2. Bishop takes c1, bishop e2.
Wow.
And now he
took with the king instead of the bishop.
On g5. And if he takes with the bishop, then this is exactly what he wanted, having two bishops against the rook and Black is winning. I mean, there were also other moves.
But we are
any move
witnessing.
really of the bishop, bishop a3, bishop e3,
He was
any
rushing,
move.
yeah.
But king takes g5. Yeah, how long did he think on this move? Well, I guess we don't see right now, but
Yes, it's not correct. But he
yeah,
had something
9
like 3
seconds,
minutes.
maybe 9 seconds, I think it says. And the very unfortunate point is that after rook c2, this bishop only has 2 squares, but on both squares it will be there will be rook c3, and yeah, just really unfortunate. But of course, Norderbeck could have tried to spot us. He was too sure here. He rushed, and he had to pay quite a high price losing this game, which is a second win for Vincent, getting him back to 50%, while Norderbeck is on -1, 1.5 out of 4, and definitely still has work to do to secure his spot in the knockout phase.
Okay, so maybe we can see some highlights from the last round again. Let's see how the players were during action. You can see the players already. I think we can see that they are getting tired. They are with making decisions, making blunders. Well, of course, for Magnus, it was a very painful round. It seems Nakamura was also not very happy at that point.
Yeah, he was hoping for more.
This was also quite a game. So we have round 4 finished in the Grand Slam of Freestyle here in WEISSENHAUS. Incredible day so far. And we have one more round to go with all the action. And of course, the players are already thinking about who is going to be the number 8, who is going to be the number 9 and 10. They are going to be the painful losers. And of course, the first day we have 5 rounds. So we are just in a few minutes, we are going to have the draw of the final game of today, what kind of position they are going to get. And so what do you think about the outcome possibilities?
Well, I would like to get the standings. Do we have the standings? It would be very nice to see, and then we can also understand that what impact it made, for example, for Vincent and for Norderbeck.
So let's see what we have. Caruana is on the lead together with Sindarov. 3.5 out of 4 games. Firuza is 2.5, 1 point behind. And then we have Magnus and Keimer. There's 2 and 2 points. What a different tournament Magnus and Keimer has. And they are on the same point. And then Abdusaturov, which is, for him it's not so easy right now. And Gukesh is kind of suffering still. Nakamura is not having a great tournament. And we have Fedoseev and Aronyan in the last 2 places, 9s and 10s. They really have to do something in the next round and preparing for tomorrow to come back and clinch back in the top 8 somehow. But there is a big crowd in the second half of the tournament. What do you think?
Exactly. And I also feel like both Levon and also Hikaru, they are heating up. Their games have stabilized. Now Hikaru was pushing against Levon. Levon was able to hold that game. Fedoseev has just bounced back against Magnus. So I feel like there is so much intrigue ahead. Abdusaturov clearly the big loser in a sense, because if he would have won that game now against Keimer, then he will be 2.5 in 3rd position, very comfortably sitting with a lot of confidence that I'm playing good. Finally, I collected the reward for all my good play so far, and all of a sudden he's in -1, he's in the danger zone. Gukesh now survived this scare because he was pawned down for nothing and had no time against Sindarov, so that might also be a turning point. Yeah, I believe that whoever we would be interviewing after the tournament, they would say that, you know, here I had a chance, here I came back, that millions of critical moments, and that's why we love this event.
What do you think, Nicholas, about the standings so far?
It also shows that it is still very early and the field is still very close together. I mean, there's just 1 point separating Fedoseev and Aronian on the 9th and 10th place to Carlsen and Keimer on 50%. So just one round can change a lot, especially if you get a win. But yeah, those players, they definitely need to score some more points. However, unfortunately, 2 will be knocked out and not make it to the knockout stage. And here we see the pairings for the next round. Firuza against Keimer. Aronian against Caruana is the leader. Caruana together with Sindarov against the bottom Aronian here. Then we have Carlsen against Sindarov. Also definitely a matchup to look forward to. Sindarov playing really well so far with 3.5 out of 4. And Magnus is surely not happy after 2 blunders leading to 2 losses in the first 4 rounds, but he is on 50%. With Gukesh versus Nakamura, 2 players who have not won a game yet, who have been struggling. Both would definitely benefit from a win. And then we have Abduzatov versus Fedoseev. And Fedoseev, after his win against Carlsen, gaining confidence. He might be ready to, he could even leapfrog Abduzatov and get another win. So I think we have a very exciting final round ahead of us here. Which would be the game for you guys to focus on in this one? It's not easy.
Yeah, it's a great choice which one we are going to pick, but I think very shortly we are going to have the draw of the final game, what kind of position they are going to be receiving, and it must be very tiring already for the players, even for those who are in good form like Caruana, I think. And it will be a big question that are there a lot of changes going to be already still in this round, and what about tomorrow, right? Because exactly. I mean, in rapid tournaments it happens that you are not in good form today, but you can be in great form tomorrow. But I think the world champion Gukesh is one of the person who suffer a lot in this event, because he did not win a single game, I think. And actually, the draws also, yes. He was struggling, suffering.
Exactly, against Levon, against Sindarov, just the 2 that we have seen.
Yeah, he has the fighting spirit, he's resourceful, he's there, and whenever you give him an opportunity to get activity, then he's bouncing back, but he's struggling, even in the draws. So we are just about to see the draw.
Yeah, well, basically everybody always says that to play 5 rapid games a day, it's already super tough. In the classical chess, where you can rely on the openings, you play the first 10, 15, 20 moves automatically, you know the structure and everything. So imagine, and by the way, now we are having the drawing of lots pretty soon. Imagine when you have to play and concentrate on the very first move. That's completely different. I feel like it almost multiplies the games.
Yes, because the warming up period for the game is the 10 minutes just to get familiar with the position. So let's see which position is going to be played.
And Sagan Shah is helping out.
The special equipment for drawing for each round which number of position will be. And now Sagar Shah from Chess Base India.
With all the responsibility. Yes.
Number 836. Thank you so much, Sagar. You did amazing. I think you're going to take my job.
We are running out of positions, right? We already reached there. We already had 906, 903. Wow.
836. So let's see what is the position that the players are going to... Aren't we too many on that?
A little bit.
Yeah. So I'm very curious about the position, what the players will receive. And I think most of the players are happy, ready to finish, that this is going to be the last game.
Yes.
They can give all in for today, for the final game. It's another half an hour or so. And then they can go to have a rest. They have very beautiful conditions here with the Michelin star restaurant as part of the luxurious resort here. So, but first they still have to work very hard. the fifth game of today of the Grand Slam of the freestyle. What do you think about the fact that we have the first time the freestyle Grand Slam series? Because this is only the first leg. There is going to be another 4 leg of the Grand Slam in fantastic locations in Paris, New York, Delhi, Cape Town.
Well, I think it's fantastic because having a series, a whole Grand Slam tour makes it all the more exciting, yeah, because there is so much intrigue, so much to look forward to, and also if you don't have a great event, you have chance to bounce back and then again fight for the overall win, yeah. And now we also see the players discussing. I also feel like this 5th game is so special because normally you tend to remember, you tend to carry the emotions of the last game. Yeah, if you lose that last game, that will bother your sleep, it will haunt your mind and so on. And even if you had a rough start, but you win the last game, you get a lot of energy, you feel like, yes, finally for tomorrow I'm ready, and so on. So it's such a crucial situation. Wow, the players are already discussing some F4, G4 kind of moves.
They're going aggressive, yeah? It seems. Very energetic. King on D1. I think it will not stay there for long. I mean, they will make a decision to go castle either side. Well, for the king side, it's already ready, the rook on F1, but it's not so easy to get away with the queen, right? So maybe a long castle will be faster. Though it's not so easy to get rid of your bishop from B1 in a proper way.
Yes, they are also kind of nicely placed there. Yeah, bishop on B1, bishop C1. Yeah, that will be a challenge. I understand. Yeah, the players are discussing some F4, G4, knight G3s to activate the knights, but then you won't be able to castle short, so-called, yeah, anymore, because you have created weaknesses on the king side. This is a super big challenge for the 5th game. Yeah, where you, for example, we had this position, the run 2. Yeah, that we had when the king was on, it was clear that you can play G3, you can make short castle. That's exactly the position that you want for the 5th game, yeah, that you can just rely on some autopilot, but here not. And Magnus changes his strategy. He is not entering all these big discussions. He prefers to have a calm head and think for himself.
And he's calculating, he's thinking, he's engaging with his thoughts. How to make the setup, what is the best move in the position. And I think somehow for me it seems like it's a much more difficult position than we had in the previous game. Because really when the king was on B1, it was kind of easy that, okay, it can stay there for the whole game as well. Somehow when the king is on D1, the only thing what cheers me up that my opponent also is
exactly. Yeah.
There's not much that I can think of why is it so good. And what do you think, Nicholas, about this new position, game 5 of today, number 836, where we have the king on D1?
Yeah, like you guys said already, this is quite a tricky position. I think the king being on D1 is usually the most difficult because you just have the king right in the center, so you have to worry about king safety and also the knight being in the corner. The big question is, where do you place your king here? Do you want to place your king on the queen side where it's already placed? Then you have to move both bishops potentially. Or do you place your king on the other side? But then you have to get the queen out of the way.
Yes.
So this is really difficult. I think this is maybe the most difficult position we've seen today, and I think it will lead to some really fascinating battles here. And we see what they discuss here in early F5, going for the break.
Yeah, I also have the same feeling that it's the most difficult position, starting position, because there is no straight away clear idea intuitively that, okay, in the previous game with queen on A1 that you go C4, B3, D4, right? But with king on D1, yeah, you feel like to move it to safety either side, either castling way, but the G1 queen stands strangely. You can, it's not a knight that you just jump out to F3 and then you castle, right? The B1 bishop, I mean, are you really going to play A3, bishop A2, and then play D3, bishop D2 to castle? Actually, maybe that's a reasonable idea.
Well, for the moment, even my board refuses to set up the new starting position. It just feels like this is too murky, too complicated, too complex. I'm really hoping for, before the run starts, that things will stabilize, because no refreshing button, nothing really helps for the moment. But it's so nice to see this. Yeah, Magnus in full concentration mode. He has already twice blundered with the black pieces. Now, whom does he play? He plays with Nodir back with the white pieces. And finally sitting on the right side. You remember, yeah, he was always looking from the opposite side and things like this. Now he really means business.
Yes, but it also because I think of the basically he was the player who made two blunder, serious blunder, opening blunder we can say, right? In the first 10 moves he made both blunders, I think. No? It was the first 10 moves.
It was like move 7 and 8 or something like that, or move 7
and basically it cost him the game in both cases. That he could not bounce back, or he was not back in the game, and then he lost and got outplayed. But actually with those mistakes it was kind of final mistake.
So what is our guess for the first move? They were discussing a lot of f4.
I go a3.
A3.
I really want to get out with this bishop and castle.
Interesting.
Probably nobody will play a3.
To develop the bishop to a2 and then have it point.
And d3 bishop d2 castle.
I like that.
But probably it's slow. That's the feeling I have.
It is a bit slow, but
maybe even it's so easy to stop that. At a3 you go g5. And then queen g7, and then I cannot move my bishop from c1. Maybe g4 and queen g2 and knight g3. g4, my good old move. A little bit new setting, though, unusual setting for me.
So what are they discussing? Firouzja is involved.
They are doing e4, d4, f3. The queen, opening up the queens.
I think e4 has also a lot of sense to it. Peter, what is your take?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy that it seems like I managed to get everything set. By the way, this challenge, what do we do with the queen on g1 and also the knight on h1? Normally I somehow have this experience that the knight is very well placed on f2, for example, fc, knight f2, but with the queen on g1, I'm not sure that this is not exactly the right moment for this. So the players are suffering, we don't really see them discussing too many moves, right?
Well, they want to go e4 and d4, somehow to get out with their queen.
Yeah, that would be lovely, because then you can bring the knight from h1 into the game as well.
e4, f5.
And the way how Ali does put the pawn on fc, I loved it. That like this is a decisive move. This is the move. Otherwise,
but sitting on the side. Look at
sitting on the side, because he doesn't have a good spot. The other guys occupied Levon and Nodir back were faster.
But how can you look at the board like this? How can you follow? Can you tell me?
Okay, he's a master. It's Ali Reza. And Magnus, normally the guys who are sitting from the side, they have a lot of confidence, it seems, no? Well, I will be very curious to see how they will look at this. e4, f5, ef, rook f5, move 3, the rook on f5 appeared. What we're gonna see? And the players are getting seated. Vincent doesn't know yet what is awaiting him from Firouzja. f3, the crucial move at some point.
So we're expecting a lot of e4 then, it seems.
What we have seen so far, but imagine then somebody plays something else. But with king on d1, we don't want to go d4, that's obvious. It feels awkward. And e4, f5 on the board in Firouzja, Vincent Keimer. So teams fighting against each other. What kind of preparation is this? e4,
so
f5.
are we picking?
Well, you can decide. I'm ready to jump anywhere.
So who are in dangers?
f3 by Magnus.
Magnus, f3, look at that.
Prophylactic.
Okay,
F2 square.
Kamer's game, it's a gambit with Levon also, with Fabiano, e4, f5, same.
Aha, so this is some big theoretical debate, yeah?
Yeah. I'm curious what Levon is playing. Is he capturing on f5 or?
And Gukesh f4, the strategist. But interesting, yeah. And then placing the knight on g3 is a little bit strange. It might be clever, but. And Abdusatulov plays this e4, e5, fc, what they have prepared. Okay, he's still in book. Nadiyevak is in book.
Well, that seems like a positional game, right?
Yes.
Contrary to Ali Reza.
Wow, and look at this. The Firuza, Vincent Keimer and Levon Aronian Fabiano Caruana game, the two gambits, the same gambits on the board.
So which one should we pick?
Well, it's your take, Judith. I'm happy with any of your choices.
I'm happy to see Gukesh's game also.
Okay.
They are in danger.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's
Danger
go.
zone. So let's see Gukesh Nakamura.
Yes. Nicholas, can you bring it up already?
Absolutely,
Because I still have
yes.
to.
And I want to point out that actually e4, which was played in 3 of the games, is not a move approved by the computer. It was not played by Gukesh. Actually, after e4, the computer says after f5, black is already doing okay. But here we saw f4, which is one of the top moves. And Gukesh, who did not analyze with the others, he played this move, he came up with this move. It makes sense. The rook is supporting the pawn, the queen is being opened up. f5 by Nakamura. Now d3, opening up the bishop, supporting a potential e4 break. So we see b6, developing the bishop to b7, not approved by the computer, by the way. But let's continue with the game. Knight to g3, bishop b7, e4. A mistake, an early mistake by Gukesh. And this is one of the big questions always. When is it time to play a break? Here apparently it was not a time yet. Black could have taken on e4. And I suppose you want to take back with the pawn?
Bishop e4? Oh, no.
And you were looking for tactics already, but it doesn't quite work yet. But c5, and apparently these bishops make quite a good impression. However, Nakamura quite fast played the move g6 when I guess the whole white strategy worked out well, and a4 is a nice move now, hinting at a potential a5, hinting at a potential, oh, your move now, of course, Judith, bishop a2, developing the bishop in this manner, and it seems that here white is in good shape, c5, a5, the moves are coming in so quickly, we can see almost every move is an inaccuracy or maybe even a mistake, even though this seems a bit harsh here by the program here. F takes e4, pawn takes, and yes, it is quite wild and quite untypical what we see. Apparently Gukesh is doing well, but to make sense of this position, anything but easy, Judith.
Yes, but it seems like practically we've seen so many question marks so far. I mean, from the computer,
yes.
Right? That was the judgment. But it still feels continuously so uncomfortable for me to have this king on d1. If I just visualize it, that it was b1 in game 1 and game 3 maybe. I mean, that was like safety, peaceful, whatever. But this king on d1, it bothers me somehow. That it's, and even though there is not much danger yet, it's just too much opening up the game.
Yeah, but now with bishop a2, white gets harmony. Yeah, that the queen on g8 will be kicked away, or black will have to weaken the structure. And you highlighted this bishop a2 idea, and suddenly also white is getting ready for some quick long castles. Yeah, the bishop from c1 develops to e3 and then long castle, and all of a sudden black will have this trouble with his king on d8. Maybe is this the reason why computer is so euphoric for white, Nicholas?
That
white will be able to castle faster.
Yeah, I think so. Also having the space advantage is making a big difference here. We see a trade on f5 now. Let's say pawn takes. Now, as you said, bishop d2, we can castle. We have a space advantage in the center. We have the pawn on a5, which is also a bit unpleasant. I think this is the biggest difference in the position. This bishop is just biting on this pawn on e5. And now, as you said, there will be a lot of harmony for white. The knight goes to f3, white castles, and white has a space advantage, harmonious, active pieces, and black is not able to achieve the same. He takes with the pawn, and it feels like it is also a position which now becomes much easier to play for white. So Gukesh in good shape after this tricky opening phase. He seems to have had the better start, Judith.
I don't like the queen on g7 for black at all, to be honest. That is somewhat bothers me for black side, and also the bishop on b8, biting into the e5, very strong connected pawns. And it looks extremely tempting for white to do play bishop coming out from c1 and then castle. I mean, just visualize it, that the rook suddenly brings on d1 and attacking on d7. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I just feel like the move bishop d2 that the computer highlights as the main move is a very difficult move, because we talk about this, that we would love to develop that bishop and we want to go long castle and we already want to pressure the d7 pawn. And in this regard, then humanly, bishop e3 long castle feels so much more natural. But maybe there is some moment when actually this bishop from d2 is very importantly placed, so that we might be able to activate that bishop to the long diagonal with bishop c3. I'm trying to make sense of what the computer is thinking about, but certainly we are talking about, we have seen question marks. Of course, bishop e3 played, it's a natural move. Probably it's also good enough.
It is good.
Yeah, bishop d2 is too sophisticated. But what I want to highlight that, yeah, we are enjoying all the dramas here, but at the same time we know, and that's why later on in the knockout stages, we'll be playing the classical time control, because the players need time in the early stages of the game to make sense of the position. Yeah, in rapid game, they don't have the luxury. If they think 5 minutes for the first move, they will just lose the game automatically. They have to take into account that not all of their moves will be perfect. Yeah, and they rely on the same fact that the opponent also has the same problems.
Yes, of course, it will be completely different in the quarterfinal already, when we have only 8 players left day after tomorrow. But until then, I believe there will be a lot of actions, dramas, and happiness for the players. But now again, just in 2 moves, look how much it happened. Just 2 moves ago, the king was on d8, was very sensitive on the d file, and suddenly black played bishop c7, and you're not paying attention for a second, and suddenly black also castled, and actually it seems not so bad. Black's plan could be d6 and breaking up the e5 pawn, and suddenly black has some activity again. So things are shifting from here to there, but maybe white can go knight f3, possibly with some prophylactical idea. If the black pushes the pawn, then knight g5.
Ah, wow, this is the idea, yeah, that against d6.
Well, after d6, after d5, I don't know. I could just sacrifice on c5.
Yeah, well, after d5, at least you keep your structure intact. Yeah, I don't like the move d5. But
well,
yeah.
d6 you will like less.
Yes, definitely. So then h6 played by Hikaru. Yeah, he wants to play d6 at all cost, but yeah, it comes at the cost of a tempo. But clearly, if he will be able to play d6 and force white to release the tension when he takes d6, then that's the moment when Hikaru can feel satisfied. Then he takes back with the pawn. He will get counterplay on the e file. There is also the e4 square long term that black can make good use of. So white makes better sure that he will be energetic, because there are strategical ideas from black's perspective as well.
Yes, but at the same time, after you go d6 or d5, if I take e takes d6, what black is going to be capturing with?
I wanted to take with the pawn. Yes, I wanted to take with the pawn. But it will depend also on your next move, yeah? That where do you put the pieces?
Well, maybe these are the moments where the bishop would be better on d2 to have bishop c3,
of course,
right?
yes. After all, the rook is not hitting the d7 pawn, yeah? So computer always has his very deep points which humans can only understand in a couple of
I had
moves.
a question. What do you think about bishop d5 exchanging the white square bishop?
Yes, it was one of my main moves that I was considering, and the question was like after takes, some queen f7 tempo, then rook fd1, of course, then maybe also queen f1, and then suddenly you can shift towards the queen side. I feel like it's a very natural and human way of playing.
If you want to play solid, of course, bishop c5, I see the engine suggesting bishop c5. I was also continuously thinking, but now
Yes.
even more thinking about that. I mean, it's tempting to give up, having in mind that there is a knight on h8, pawn on a5, rook d3, rook c3.
But on the fifth game of the day, in a rapid game when you are under 5 minutes and you feel like probably I'm slightly better, do you gamble like this? Because you cannot really calculate to evaluate that this is so strong unless the computer tells you, no?
Well, I was doing things like that.
He takes.
He takes.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
game 5, bishop
Wow.
c5.
Okay.
This is
This is the spirit.
Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing. No,
Against
bishop d5 also just led to a great position for white. So I think it's a matter of style, but this is the best move in the position, sacrificing a bishop. You see the double exclamation marks here, which are totally appropriate. Black has to take this bishop, otherwise you just drop the pawn, plus you have an open king anyway. So the queen is going to come in, and there are a lot of ideas to strengthen the position. Trade the bishops, bring the rook via the third rank, bring the knight. And the problem is that the defensive pieces, especially the queen and the rook, they are far away from the action. You don't have the knight into a game. If you, for example, try to get the queen over, going queen g6, maybe queen c6, then white can go e6 to block the way of the black queen. And let's say after d takes e6, the knight is coming to d4, and the attack just continues. Black would need to take now on d4. Maybe go king b8. There's no immediate knockout, but white is definitely in very great shape here and is winning objectively. Wow, what a strike. What courage by Gukesh. You just said it, Peter. It's not easy to calculate this to the end, so you have to follow your intuition, but you also have to be brave. And we will see if Gukesh is rewarded for his bravery here, sacrificing the bishop. Judith.
Well, after all, he is the world champion, so he has to show some bravery here. Things did not work well until this point for him. He plays against Nakamura. It's clear that it's not so easy to win against Nakamura because he has his fighting spirit. He bounces back. He's there, and sometimes you have to make your concrete decisions, right? I mean. It's nice to see that in game 5, finally, there is this shocking sacrifice. I was wondering what is the 2 exclamation mark. I would go 1 exclamation because it's a good move. The other exclamation I would give for the decision, right? Already you're tired in game 5, and instead of playing bishop d5 positional, it will be good enough. I'm pressing, and something will happen. But
well, there is also the other psychological situation that probably Gukesh felt like I have suffered enough, right? That always I was on the defensive. Okay, I'm actually an attacking player. I want to create chances, and then suddenly he gets the chance, and he didn't really think twice. Very nice choice. Bishop takes c5, and of course we know that Hikaru is such an artist in defense. Yeah, he always has this Houdini acts. Yeah, it looks like, oh, of course this is lost, and then Hikaru finds the sources and so on. But yeah, Gukesh with initiative. I want to see this game. This is fantastic. It was a very good choice.
yeah, I'm wondering, first of all, how Nakamura will be reacting on this. I'm pretty sure that he's very uncomfortable with this situation right now. And also that how Gukesh will be continuing, whether really he has in mind to exchange bishop d5, he has in mind to play e6, he has in mind to play rook d3, or rook d4, because it's with the similar idea, but still I'm pretty sure there is a difference. But even maybe sometimes just knight d4 and knight b5 is also an option. So I believe that Gukesh will have several moves, tempting moves to choose from, which is of course not so easy when you have to choose already between the very tempting different moves.
Yeah, now for me, a big question, what Nicholas said, yeah, that the move queen g6 is made by e6 according to the computer, but because we kind of really love this structure, this f4 e5 structure, yeah, and this black's bishop on c7 is kind of also shut down, the queen, somehow black's position is shut down due to this pawn on e5. How easy it is psychologically to even think about a move like this? I understand the point, of course, that, yeah, we are cutting off the black's queen, yeah, let me just put this, yeah, queen g6, yeah, we are highlighting that, yeah, black wants to go queen c6, but the pawns are hanging, yeah, clearly queen takes a7 will be met by queen a6, that would be a mistake, we don't want to trade queens, but there are also some tempting options like bringing the knight to d4, stopping queen c6. There's a lot of intrigue, a lot of human intrigue in this. I want to see how this game develops and how Hikaru will try to defend this position.
Well, king b8 is the most natural move
Yes.
right now. So this, but it's very clear that black is very uncomfortable with
Yeah,
this.
I feel like if you want to play king b8, that's almost a move that you play automatically. Now that Hikaru is taking so much time, will he still play the move that he knows that I could have played in a bullet game, or he wants to find a better alternative? He's about to make his decision. Queen g6 on the board, yeah, it made so much sense. This is typical Hikaru. It's also a surprising move. Yeah, Gukesh was clearly expecting king b8 as the main candidate. I'm loving it. Queen g6, now back to you, Nicholas. What are your thoughts? e6 is really so important, or knight d4 is good as well?
Knight d4 is good as well, yes, but should be one or the other. You, of course, have to follow up your attack. And yeah, taking another pawn, this is not the way to go because black brings over the queen and is defending. And if you trade queens, your attack is obviously gone. And the 3 pawns for the piece are not amounting to much here. They're not dangerous. So you should either go e6 or knight d4. But I think e6, once you spot it, it just makes a lot of sense. Blocking out the queen, black probably has to take. White goes knight to d4. Now threatening knight takes e6, knight to b5. So you have to take this knight. Anything else just loses. And then we get a position like this where black has 2 minor pieces for the rook, but white still has a lot of activity. And of course, still the black king is open. But I think we're going to see something like this where white should be winning, but black can definitely put up resistance. So critical moment for sure, whether Gukesh can find the move e6. Now he has played it actually, he has played it already.
I had no doubt that he's going to play. One thing I was sure he's not going to take on a7.
Yeah,
that is something you don't take it. I mean, you sacrifice a bishop, you don't take pawns like that. You want to kill. And e6 is the move to do so. Knight d4 was also tempting, by the way, but somehow e6 is given, like, say goodbye to the h8 knight.
Actually, I feel like this is not freestyle anymore, it's street fight. Yeah, it's such a, it's such a crazy mess. And of course, we do see the evolution by confirming the advantage for white and that this is so fantastic. Over the board, you are not sure. Nobody tells you that this is a +2 advantage or whatever. You feel like yes, and Hikaru is hoping for his chance. He believes that, okay, I'm a piece up. There should be some defense. There should be some counterplay. Very exciting, and both players so low on the clock.
Oof, very, very unpleasant position for black. There's not much of a choice, right?
Exactly.
I mean, black cannot go d6 or anything. I mean, by then, queen a7,
Yes.
that's a different story. Then you can cut out the queen from g6.
Yeah, how do you react to
It
this?
seems like d takes e6 is the only move, I believe.
Yeah, but it invites so much this knight d4, yeah? And do you know that your opponent gonna blitz
Actually,
out?
I'm even surprised if knight d5 is not good. Because after d takes e6, knight d5 is also so tempting.
Yes, very tempting, yeah, absolutely. Jumping in there with the tempo. Yeah, Hikaru needs all his mastery to find the best
Nicholas,
practical
after
defense.
the e6, knight e5, isn't it just killing as well?
It looks very attractive. It is also good, yeah. I was thinking maybe black can take this pawn, but you're also letting white take on e6 with check, which is apparently
Well,
not
and
so
a6
strong.
will come also,
A6,
right?
I was
King
expecting
B8.
A6 from you, Judith, actually.
King b8 was played.
King b8. Oh no, this should not end well for black. King
But it's
B8.
clever. It's clever. I'm loving it just for the surprise value. And e takes this and bishop d6 is a great kind of defense.
Sorry, what did you say?
E takes d7, bishop d6.
But d6, d7 will never be.
Yes, of course.
Again,
of course, I understand. Yeah, but I just wanted to highlight. Yeah,
Yeah.
that there is some room for mistake from White's perspective as well.
Well, I don't know. Bishop d5, a6, knight e5, knight d4, rook d4, rook d3. Plenty of
A
options.
lot of
Yes.
ideas.
But you can only make one, and the clock is ticking. 2:47.
I think a good practical choice by Nakamura because it's not obvious for white how to continue. And a6 seems to be strongest, but this is not,
Knight e5
not
played.
easy. And
Takes
knight
6
e5.
and d6. I got my hope, yeah, that suddenly I'm changing the construction.
And Hikaru's back in the game.
Wow. Okay.
That's how it can go. One missed opportunity, you have little time, you make one wrong decision, and actually black is better.
Interesting why knight e5 was played.
Yeah.
And queen e8 blitzed out. Yeah, this is Hikaru. Yeah, now he's back. And
Maybe
where
he
is the
missed queen e8.
compensation?
I don't know. I wonder what Gukash missed here.
Well, we talked about that the players don't know if it's winning or not.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, we are spoiled here with all the engines and the evaluation, but the players are in the dark. King a8 played, blitzed out, and yeah, Hikaru leaning back. He knows that, okay, thank you very much. This is a golden opportunity. I was in a lot of trouble, lot of danger, but now I should be able to convert it.
You can really see it in his posture, in his face. He is much happier now than he was a few moves ago. Rightly so. From being lost objectively to a better position now where I think he has great practical chances to even win this game.
Yeah, and the play is very easy for black. Yeah, rook b8, you bring the pieces. There are no more attacking pieces left. Who is attacking whom, actually?
Well, the knight will be back in business with knight g6.
But okay, knight g6, g3, so f8 square will be available. Yeah, the rook moves, and then, because it's still not so easy to get that knight into the game.
Definitely white still has compensation. But
yeah, practically speaking, this is now so easy with black.
Wow. It's easy to say that it's easy with black. I mean, compared to the few moves ago situation.
yes.
Well, but then we were not sure how do we defend, and now we don't see a threat. Yeah, so yes, it's.
Yeah, but white still has 2 pawns, which is not so bad. The question is whether white can bring his rook. I don't know why he didn't bring his rook.
You can still bring it. Rook f3.
Yeah, even rook
a6.
f3 is possible.
A6, bishop c, but okay, now I got the b6 square, yeah, so rook b8, rook b6, all a tempo. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Well, because the knight is still out of the game, I think white definitely has chances.
But only because of this, yeah.
Yes.
Only because of this knight. That even if the knight gets to g6, then white can play g3, protect the f4 pawn, and the knight will still have difficult time. Just the knight on f6, and white would have to resign, yeah? So this is such an important aspect.
Yeah, you have to go to g6, f8, h7, f6, so it will take a long time.
Rook d3 played. Bringing the rook.
I guess rook b8 and rook b6, right? Stabilizing the position. And how much Nakamura's body language tells that there was a shift in evaluation of the position.
Yes, a huge shift, yeah. Okay, rook b6, yeah, rook c3. So at least white needs to threaten somewhere some rook takes c6. because clearly black's intention is somehow to get queen d8, queen c7, then activate that rook also to b8 or c8, bring that knight. And at least with this potential rook takes c6 idea, white is creating some kind of mirage that there could be some tactics.
Feels difficult to believe that something might happen to a black king with a rook on b6. If black puts the king on b8, it's difficult to imagine somehow that there can be a lot of danger. So Hikaru must be a favorite here to win this game, and that would, of course, be a big step for him towards the knockout.
Yeah, bishop e4. Then he gets back to 50%. Yeah. Bishop e4, making sure that no rook takes c6 tactic will ever take place.
But even that is not any more so dangerous. But of course, black king will be stabilized in safety on king b8. What can happen to it?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah. And this monster bishop on e4, which white will have to somehow get rid of. Bishop c4. The clock situation, okay, 30 seconds for Gukesh, 122, yeah, even this is not a relief. And knight g6, g3 played.
And black can even play d5 and rook takes e6.
Yes? That's what I'm wondering. What about d5?
d5, rook takes e6.
Now, king b8, safety first. And now no d5 anymore.
Yeah, no d5, but... And also the queen from c8, from e8 cannot really move to c8, yeah, because then you are stepping into...
It's a pity that you can only jump above the king, because rook c8 would be a good move now.
Yes. I felt like instead of king b8, queen b8 and rook c8 was kind of tempting, but I understand it's dangerous.
You don't want to keep your king on a8 with the white spare bishop.
Yes. So now Hikaru also under a minute, queen c6, stepping into the pin along the c file. Hikaru is not impressed by the pin.
So bishop d5 maybe?
Will he sacrifice the pin? No, bishop e2.
Bishop e2, bishop h5. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Wow,
queen goes to a8. You must be joking.
No.
Oh,
yeah, this is...
No, queen c6 was a waste of time. He goes to a8, but this can't be right.
Wow, now bishop h5.
Bishop h5 was strong, rook d4.
He played rook d4.
White is fully back in the game now.
And the time scramble is there.
The time scramble is there. Rook c8, only move found by Nakamura. The position is equal, but anything can happen here with 50 seconds on the clock in this still very complicated position.
I feel like it was a big miss by Gukesh not include bishop h5, yeah, because it's bishop h5 forcing rook g8, then you are so stuck there on the king side.
Yeah, now there is suddenly a space for the knight on f8.
Yes.
And we could see after bishop e2, Nakamura was confused. Oh, why did I do this? Now again, okay, rook c8.
I'm safe.
Exactly. That's all that matters.
Rook c4. So the point is after rook c4, rook takes c4 and queen c3.
Queen c3 somewhere, yes.
And then g7 and stuff.
Yeah, rook c8, queen g7, double attack.
15 seconds for Gukesh, he made the move.
Oh, wow, rook c6, apparently a big blunder. But okay, yeah, it's not easy. Queen a5, he spots the idea, but it was the wrong execution.
Yeah, should have taken first, but okay, it's so difficult.
Of course,
it's so difficult. He has to take the rook on c4. He just has to.
Yeah, but also for Hikaru, it's so difficult. He did not want to take on c4.
In the last move, now he does. Now he does.
Rook takes c4. And still the queen c3 idea is there, yeah?
Queen a4 or queen c3?
But maybe queen d5 now.
Queen d5 is the only move. It's the only move to not
Because e6, queen c3, queen e6.
He plays it. And now queen a4, only move for Gukesh to not lose. He plays it. Rook c6, only move. Rook c6, only move. And now queen b4 check could be repetition.
Wow.
This, I think, is how the game will conclude, but who knows?
Well, who knows with 20 seconds, but yes, it's logical now.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hikaru is very upset, shaking his head.
I think both players could be
shaking
happy,
their heads.
yes, with a draw, or unhappy with
They
a draw.
will be unhappy, yes, they will be unhappy. Look at Hikaru, we cannot believe it.
Gukesh, of course, a great fighter, but it doesn't seem to be a good way to continue. At least he would run risk and be worse if he continues here. He should repeat moves.
And now down to 10 seconds.
Yeah, check. Queen back.
He gives queen b3 check. Rook b6.
No, it will be. And nobody wants to claim.
Yeah.
I think it was already a third time.
Okay, my heart cannot take it anymore.
14 seconds, 13.
Gukesh very
8,
ambitious, he's
7.
trying.
Okay.
And draw. Ooh,
Oof.
what a game.
Yes. Imagine the players, yeah? This is so tense and so important. Fifth game of the day.
Wow. What's going on with the other games?
Yeah, I think we need to take a breather after this one.
I understand that it was firework all around.
Wow, we have a lot of... Magnus is losing, maybe we should see that.
Well, and let's also get the bird's eye view or something.
Ooh.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, Magnus is completely lost in
Wow.
fact. So Magnus
Can't
will
avoid
be
rook
in
h8.
danger. Or maybe the game is over already, I think. Could be.
Yeah.
Time's not running anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, there are no players.
Wow.
And also up to the tour of one. So up to the tour of one, Cinder of one, and we still have 2 games remaining. Which one should we pick?
Well, Ayurveda is doing very well against Vincent.
Yeah, he's just up a bishop.
Yes,
as
so
far as
he
I can
should
see.
win this easily.
So we should do...
Adonyan Caruana, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this also seems to be completely over actually. But let's go there.
Yeah, let's go there. Do you have it?
Yeah, sure. So Caruana is up in exchange plus a pawn. There's pretty much no counterplay. This will be another heavy blow for Ronian, who will be, if he loses this game, at the bottom of the table together with Fedoseev. But it's not over yet, so let's see if he can.
There's no practical chance in this position, I believe.
Queen d1.
Rook a8.
Rook e8.
Even better.
Yeah, threatening queen e1 just to... I don't want checkmate, yeah, let's just trade queens. Bishop c1.
Queen e1.
Queen c2. Yes, I know. I don't believe in it, yes. I don't believe in it, yes. You can do whatever you want.
Well, maybe just simply rook e5.
Yes, rook e5 is...
Just to do it painfully.
He will put it there,
He
yes.
does it.
Cement.
Yeah. Then h4.
It's exchange a pawn and
Queen
the back
e2.
position.
Oh. b3. Not much fun for white.
No,
We can
yeah.
admit.
Yeah, poor Levon. Okay, so basically Levon and Fedoseev are the ones who are in a very big danger so far. Rook e2, preparing rook c2. Queen takes c5, rook c2, queen a7 check, king g6, and no more checks. It's game over. And Fabi, yeah, Fabi very smoothly sailing away with the tournament.
Yeah, him and Sindarov just being amazing, both on 4.5 out of 5.
Incredible.
Against this field.
Yes.
Both winning against Magnus. Yeah, this will be over any moment now.
Maybe rook c2?
Only the nerves, that's the only hope. Yeah, rook g5, yeah.
Fabi's nerves are good. He's not going to...
Okay, good if he has time, but if he has no time, then okay. Okay, but now he goes h4, h3, yeah, he defended his king. I love this rook g5.
Brutal.
And yeah, poor Levon. He cannot hope for Swindle. Queen e2? Do we do queen e2? Okay, we can do whatever, but yeah, queen e2 is so tempting.
Well, you want to go queen c2, c4, c3?
Well, also, yeah, okay, it's just, I'm covering every single square, yeah, on the board.
At this point you can do anything, it feels like.
Of course. But also I like queen c2 and then just h4, h3, because then you are tied to the bishop. There was a queen e8 check. Yes.
Not allowing a single check.
Yes.
This was cruel.
This was cruel, yeah.
Because actually next move will be rook g4, whatever. Whatever white plays.
Yeah, you can even go for mate. Yeah, and Levon resigns, he's very upset, cannot believe what happened.
Yes, because maybe already after this game it's kind of a very slim chance that he can avoid.
No, I mean, he only needs to win one game and everything is back, but he needs to win that one game, yeah, that's for sure. It will be interesting to look at the standings.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the standings soon. I think first we'll have a replay of the action from the last round, and what an exciting last round it was. We picked the perfect game, honestly, which was a draw in the end, Gukesh versus Nakamura, but also the other games. I mean, Carlsen losing with the white pieces. Abduzzatur, I think, played a really great game as well against Fedoseev. Caruana winning a game with black. Just amazing finish here. And well, some players really have to still worry, also including Magnus. He is not safe. He's only on 2 out of 5. He will not be happy about this day.
Well, yeah, something went very wrong with him with the blunders. And yeah, probably he would just want to be over, be in the 8, and then look for the classical game.
Yeah.
That would be. Well, we had a fantastic day with a lot of ups and downs and questions, and now we see the highlight of the last game of today, round 5.
Yeah, but Alireza, when you look at him, you don't feel that he's so dangerous. Yeah, he's humble, sitting there, at the same time plotting all the ideas. Yeah, that was a golden opportunity for Hikaru. A big win for Abdusattorov.
So we had an amazing day with upsets. With a lot of action we had and incredible games. I think the most difficult one was the last game for the players because the king on d1 somehow it didn't know where to go, how to put in safety. And well, I think we will pick maybe the Magnus game. What do you think, Nicholas, to see what went wrong, because that was kind of a serious problem what was going on, and but we had a lot of exciting things. And let's see that one and to wrap it up for today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to look at the game between Magnus Carlsen and Yavukir Sindarov from the last round. Sindarov having a fantastic day, 4.5 out of 5, beating here Magnus with the black pieces. So we see the opening, knight is going to d3, knight to g3. Already the opening not ideal for white, according to a computer, a bit better for black already. e4, pushing in the center, but the problem is that you leave your king a bit vulnerable. You still have to solve the problem of the king. Now the bishop going to a7, putting pressure on the pawns, h3, e5, fighting in the center, takes on d4. Now suddenly white is left with a weakness on e4, bishop e6, and knight to d7, knight e5, beautiful square for the knight. Black just achieved a much more harmonious position.
Sorry, Nicholas, just one thing. I hardly have ever seen Magnus getting so outplayed, no, strategically.
This is what I wanted to say, that the bishop b1, look at that, and it will stay there for quite a long time.
Yeah,
looking at
yeah, I think this was just a really good game from Sindarov from start to finish, and I agree, especially with the white pieces. For Carlsen, definitely unusual. And he lost 2 games before that, but that was 2 blunders. But here I think he, like we said, Peter, I think he was just outplayed. Knight f4, bishop c4, great move. g6, pushing the white pieces back. g5. Not, of course, the game is not perfect, but let's just go with the flow here. Takes, pawn takes, and you still have this bishop on b1. Rook to a3. There's no harmony here for the white pieces. Queen back to d1. The black pieces are getting more and more active.
Yeah, normally we are used to Magnus having the black possession in this, and then we say that, of course, yeah, Magnus outplaying, dominating his opponent. It's incredible performance by Sindarov. Yeah, that this youngster is able to play all kinds of chess, and he hasn't castled yet.
He has not castled yet. He did that now. Finally, in the 23rd move, he castled, getting his rook into the game as well. And with these powerful knights, the active placement of the pieces, and no really harmony in the white setup, it is not a surprise that white is winning. Magnus took this pawn. At least he said, well, let me take a pawn if I'm suffering already. King b8, nice and quiet move. I really like this move. Not rushing in any way. Not allowing white to maybe give a check on f5. So we see rook to c3, now rook e8, slowly improving the position, bishop c2. This was a mistake, but already it is a very difficult spot for white. And Sindarov found a winning move here, knight to d3, opening up the e-file against the knight, and there is not much that white can do. Bishop takes. Well, we get into this position, which white is up a pawn, but white is completely lost because of his weakness on the dark squares, and the king being quite vulnerable here as well. Check, and queen to f2, and g4 is coming. Rook e1, of course, is also a powerful threat, and it's just completely hopeless. What a powerful performance here by Sindarov. Takes on h3, queen to d4. This is the final move, preparing rook h8. This was, I think, the maybe the game of the day, honestly. Such a performance by Sindarov against none other than Magnus Carlsen, just absolutely amazing, guys.
Well, yeah, it was quite an amazing game to finish today. I think it's time for us to see the standings after 5 rounds of the Grand Slam Tour. The first leg is here in WEISSENHAUS. So let's see the standing. Who is happy, who is not so happy at the end of the day, right?
Yes.
Fabiano is one of them, and Sindarov is there. Definitely, they played well, they were sharp, they were there, right? Only one drop in today's game. Firuza is there also with 3.5, still 1 point behind. Abdusattorov, 2.5.
Also very happy for Abdusattorov, yeah, because he was playing so well and he was not rewarded. Now with this final win against Fedoseev, yes, he's there where he belongs. Yeah, he should be rather safe. And then all of a sudden, starting from the 6th, the 5th position, yeah, Magnus Carlsen, Gukesh, Hikaru Nakamura, Vincent Keimer are in big danger because yes, Fedoseev and Aronyana 1 point behind, but it takes one game, one victory, and I'm already seeing some crazy tie-break scenario tomorrow. What is your feeling, Judith?
Well, absolutely. I think we are going to see a lot of blood tomorrow because nobody wants to be the unhappy number 9 and 10 in this event. And everybody knows that, okay, it's enough to have a tie because then I'm still going on and fighting for my spot in the event. So there are still 6 players who are going to struggle, and they have one goal: to survive tomorrow, to be in the top 8, and then the new chapter starts day after tomorrow. So let's see what to expect tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to have only 4 games because the players played already 5 games today, and it's a round-robin event. Game day 2. So we're going to see Fedoseev against Firuza, the starting game. Magnus against Abdusattorov, great match. Caruana Gukesh. Let's see if Caruana can keep his form tomorrow, yes, right? And Gukesh can finally not to play only bishop c5 and play a very powerful move, but can finish it off. And Sindarov, let's see how is he going to be doing, the youngster in the event, the talent, against Nakamura. Keimer, Aronyan.
A very big game for the qualification, yeah? Exactly. Because if Vincent wins, then he's kind of safe. If Levon bounces back, then no one is safe. At least none of the bottom guys. What a tournament. And I do believe that Levy already mentioned in the pre-show there that the players decided, and I think we should highlight it one more time, that the players during the players meeting decided that whatever tie will happen for the 8th spot, there will be mini matches played, blitz mini matches. So there is so much drama. If not only in the rapid section, we might be thrilled with some crazy tiebreak as well.
Well, absolutely. There is a lot to expect for tomorrow in WEISSENHAUS in the freestyle first Grand Slam Tour. This is the first leg. This is the qualification day 1, which we just finished, and tomorrow we have day 2. With a lot of excitement, and of course there we are going to find out who is going to be the sad persons, number 9 and 10, but there is going to be a lot of action. Thanks very much, Peter. It was a great joy for me to analyze, and for you also, Nicholas. I think it was some great action, and I'm very much looking forward for tomorrow to continue this action. What do you want to say about today?
Well, I also would like to share my feelings that I'm super happy to be here. Thrilling fights, crazy fights, dramas, mistakes, brilliant moves and so on. And the journey continues, the adventure continues. We'll be seeing even more dramas tomorrow. And I would also like to thank you, Judith, for this wonderful day, brilliant commentary. I enjoyed every single second of it. And Nicholas, your expertise, your help, and basically there were moments when we had nothing to say, we didn't know what to say, and then of course we needed computers' help. So thank you very much also for the engine.
Yes.
And of course, Nicholas, yeah, very great job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We have one more treat for you guys actually before we finish off. We have one of the tournament leaders who had just an amazing day. We just looked at his game against Magnus Carlsen where he won with the black pieces. Please, Javukir, join us. Thank you for coming. You can maybe stand on this side. And thank you for joining us. Congratulations on just an absolutely amazing day. 4.5 out of 5. You're safe. We can say that already for the knockout phase. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I was very happy for sure. Yeah, I made first time Magnus in over the board. Yeah, I play a lot of games online, but I never play against him over the board. Yeah. I was a little bit, what can I say? It was a little bit hard to play against Magnus, but I was trying to play just against pieces, not against Magnus, and something it helps to me. But other games, I think I was played very well. Yeah, of course against Gukesh, I think I need to win this game. I was played very good, but in low time I didn't see some tactics, but it's okay. I think the reason was I was started very well. It is I win first game against Vincent, absolute draw position. So he was trying to win, but he didn't solve. I think some ideas, but yeah, it was helps to me to play like it was give me motivation to play very well my best games. Sorry.
Oh, all good. So the first win gave you confidence, and then you won another game, and like you said, you could have even won against Gukesh. You could have even won all 5 games today.
Yeah. I think my very hard game against Leon Arlen because we take after the opening something very hard position and with so many ideas, so it will be very hard to understand this position. But somehow he missed mini tactic, and I think he was blundered, and yeah. But my very hard game against Leon, I feel very bad this game really.
Well, you won it in the end, and you had a great start. Tomorrow you can kind of relax, still enjoy, of course, playing, maybe get a good spot so you can choose your opponent for the knockout phase. So thank you for joining us briefly, and we wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks a lot.
Can I ask one more question?
Okay.
Because for me it's very exciting. How can you handle that after the game you have only a few minutes of a break, and after that you get the new position? How can you get familiar with the new position, new ideas, and to get only 10 minutes?
Fabiano helps a lot for us. He was understanding this chess incredible, I think, because he was really his understanding this chess was very good. So I think against Gukesh, we saw this tactic move e4, and I think they thought I think they will also know this tactic, but Black didn't solve this tactic, so that's why it was helps. And every game we are analyzed very good, and it was really very helps to me to play. What can I say? To play better in the openings. So Fabiano was for me.
The secret weapon, yeah? Secret weapon.
One of the secret weapon, he was.
So it means that you're kind of feeling lucky that you always have the same colors. So you're in the camp of Fabiano.
But okay, I think from 5 I got 2 positions, which was we are analyzing. But then I will start myself. But Fabiano really helps to in the openings for everyone. I think it was a very good choice to play with him in one color.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for our audience also to follow us. We hope that you enjoyed today and you're going to be connecting again and follow us. We are going to be back tomorrow again at 12:30 starting the show, and the game will start at 1 CET time. So looking forward to join us. I'm going to be here together tomorrow as well with the same team, Peter, Nicholas, and myself. Have a great evening. Bye.